Welcome to Baby for the Bratva. This book is brought to you for free by author Bella King, so please consider subscribing for more full-length romance audiobooks.
Chapter 1. Stella. Guess who Impulse bought a month-long adult-only Caribbean cruise the day she broke up with her toxic boyfriend? Yes, that's right. Me. The woman dragging a clumsily packed rainbow polka dot suitcase behind her as she fumbles in her purse for her boarding pass. Maybe I forgot it. That would give me the perfect excuse to go running back to my ex, instead of committing to an entire month of no contact. There's no cell signal in the middle of the ocean, and I declined the Wi-Fi package. Insane, I know, but I need the break. It'll prevent me from hopping back on my phone and trying to find matches that look suspiciously similar to my ex. Dark brown hair, bright blue eyes, and a smile that simultaneously says screw me and beware. Rebounds are fun and all, but I need a break after the past 10 months of pointless arguments and gaslighting. I know that nobody is going to make love to me as well as my ex did, so I took the most drastic measures I could to ensure that I didn't accidentally run into him at our local bar and end up screwing all my progress away. I need a fresh start, and if it means draining my emergency fund to afford this lavish cruise, then slather me in suntan oil and call me broke. After all, I'm the queen of bad decisions. First, it was getting with Tyler, the toxic ex. Then, it was staying with him just because he was good in bed. And my latest mishap is booking a month-long cruise with only 2 days to prepare for it. I'm already getting cold feet as I step toward the counter where they're checking passports and tickets. It's like being in an airport. There's security everywhere, and I still can't find my boarding pass. The scent of warm spices and coconut waft toward me, providing a brief distraction from my frantic search. I look up and almost gasp when I locate the source of the magnificent smell. Standing a few places down in line from me is a man who should be banned from cruise lines for being too gorgeous. It's almost obscene how attractive he is, with a broad chest and shoulders, tattoos crawling up his neck, and eyes as blue as the ocean. Bluer than Tyler's, in fact. As if that wasn't enough, his muscular body is draped in a silk Cuban shirt and shorts that show off his extraordinary quads. My knees turn to jelly when he looks at me, catching me staring at him like I've never seen a real man before. But I haven't seen a real man before, at least not one as attractive as he is. It doesn't seem fair, and I immediately feel a shimmer of resentment toward him, not because he's literally perfect in every way, but because I know a man that stunning would never choose me. I'm sure he has a dozen women following him around at all times, but in this instance he's alone. Impossible. I'm sure his girlfriend or wife is in the bathroom, rolling some expensive perfume over her collarbones before checking her lipstick in the mirror. I sneak a glance over my shoulder again, pretending to have noticed something tickling the back of my foot. He catches me looking again, his blue eyes sparkling with amusement as a smile tugs at one corner of his mouth. But I got what I was looking for. There wasn't a ring to be found on his large hands, which means he isn't married. I don't know what I'm going to do with that information, but at least I know I'm not going to get slapped into the ocean by an angry supermodel for staring too long at her husband. I can sneak another look after I find my boarding pass. And then I'm going to be on the same boat as him. Thank goodness it's such a large cruise ship. There are at least 7 levels, and each one is crammed full of things to do. I'll never be bored, and I desperately need the distractions after what happened between Tyler and me. It was so sudden, so jarring. My brain has been buzzing with doubts for the past 48 hours, but I did the right thing. I can't let him get away with something so disrespectful and obvious. I'm not the kind of woman who lets a man walk all over her, even if he's a god in the bedroom. I check my phone as I move up a spot in line. No texts. He doesn't know that I'm going on a cruise. He thinks I'm having a moment and that I'm going to snap out of the no-contact phase once I get lonely and come running back to him. But that's not possible on a cruise ship. I'll be out in the middle of the ocean most of the time, and when I'm not, I'll be sipping rum in a bikini somewhere hot. Really hot. And I'll be looking really hot. And then he'll realize how badly he messed up, and maybe he'll be the one trying to run back to me. While the fantasy of him begging on his knees is alluring, I know it's just another way for me to mentally let him back into my life. If I were really over him, I wouldn't even be thinking about him right now. I'd be thinking about how many crab legs I could eat before passing out in my bedroom and sleeping for 12 hours straight. Or I'd be thinking about how many glasses of wine it would take to flirt with the handsome man behind me in line. Probably half a glass. Knowing myself, I've always been a cheap date, but my saving grace is the fact that I get too nervous to ever get intimate on the first date. It takes at least a few weeks until I'm willing to commit to a man like that, and we have to be actually dating. No hookups. That's been a rule my entire life, and I doubt I'd break it for anyone. The couple ahead of me moves past the security counter, and I realize it's my turn to show my boarding pass. The one I still haven't found. Oh, it's somewhere here, I say with a nervous smile, shuffling through my purse again as I step up to a woman wearing a white blouse and a bored expression. I thumb through a few wads of cash and some receipts for all the new skincare makeup I bought to look pretty on the cruise. All of that is going to be a terrible waste if I can't even get on board the ship. My shoulders drop and I release a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding when my fingers walk over a thick, glossy paper. I pull it out, handing the boarding pass to the woman at the security counter along with my passport. She barely even looks at it before handing it back to me, nodding for me to move along. My shoulders come down another few inches as I breeze past her with my polka dot suitcase rattling behind me. One of the wheels is wobbly from when I threw it too hard into the trunk of my car. The rage from Tyler's betrayal hasn't left me, and it's going to take more than a few outbursts to get it all out of my system. I take a deep breath, letting it out slowly as I walk briskly past a couple of greeters at the entrance to the cruise ship. I've never been on a cruise before, but after watching dozens of videos to prepare myself for the experience, I feel confident that I won't screw anything up. Thank goodness for the internet. The inside of the ship looks more like an enormous shopping mall than a boat, with flashing signs, wide-eyed customers, and that echo you only find in places that feel like you're outside when you're safely sheltered by a fogged glass roof. Excitement creeps through me as I make my way past a few souvenir shops and arrive in a quieter area. I'm almost tempted to go on a shopping spree, but it'd be better to get my bags in my room and take a quick shower first. Then I can venture out without burdens. I might even be able to leave my thoughts of Tyler in my bedroom as well. I walk further, checking my boarding pass for my room number. I already collected my keycard before boarding, so all I have to do is get to my room. But the number isn't that straightforward. B675. I assume it's on the second floor because of the B, but it could also be on the sixth. But then what's the B for? I look around, trying to figure out where I am. There aren't any rooms here, but people are bustling past me with suitcases, so I know I'm going in the right direction. I continue down the hallway, squeezing past people as I begin seeing rooms. There's an F something, and then there's an E something, and then I realize I'm approaching the end of the hallway without a clue where I need to go. I should ask someone, but there's nobody left. Everyone has found their room, and I'm suddenly very alone. I run my fingers through my hair and then come away damp with sweat. Why the hell is it so hot in here? I thought I was indoors. I turn around, going back down the hallway when I realize that A, B, and C aren't anywhere here. I'm probably on the wrong side of the boat, too caught up in taking in the views to realize I'm supposed to be reading the signs. I'm sure it'll be obvious when I get back into the main shopping area. The red carpet leads me back to where I came from, and I follow it closely to make sure I don't get lost again. This place is a maze, and I can only imagine how it's going to feel when I'm drunk. Maybe I should hold back on the drinking until I know the way back to my room by heart. I might end up in someone else's bed. My phone buzzes, and I immediately snatch it out of my purse. I'm secretly hoping that it's Tyler while simultaneously dreading the idea of confronting him before the ship departs. I don't want him talking me out of this. My stomach drops and my heart leaps up into my throat when I see his name on the phone. There's no way he could know where I am right now. Or is there? Chapter 2. Stella. My hand is shaking as I stop in the middle of the hallway to answer the phone. Hello, I ask, trying to sound annoyed. In reality, I'm just confused. Hey, Stella, care to tell me what the hell is going on? His voice is deep and harsh, and I almost feel like apologizing until I remember I haven't done anything wrong. He's trying to make me feel bad about leaving him, but he's the one who deserves to feel bad. And I bet he does. That's why he's taking it out on me like this. I don't have the slightest clue what you're talking about, I reply, feigning ignorance to see how much he knows. First of all, I haven't heard from you in days, and then I find out you're taking a cruise. Is this for real? How the hell did he find out I was on a cruise? Is he stalking me? Tyler, I begin, but I don't know what to say. I'm freaked out by how much he knows. He chuckles, and his voice turns cold. You've been caught, Stella. Give it up. You dumped me so that you could go on your little cruise alone and get screwed by guys you barely know, and then, at the end of it, you're going to come home acting like nothing happened. I scoff at his ridiculous suggestion, not only because it's completely false, but also because even if I had done all that, it's not a crime. I'm a free woman and I'm under no obligation to involve anyone else in my life. We aren't married, he's a jerk, and we're no longer together. I should hang up the phone right now, but I feel like arguing. I wasn't able to express my anger when I found the text messages on his phone. I couldn't tell him how disgusted I was with him because I was scared how he would react. But he isn't here right now. He can't hurt me, and once I'm miles away in the ocean, he won't even be able to get to me even if he wanted to come find me. My phone almost slips from my hand as I grip it tighter. I was already sweaty before the call, but now I'm drenched. You have no right to make those kinds of accusations, Tyler. You're the one who was caught cheating and you blew up our relationship like it meant nothing to you. You didn't even give me a chance to explain. I hesitate. But only for a moment. There's nothing to explain. I saw the pictures. Those were old, from before we started dating. You're blowing this way out of proportion, he whines, and I know he's trying to manipulate me again. He's so good at it that it makes me sick. Just shut up, I snarl. It's embarrassing to hear you whining. My entire body is electrified with adrenaline the moment my harsh words leave my mouth, but I know in my heart he deserves them. Several seconds of dead silence follow before Tyler can muster up a response. Wow. Just wow. Wow is right, I reply with a swell of excitement at my victory over him, and now maybe I will screw some other guys. Sounds like fun. You've really lost it. I laugh. Sure, believe what you want, but you're the one stalking me to find out what I'm doing. It's creepy. You're not hard to find, he grumbles. Your email is still logged in on my phone. I'm struck by a hard bolt of realization. Tyler knows everything about my trip, and even if I manage to log myself out on all devices, that's not going to change what he's discovered. Every stop, every port, even the day and time of my final destination he knows. I'm tempted to run off the ship and book a hotel for a month instead. Can you cancel tickets this late? I hang up on Tyler immediately, thumbing through my apps until I find my email. It only takes me a few seconds to figure out how to log myself out everywhere, which will prevent him from discovering any of my next moves. But what now? Should I really stay on this ship when he knows everything about me? My only saving grace is the fact that Tyler doesn't make enough money to jump onto a plane and fly to the nearest island to wait for me. He works at a bar and his tips barely get him through the month because he goes out to eat every single day. It bothered me then, but now I realize it was a blessing in disguise, saved by my ex's brokenness. It'd be funny if it wasn't so damn sad. I turn my phone off and put it back in my purse. Even if Tyler wanted to call me back, he wouldn't be able to. I heard enough from him to know beyond a shadow of a doubt that leaving him was the right thing to do. It's time to find my room and wash off all the ick that's clinging to my body from that relationship. I'm going to turn the water up so hot that I burn away every memory of his fingers on my skin. Torch it down and start anew. That's the best way to do it. But first I have to find my room. With a new sense of purpose, I roll my suitcase into the main shopping area, not allowing myself to get distracted by the flashing lights and glittering souvenir trinkets for sale. I have enough keychains already. My mom teases me that I won't be able to lift my car keys if I get any more. She's probably right. Fewer keychains and more booze this time around. That's the only way I'm going to get through this with my sanity intact. A flash of red draws my attention upward, and I see an electric sign directing new passengers to their rooms hanging in the center of the lobby. The pixelated words roll across the screen like an advertisement. A, B, C, left. D, E, F, right. I was on the wrong side of the boat, which is easy to correct. I wait for more instructions from the sign, but it just repeats itself, so I grab my suitcase and roll my way to another red-carpeted hallway. It's identical to the last one, but the rooms have different letters. I keep going until I get to the B's, and then I take the nearest elevator up to the 6th floor. That's where my room will be. I smell coconut and spices as the bronze-colored doors to the elevator roll shut. Could be a coincidence. There are probably thousands of people on this boat, but how many of them would smell just like Mr. Handsome from the boarding line? I inhale deeply, closing my eyes and taking in the wonderful smell. It must be something expensive. I've never smelled anything like it before. It's strong but not obnoxious, sweet but not in your face about it. The spices are exotic and unrecognizable, like they were invented just for this cologne. If nothing else, I have to ask him what he's wearing. It would be a good icebreaker if I ran into him again. The elevator arrives on my floor with a loud chime and the doors roll open. The hallway is the same again, which feels like a horrible idea because people are guaranteed to get lost here after happy hour. The smell of Mr. Handsome's cologne grows stronger with every step, like he's walking right beside me. I slow down, nervous that I'm going to run into him. My heart is working double time, but I'm walking at a snail's pace. The sweat is back, too. I thought I was going to take a shower just to relax and unwind, but now I'm in desperate need of one to feel clean again. I freeze when I get to my door. B675. This is the one, but something isn't right. Is this really my room? It almost looks like the light is on under the door, but the carpet makes it difficult to tell. I crouch down, jumping back up a moment later when I hear a sound from down the hallway. Nobody comes around the corner, and the sound fades away after a moment. I sigh, pulling out my keycard and holding it against the handle. If it doesn't unlock, then I'll know I'm in the wrong place. Is it possible that there are two different rooms labeled B675? The handle shows a green light, and I hear a click. This is the right room. I laugh at myself a little. I'm so on edge since the breakup that I'm imagining all kinds of nightmare scenarios. My subconscious craves drama so badly that it's conjuring up anything and everything to prevent me from relaxing and forgetting about what happened between Tyler and me. I pull the door handle, and the smell of cologne becomes even stronger. If I didn't know better, I'd think I was walking right into Mr. Handsome's room. How odd.
Chapter 3. Yuri. I reach for my gun the moment I hear the sound of the door opening, but I drop my hand when I see a pair of wide eyes looking at me from the doorway. She looks like she's about to scream. Bad news. If she starts making a scene, I'm going to be in trouble before we even leave shore. I raise my hands to calm her. Hello. Funny thing just happened, I say, struggling to find the right words in English. I'm usually quite good with American simple language, but under stress things start to break down. The woman in the doorway is dumbfounded, totally unable to speak, which is probably a good thing, considering the circumstances. I have no valid reason to be in her room, and I'm not going to be telling her the truth about what I'm doing in here. Lies are always easier for civilians to stomach, but coming up with a good one on the spot is difficult. This is my room, right? She asks, leaning back and checking the number on the door. Ah, right, that's what I was about to say. I reply with a forced laugh. I have the wrong room. The door wasn't locked, so I thought it was mine. She raises a doubtful eyebrow. I saw you before in line. Are you suggesting that I followed you to your room? I ask, feeling a faint glimmer of excitement at the mere idea. She's a beautiful woman, and I wouldn't mind sharing a bed with her in the future. If I wasn't here on business, I might have followed her just to know where she was staying. But I wouldn't have broken in. I would have knocked before barging in and tearing her dress off. The woman in the doorway gives me a look like she's already done with my nonsense. Looks like she's already been through enough, judging by the sweaty hair stuck to her forehead. "I think we're getting off on the wrong foot," I say, stepping forward and holding out my hand. "My name is Yuri Silnov, and I am staying in room B676. She takes a moment to process my words, then she takes my hand and gives it a light shake. Her skin is as soft as whipped butter, melting in my grip just as easily. A smile graces her pouty lips as she pulls her hand away. "My name is Stella. Stella Ray." "Pretty name," I mutter. "Fitting for a pretty woman." "Thank you," she replies quietly, trying to hide another smile. "I kind of knew you would be here, actually." "Oh," I ask, intrigued by the sudden change in her tone. She nods. "Yes, your cologne smells very nice. I could smell it from down the hallway." She laughs, and I smile with her. "Maybe I wear it too strong." "No," she says, shaking her head. "It's just right. I was going to ask what kind it was." "Maybe you'll find out," I reply, stepping past her toward the door as I remember what I came here for. I don't have much time to check the room on the other side of mine before someone else arrives. Getting caught once might look like an honest mistake, but twice will get the police called. "I'll find out." "What does that mean?" she asks, the annoyance in her voice making it obvious that she knows what I'm implying. "I'm sure I'll see you later. I'm next door if you need anything." I move out into the hallway, using my all-access bootleg keycard to skip my room and slip into the next one. As a Bratva boss, it pays to be cautious, and checking the rooms on either side of mine for listening devices and suspicious equipment pays off when I travel. I've been followed by police before, and the Brazilians have it out for me ever since they discovered how much cocaine I was moving across their borders. One mistake, and I'm spending the rest of my life behind bars in a mildew-ridden cell, using a hole in the floor as a toilet and trading English lessons for cigarettes. Don't get me wrong, I love my adventures in Brazil, but I wouldn't want to be locked up there. I'm quick but thorough with my search, the very real possibility of finding something suspicious fading quickly when I realize the room is clean. I got lucky this time. I can conduct business without the fear of being spied on. And there's a woman who puts supermodels to shame in the room next to mine. Jackpot. I slip back out into the hallway, venturing into my room, which is already cluttered with guns, long-range radios, and a dozen chargers for all the phones I have. Most are for business, a few for friends, and there's one for my mom. She lives in Russia, but she never calls. It's only for emergencies. 93 and 30 years a widow. I'm almost convinced that she's trying to live twice as long as my father did just to make sure they aren't reborn at the same time and end up together again. Not that he was a bad guy. I'm a bad guy. He was just a drunk. There's a difference. I put a few guns in the drawers where I have quick access to them, but I doubt I'll need them while we're in the water. I had my right-hand man Chekhov do a sweep of the passengers while they were boarding, and he didn't see anyone who threw any obvious red flags. A couple of buzz cuts, but you can expect those on a cruise this big. Regular American police aren't an issue. If anything, they're nice to have on board to keep the drama to a minimum. The ones you want to look out for are the undercover ones that smell like dollar store cologne and body odor. Ever since the Brazilian government caught on to the fact that I was making money in their country without paying my fair share, I've been seeing those weirdos everywhere. Following me. Watching. Waiting for an easy opportunity to take me back to Brazil for a quick trial with a crooked judge and a stacked jury. Not the ideal ending to a cruise, if you ask me. I send Chekhov a quick message before considering a shower. I'm going to meet with him later tonight, but I'd like the opportunity to have dinner and a few drinks beforehand. This is a dangerous business, and you never know when it could be your last day, so you eat good food and you drink and you smoke and you screw more than any regular man could dream of. Whoever said not to mix business with pleasure must not have been a brat boss. The only time I have time for pleasure is during business. Once they invent a way to cram more hours into a day, maybe then I'll separate the two, but until then they're inexplicably intertwined for as long as I'm alive. I arrange a few more things in my room before I hear a metallic squeaking sound in the room beside me, and then the sudden flow of water. Someone is taking a shower, and that someone is Stella, by the direction of the noise. She's an interesting woman. I can tell by the way she holds herself. Most people are quite frightened by me, but she held her ground even when she thought I might be a threat. I'll be seeing more of her, and not just because she's so close by. I'll be making sure she doesn't go swimming in the pool without passing by my eyes first. That tight body in a bikini, I wouldn't miss it for the world. Stella holds my interest, that's for sure. It's enough to draw me toward the thin wall that separates us, pressing my ear to the blue and white wallpaper to listen to her in the shower. I'm not sure what I'm expecting, but I'm pleasantly surprised by a faint hum. There's something so erotic about her voice, like she's a mermaid luring me into the water, tempting me with pleasure so divine that it will surely kill me. I wouldn't have said this about any other woman, but it'd be worth it. I grit my teeth, pulling myself away from the wall and vowing to have her, no matter what it takes. She'll be mine before we reach our first port. Enjoying this audiobook? Be sure to like and subscribe to support the channel. Good girl. Let's continue the story.
Chapter 4. Stella. I can't get him out of my head. No, not Tyler. It almost feels like he never happened. He was lost in Yuri's shadow the moment I caught him in my room. I can still smell him as I step out of the shower and pat myself dry with a thick white towel. He claims he was here by accident, that my door was unlocked, and it's almost believable. Almost. I'm suspicious of him, but I'm willing to let all that go for a chance to know him better. Don't I deserve to have a little fun after all I've been through? It's not like I have to commit to anything. Maybe just a drink. A little casual date of sorts, and then I can cut him loose if he turns out to be a weirdo. But it's hard to imagine a man so neat and put together be someone unsavory. Sure, the tattoos are a bit concerning, making him look more like a mob boss than a legitimate businessman, but they also give him an edge that fits him. Not everyone can pull off tattoos like that, but his large frame and piercing eyes almost demand that he be littered with ink. I wonder just how many he has and where. The possibilities dance through my mind as I unpack my suitcase, putting all my clothes in the top drawer and quickly realizing I don't have enough for an entire month. But that's what bikinis are for, right? You don't need clothes when you're lounging around by the pool all day. Plus, we're stopping at 7 different locations on this trip, and I'm sure there will be plenty of interesting clothing to buy on the way. For now, I choose a green one-piece bathing suit with a plunging neckline. It covers a fair amount of skin while still pulling off a sultry look, which is ideal for the first day. I'm sure by the end of the trip, I'll be lying around by the pool topless, but for now I want to start with something more modest, until I see what everyone else is wearing. Then I might have to change. This is an adult-only cruise, which means modesty isn't expected or encouraged. For all I know, I'm going to come out looking like a grandmother while everyone else draws eyes like they're on the runway. I'm second-guessing myself already, so I toss on a crocheted cover-up and slip into a pair of sandals. I'm not going straight to the pool. I was thinking of having a look around and getting something to eat first. I open the door just a hair, looking outside before I leave. I'm nervous about seeing Yuri again so soon after he was just in my room. His scent lingers in the hallway, but the absence of a large shadow tells me that he's not waiting for me. I slip out of my room, closing the door as softly as I can before hurrying down the hallway. I hold my breath until I round the corner, letting it out with a little laugh when I realize how ridiculous I'm being. This cruise goes for an entire month. There's no way I'm going to be able to avoid Yuri that entire time, and I don't want to either. He's handsome, interesting, and his thick Russian accent is warm and rich like mink. Like a shot of vodka, Yuri could make me forget why I'm on this boat in the first place. He's stuck in my head as I meander through the cruise ship. Even as we leave port and I go outside with everyone else to see the land fade away, all I can think about is where he is in the crowd. His eyes are distinct. I'm sure I'd notice if he was looking at me, but nobody stands out. Everyone is the same, and he's so different he couldn't blend in, even if he wanted to. I go back inside before we lose sight of shore, beating the crowd to the bar and ordering a shrimp cocktail and a splash of vermouth on the rocks. Once the buzz sets in, I start to feel like I'm on vacation. Before, it felt like a hasty getaway so that I wouldn't have to deal with Tyler's crap. I trace a finger over the edge of the bar, feeling the grooves in the wood from where hundreds, if not thousands, of people sat before me. None of the experiences I've had in life are original, I'd bet. billions of people before me, and probably billions after me, will experience the cruel twist of having a man cheat on you. For no reason at that. He just couldn't keep his dick in his pants. That's it. That's the whole story. It's sad, too, because Tyler is the type of person who would have a fairly good shot in life if he got his act together. He's attractive, can be ambitious, and he knows how to carry a conversation. And yet, he's toxic as all hell. That's his Achilles heel. Imagine being perfect and ruining it all because you're a cheating piece of crap who is addicted to telling lies and manipulating women. The more I think about him, the angrier I get, drinking my second vermouth much quicker than the first and ordering another for good measure. This is a long cruise. I can get drunk, nurse a hangover, and still have weeks left of the trip to enjoy. So, screw it. I switch from vermouth to gin and tonic, ordering another shrimp cocktail and scanning the bar as more people come in. It's mostly couples, I've noticed. A lot of elderly people and a few my age, but not that many single people. So I either got unbelievably lucky that Yuri is next door, or he's not actually as single as he looks and I'm enabling another Tyler in disguise. The thought makes me puke in my mouth a little. Or maybe that's the fifth drink doing that? I'm not sure, but I am sure that the buzz is starting to turn into a spinning room and I need to take a break. I dip from the bar as it starts to get loud and overwhelming, seeking solace in an empty bathroom with a ceiling that's just a little too low. I reapply my lipstick, a light shade of pink with a slight metallic tint that makes me feel like I belong in a music video. It's a confidence boost for sure, but I don't need it now that my stomach has enough booze to kill a small mammal sloshing around inside, and I am a small mammal, never weighed more than 110 pounds. I pull my hair back into a loose ponytail, allowing a few strands to fall down on either side of my face. It's sloppy in a good way, and I wear my refreshed look with a smile as I step back out into the increasingly busy bar. There aren't any seats left, and my tab is already on my keycard, so I leave to check out the deck where the pool is. There are still a few hours of sunlight left, so I imagine catching a couple of rays while I sober up enough to find my room would be nice. The moment I feel the sun against my face, I know I've made the right decision. The sunset is so much prettier over the ocean. There's nothing to block it, so golden light spills over everything like the Midas touch, casting long shadows that almost feel impossible. I lie down on a free chair by the pool, feeling the heat of the day that's soaked into the plastic. I don't even want to take off my cover-up. The warmth is enough to lull me into a drowsy half-sleep within seconds. I'm almost totally asleep when something catches my attention. Coconut and spices. My eyes fly open and I sit up so fast that my vision blurs. A shadow moves across me, long and dark, and I realize that Yuri is leaning over me, his eyes moving over my body with a hint of curiosity. He's wearing very little, just a pair of swimming trunks that barely fit over his massive thighs. He's so muscular that I imagine it's a struggle to find things that fit him. The world simply wasn't made for men this perfect. My eyes roll over his massive chest, examining the tattoos that hide under his thick hair. Some of them are fresh and dark, but others seem like they were etched into his flesh decades ago. Probably before I was born. He's quite a bit older than me, but he carries his age well. Some people age like milk, but Yuri has aged like a fine bourbon. The wrinkles accent his features, making them deeper and more dramatic. But I've been looking for too long already. I straighten my cover up and sit up straighter. I was just getting some fresh air. A bit stuffy in my room, I blurt, feeling the need to make excuses for why I'm reclining by the pool in something that will give me the weirdest tan lines. Stuffy, he asks, raising a thick eyebrow. I could take a look at your ventilation if you'd like. It shouldn't feel stuffy. Oh, no, it's fine, I reply with a nervous laugh. I'm just not used to being at sea. He holds up a crystal glass filled halfway with amber liquid. The veins are popping in his thick, capable forearms. First time on a cruise ship. I nod. And you. I live in the water. Like a fish. Maybe a shark. More days at sea than on land. I still can't believe I'm talking to him. When we were in line, I thought he'd be lost in the crowd the moment he left my sight. But here he is, standing in front of me like he followed me to the pool. And maybe he did. I just don't understand why. So, why are you always on cruises? Is it to pick up women, I ask, cutting straight to the point. I've lost most of my inhibitions due to the warm course of alcohol through my bloodstream. Pick them up, he asks, looking mildly confused. He takes a sip of his drink. I am not taking them anywhere. You know what I mean, I reply, but maybe he doesn't. He's clearly not from the United States. His eyes go blank. No, I don't. I sigh. Sorry, I've had a few drinks. I'm just teasing you. About what? Suddenly, I'm self-conscious again. All the alcohol in the world wouldn't make me comfortable having this conversation with Yuri. About your cruise habits, I say. But don't worry about it. It was just a joke. He smiles. Tell me. I want to know. You probably don't. I do. He's not going to leave this alone. I don't know whether he's doing this on purpose to punish me for suggesting he's a man whore, or if it's just because he really doesn't understand my English, but either way it's making me want to melt into my chair and disappear. I wish I had a drink right now. You seem to be here alone, I begin, checking his ring finger again before continuing, and a lot of people come to cruise ships too, you know. Have fun. Sure, he replies with a shrug. And by fun, I mean hook up, I clarify. He cocks his head to the side, frowning down at me. I don't know this term. Hook up. What does that mean? Blood rushes to my face, and I do my best to avoid his eyes, but they pull me in like a tractor beam from a UFO. They're an icy blue color, pale and intense, with a hint of mischief behind them. Hooking up means sleeping with someone, I finally say. He chuckles. And you think I'm on this cruise ship to do that? I shrug, trying to play it off like I'm not supremely embarrassed. It was just a joke. There's a bit of truth in every joke, he replies, his eyes traveling up my legs and pausing at the hem of my cover-up. Maybe that's what you're here for. I swallow hard, shaking my head. No, just relaxing. For a whole month. I nod. A whole month. Sometimes that's what you need. He smirks. Well, if you ever find yourself needing more, you know where I stay. I'm at a loss for words, but he doesn't give me time to regain my ability to speak before he makes his way further down the deck. My heart is thumping so hard in my chest that it's painful, and I find myself unable to peel myself off the pool chair for several minutes. His claim that he didn't know what I was joking about was obviously false. He just wanted to hear me say it so that he could revel in my filthy words. I feel like I've been tricked, and he did it so smoothly I barely even noticed. I let out a sigh. Either this is going to be the longest cruise of my life, or it's going to go by in a blur of skin and sweat.
Chapter 5. Yuri. Playing dumb always seems to work, but I suspect that it won't go very far with Stella. She's smart enough to see through my act, and tougher to crack than most other women. But I like that about her. The price a man must pay climbs with the sweetness of the fruit, and Stella is as sweet as they come. I've never met a woman like her, and I've traveled thousands of miles and seen countries most people haven't even heard of. Looks are one thing, but the way a woman speaks and carries herself gives her a charm that casts a rose-tinted shadow over everything else. A month couldn't possibly be enough to enjoy her to the fullest, but it's all we have. In another lifetime I would make her my wife. In this one, though, she can only be a passing fancy. It'd be cruel to drag her into my business. Unfair to turn a perfectly happy civilian into a member of the most ruthless Bratva this world has ever known. So, even if Stella is looking for more than a couple of weeks of incredible love-making, and even if she hates me for leaving her just as quickly as I stumbled into her life, there can be no other way. It's for her own good, and she'll never know why. She'll remember me as a jerk, but I'll always think of her as a goddess. I light up a cigar as I wander the lower level of the deck, near the back of the ship, waiting for Chekhov to show up. The air is warm tonight, and the smoke tastes like the days I used to spend in Bolivia when I ran drugs down there. It felt like everyone smoked, but they'd always be jealous of my cigars and want a few. I'm a generous guy, so I shared. Made some good friends, but times like that never last. I dream of the day when I can settle down and live out the rest of my days in peace like I did in Bolivia, but today isn't that day. Nor is tomorrow. Or possibly. Ever. The world is cruel to men who desire so much. It's easier to be a bum these days than to work for what you have, and the richer you want to be, the more you have to sacrifice. Many people seem to believe that with wealth comes some kind of satisfying gain, but in reality it's wrought by loss. I've grown used to it, though. You have to when you're the leader of a powerful Bratva family, because the only way out of it is through the cold embrace of death. Sometimes, I even feel the Reaper next to me, like we're old friends waiting to be reunited in the afterlife. And at night, I can practically feel his bony hands on my arm, urging me to let go early. Chekhov would be pissed if I died, though. I certainly wouldn't, but I rule over hundreds of men who have families, and they all depend on my leadership. Without me, their worlds would fall apart, and I would be to blame. It's funny to me that nobody is going to be sad at my funeral if it comes too soon. They'll just be angry. I roll my cigar between my knuckles, gazing out into the water as the sky turns violet. I can hear Chekhov walking down the metal stairs behind me, but I don't turn to greet him. Just a few more seconds of silence. Just a couple more thoughts of better days. Sir. Chekhov's voice is deep and urgent. That can't be good news. I spin around, nearly tossing my cigar into the ocean. What is it? What's the news? He sighs. No Brazilian police on board as far as I can tell, but they're on to you. I just received word that you have a bounty on your head. I always do. I reply in a dismissive manner. Is that all you came to tell me? It's a pretty big thing, he replies, his eyes shifting to avoid mine. $1 million. Every muscle in my body tenses at the same time. I hope you're talking about Brazilian reals and not US dollars. He gives me that lame office worker at the water cooler smile, and I know it's dollars. Jesus, they must really have it out for me. I wonder whose toes I stepped on this time. I try not to show my anxiety about this. It's not like we're going straight to Brazil this time. We've been taking the long way through South America, and this time is no different. Brazil won't even be getting the majority of our shipment, just the leftovers. But now I'm thinking we might need to avoid them completely. Okay, I say, taking a puff of my cigar. We don't sweat Brazil right now. Let them cool down. I'm assuming this bounty is only valid if I'm returned in one piece. He shakes his head, and my stomach sinks. Dead or alive, and you know every amateur bounty hunter is going to be on your ass. It's not just the Brazilians either. Once the word gets out, you're in real trouble. Shit, I hiss, turning back to the water. I almost feel like throwing myself over the railing, but I resist the temptation to take the easy way out. I've been through things like this before. One time I sold cocaine to the son of a king who promptly mixed it with amphetamines and overdosed. I thought for sure that I was a dead man, but it turned out that money spoke louder than half-hearted apologies, and I walked away with emptier pockets and my head still intact. I figured that this time I could pay off my own bounty somehow and get away clean. But until then, I'm going to have to watch my back. Stuff like this gets people real antsy, and itchy trigger fingers on a cruise ship are never a good thing. It could blow up my entire drug operation in an instant. Any attention is bad attention when you're trafficking enough cocaine to get an entire country high. Or 7 countries, in my case. We're unloading a portion at each port, and by the end of it, the ship should be empty, and we'll be able to plan our next move. I might lay low for a while after this and figure out why the Brazilian authorities want me dead so badly. That, or I'm taking another cruise with a shipload of cocaine. The world isn't going to stop for $1 million bounty, so why should I? Okay, I say, forcing a smile as I turn back to Chekhov. Tell me something good. There don't appear to be any undercover police or bounty hunters on the boat, as far as you can tell. I'm assuming you've already checked in with the first port. Everything in order. He nods. Everything is good on that side of things, and our men have dispersed with the regular crew, giving us eyes and ears everywhere. If something does happen, we'll know. I'm hoping it doesn't, but I know you can handle things if we need to act quickly, I reply, pulling a second cigar out of my pocket, when I catch Chekhov eyeing mine with palpable envy. Take this. You look like you need it. He hesitates for a moment, but the allure of nicotine after a long day is hard to resist. Taking the cigar, he joins me against the railing for a long smoke. It's just us and the sound of the waves hitting the side of the boat. It'll be peaceful like this for the next couple of days, but it never lasts. Inevitably, something comes up, and I must tend to business. This time, that something comes before I even have the chance to loosen my shoulders and finish my cigar. A boat on the horizon. And a swirling blue emergency light. I look over to Chekhov as he's muttering a curse. Alert the men and meet me down in the storeroom. I want everyone armed and ready. He takes one last drag from his cigar and throws it into the water, following me as I rush up the metal stairs to the main lobby. If the police are heading toward our boat, it could mean serious trouble. The last thing I want to do is shoot my way out of this, but if push comes to shove, I'm using bullets instead of my fists.
Chapter 6. Stella. Day 1, and someone has already died. That doesn't bode well at all. I slip out into the hallway, watching as a man is carried away on a stretcher in such a hurry that the medics are almost sprinting. Whispers are running down the hall, rumors of how it happened. A heart attack? No, someone swears they heard a gunshot. I sniff the air, and maybe it's my imagination, but it does smell a bit like smoke in here. 2 hours after drinking, and I'm already sober. Adrenaline pumps through me, and I feel awake and alert again. More people are coming out into the hallway, whispering to each other and asking questions. Who was it that got shot? Was it really a gunshot? How did they get a gun through security? I look over to room B676, one number away from the devil, but Yuri doesn't come out. He doesn't appear to be around right now, which might be a good thing. He stresses me out. Not really his fault, but it's still the truth. You hear what happened? A woman's voice just to my right startles me, and I nearly scream. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, she says. I turn to her. I put my hand over my heart, letting out a sigh. Sorry, no, I should be apologizing. It's just a bit scary. She nods, pushing a strand of curly ginger hair behind her ear. She has so much of it piled up on her head like a messy basket of yarn, but it suits her face. There's a wildness in her green eyes and a sharpness to her smirk. I didn't really hear anything, I lie, not wanting to bring up the gunshot and perpetuate a rumor. Someone died, she says, her pupils expanding as she leans in. I can smell the faintest scent of mint and eucalyptus on her. Murdered, actually. That's what I heard. Murdered? I ask, fearing the gunshot story to be true. Yes, and you might notice that nobody has been arrested yet, she says, an edge of excitement in her voice, which means we have a killer on board. A proper murder mystery. A nervous laugh escapes my mouth. I think the cruise is excitement enough already. Pretty boring until now, if you ask me, she replies, looking at her long baby blue fingernails. Sometimes you get a fight on the first day, and occasionally someone screws someone else's wife. With a few thousand on board, I would expect a little drama, but nothing like this, I reply, leaning back against my door. Yeah, I'll admit I've never been on a cruise where someone was brutally murdered, she says, her voice dead serious, without a hint of remorse or even amusement. I give her a confused look. How do you know all this? She smirks. Slept with one of the security guys this afternoon. He was a little shy, but I like them better that way. I texted him immediately when I heard the shots. You heard them? I ask, leaning in. You're sure someone was actually shot? Oh yeah, for sure. Like I said, he wasn't just murdered. It was brutal. They shot him at least a dozen times. I cringe. Who would do something like that? I mean, aren't there cameras like everywhere? Probably screwed someone's wife, she mutters. And I can't tell if she's being serious. I've been meeting the strangest people on this cruise, and she's certainly one of them. She looks down at her feet for a moment, and I consider going back into my room, but then she turns to me, extending her hand. I'm Molly, by the way. Stella, I reply, shaking her hand. You here alone? On second thought. No, I saw you with someone earlier, I think. Big guy, really attractive. Was that your husband? I feel an immediate pang of jealousy, not unlike the way I felt when I realized Tyler was cheating on me. I don't want to lie, but I also don't want Molly swooping in and stealing Yuri before I've even gotten the chance to decide what I want to do with him. We're talking, I say with a lopsided grin. Probably going to have a few drinks together later. She nods, not the least bit bothered. I don't know if that's intimidating or reassuring. Anyway, I say, looking back down the hallway in the direction the medical team went, I'm eager to turn the conversation away from Yuri. You think that guy was really dead? Molly raises her small eyebrows. Oh, I know he was. Room B309, a guy named Yuri. Security guy told me all about it. My stomach drops harder than a bowling ball when I hear his name. I'm visibly stunned, and Molly frowns, taking a step back and frowning. Everything cool, or... I don't know what to say. How many Yuris can there be on this ship? If he ended up in someone else's room, maybe after too many drinks and they shot him. I think I'm going to be sick. I have to go. Sorry, I blurt, keying into my room and slamming the door shut before she can follow me. I rush to the toilet, barely making it there before I empty the contents of my stomach, mostly booze and shrimp, into the bowl. The sway of the boat, the adrenaline dump from the shooting, all that alcohol, and now... this? I don't think I want to continue this cruise. Big mistake. I hear a knock on my door as I empty the rest of my stomach into the toilet. I know it's Molly, but I'm not sure I want to let her in. I need to know if Yuri's okay first, but maybe she can help me figure that out. So with my head still spinning and my stomach churning up more bile to vomit, I stumble to the door and open it for her, rushing back to the toilet to puke again a second later. I always get seasick too, she says, standing in the bathroom doorway with a blank expression. Sucks. It certainly does, I mumble, reaching for some toilet paper and cleaning off my mouth. I feel like I'm in college again. I'm sure I drank away a few IQ points during those formative years. Maybe that's how I ended up dating Tyler. It should go away soon, though. Your body gets used to it, Molly chirps, coming into the bathroom fully. She looks around as I attempt to stand up again. Wow, you have a much bigger bathroom than me. I thought all the rooms were pretty much the same. I laugh through another wave of nausea. Maybe you want to switch. No, yours doesn't have a TV for some reason. I'd be bummed, she says. I hadn't noticed, but I'm taking a break from staring at pixels on a screen. I already do that enough at work, and getting a break from both my computer and phone for an entire month is a blessing I'm not going to ruin by sitting in front of the TV. I check myself in the mirror while Molly scans the rest of my room. She's a curious woman, but there's nothing inherently wrong with that. She's just a little different. There's a charm to the way she acts, much like the charm that Yuri has. She doesn't fit in with the rest of the world, and she doesn't seem the least bit bothered by it. Thinking about Yuri again reminds me that he could have been the one who got shot. I have to ask Molly about that. I can't stand the idea of waiting and seeing if he ever returns to his room. I join Molly in my room, where she's looking around like she still can't believe there's not a TV. I don't want to be nosy, but this guy, the guy who got shot, you said his name was Yuri? I ask. Yuri. Larry. Something like that, she replies. Why? Just curious. I thought maybe I met him at some point. It's a small world. Certainly is. She looks at me and smiles. I guess you really don't have a TV in your room. You can watch it in mine sometime if you want. They have a lot of shows and no commercials, and room service is fast. Well, it is for me, anyway. I already tested it. I'm starting to like her. I don't know what it is, but she seems like a fun person. If it wasn't for the mystery around Yuri's well-being, I'd even consider spending more time with her, but I really need to know what happened to him. I wouldn't be able to enjoy the rest of my trip if he really was shot to death. I give Molly a polite smile, stepping toward the door and placing my hand on the handle. Thank you for checking on me and thanks for your offer. I'll probably come over sometime. You totally should, but you have to knock loudly. I like to read with my headphones on and I can't hear a damn thing. Almost missed the cheesecake I ordered this afternoon because of it. I open the door for her with an honest smile. She seems like a nice person. I'll be sure to do that. Thanks, she says with a wink, slipping out of my room and sauntering back down the hallway. Such an unusual person, but she's friendly. I have to be grateful that there are still people in this world who are willing to talk to strangers instead of burying themselves in their phone and shuffling past you. As I close the door, my stomach starts to churn again. Yuri could be in real trouble, possibly dead, and I may never know why. I need to know if he's okay, but I have no idea how to get in touch with him. I lean against the door, sliding down into a squat and burying my face in my hands. This cruise was supposed to be a break from reality, but that break has turned into a bad trip, a nightmare where rules get broken and people get hurt. Or killed. And I still don't know why.
Chapter 7. Yuri. False alarm, but something is amiss. People don't just get shot to death on regular cruises. For one, there's always enough security to catch guns attempting to board the ship with their carriers. The only reason I was able to get mine on board is because I own this boat and everything on it. Cocaine, guns, hell, even the pool and sauna. I paid a pretty penny to gain access to all this so that we could traffic drugs without raising eyebrows, and now some moron is throwing our whole operation into the limelight by shooting someone in their room. Police have been crawling over this ship for the past hour, but so far nobody has been caught. Unless they find the culprit and bring them to justice, we might be cutting this little expedition short. And losing $500 million in the process. I look over to Chekhov, who is smoothing back what little hair he has over his sweaty scalp. We're all down here in the storeroom, where it smells of fish, metal, and bleach. I'm thankful there's no hint of cocaine in the air, though, which is carefully wrapped and hidden amongst the other cargo. It does have a smell, however faint, and this much of it can smell quite strongly unless it's stored properly. I've been doing this for a long time, so I don't make mistakes. However fishy it might be down here, it beats smelling like gasoline and tree bark. That would raise concern almost immediately. But what would really raise concern are the 4 dozen armed men in the storeroom that have turned out to be unnecessary. It's nice to know that I could take down a small army with the men under my rule, but they're only going to attract unwanted attention to my operation if the police wander down here looking for the shooter. I look over to Chekhov again and grunt. Time to go. We can't have all these people down here, and the police clearly aren't here for us. He nods, pushing back his hair again. You're right. I'll try to get more intel about the shooter, but in the meantime, I think you should stay in your room with extra security. I chuckle. I don't need security. He gives me a look like I've lost my mind. I hold up my hand to stop him before he can open his mouth. Relax. I just don't want a bunch of sweaty men crowding up my room. It's already too small for a man my size. We'll have Jeffrey join you, Chekhov offers. I nearly burst out laughing. Jeffrey is the skinniest guy in our crew. It's not physically intimidating, but he knows more about computers than all of us combined. The only problem with him is that he's the opposite of an attractive man, and I'd rather not have him watching in the corner while I screw Stella's brains out. I'll pass on that, I say with a dismissive head shake. Put a couple of guys down the hall or something. There's already enough security on this ship, and we don't know if that attack had anything to do with us. Exactly my point. I shouldn't have to remind you that you have a bounty on your head. A swell of anger overtakes me, and I lean over Chekhov with a deep scowl. And I shouldn't have to remind you that I'm the one in charge here. If you want to have security in your room, then be my guest, but I do better when I'm alone. Yes, sir, he replies immediately. Good, now get these men out of here, I say, waving vaguely at our messy congregation as I walk past them toward the exit. I shouldn't be rude to Chekhov, but the idea of having anyone in my room other than Stella enrages me. For once in my life, I'd like to spend the night not having to worry about the police or some idiot with a gun who thinks he can get rich by trying to kill me. It takes more than a bullet to kill me. It's not like I haven't been shot before. I comb my fingers through my hair, finding as much sweat as Chekhov had. This boat is way too hot for the amount of coke we have on board. It's like the air conditioning barely works. One more thing to get fixed, but the only thing I feel like fixing is the bulge in my pants when I think of Stella. She makes the rage turn to lust, and my heart pulse with something other than spite. After all this stress, I need a distraction, and she's the perfect one. I don't know her well enough to be bothered by any quirks in her personality, but I do know enough about the way her eyes sparkle in the sunset to know I want those eyes looking up at me when I finish inside her. Turning this into a relationship? Not a chance. Making her climax over and over again while she screams my name? I'd die before passing up that opportunity. I ride the elevator up to our floor, passing a few cops in the hallway. The shooting happened on this floor, not that far from my room, which makes me suspicious. There's a chance it was a targeted hit, but that moron should know better than to fire a gun on a cruise ship in the middle of the ocean. Unless he has a helicopter picking him up, he's trapped. I don't envy the poor bastard. He's thrown his entire life away for something that never had to happen. Whether it was a drunken impulse decision, a brewing resentment that finally reached a breaking point, or a poorly targeted hit, whoever did this is going to rot in prison. My abs tighten as I approach my room. I can't forget that the killer is still on the loose. For all I know, he could be hiding out in my room, waiting for me to return so that he can get the right person. $1 million isn't worth much when you're behind bars, though. Freedom is far more precious than money. I key into my room, taking note of the temperature, the smell, and the tension in the air. Nobody's been here. I can already tell it's fine, but I still reach for my gun as I turn the light on and step inside. I check the bathroom, but there's nobody there either. I'm almost ready to relax and wait for the boat to continue on its way when a knock on my door causes my blood pressure to shoot back up. It's not a loud knock, but there's an urgency to it that can't simply be ignored. I really can't catch a break. God must have it out for me. I leave my gun out of the holster, but I keep it behind my back as I approach the door. Sometimes, if a person is really desperate, they'll attempt to shoot you through the door if they hear you on the other side, so I have to move quietly. There's another knock before I even reach the door, and I hear Stella's muffled voice from outside. I let out a long breath, tucking my gun away where she won't see it. When I open the door, I see relief pouring down her face. She laughs a little, shaking her head while looking at her feet. Then she looks up at me and smiles. I was so worried about you. I raise my eyebrow. Why? Did you think the police might take me away? What? No, you were. Well, can I come in? I open the door wider, allowing her to step past me into my room. I check the hallway before closing the door, but it's empty. Everyone has been told to stay in their rooms until this gets figured out. But they won't wait for long. I know how impatient crowds can be. Once one person breaks the rules, it won't be long before a few dozen emerge, and then the entire ship will be crawling with people like nothing happened at all. Wild start to our journey, huh? Stella spins around, holding herself and looking me over like she can't believe I exist. Yeah, pretty wild. You look shocked, I say, stepping closer to her. I am. I was told you might be dead. I've never been more confused. How on earth could she know I'm a target? Is she a spy? Some kind of undercover cop who's already started to develop feelings for me? I've experienced weirder things, but it really doesn't seem like Stella has anything to do with the police or the Bratva. Who told you I might be dead? I ask, coming up to her and casting a shadow over her. The woman in the room next to mine, she says, pointing with her finger as though she's trying to shift the blame. Molly. I don't do drugs, I reply flatly. No, her name is Molly. You really must think I'm dumb or something, I say with a chuckle. I know that. She scoffs, shaking her head at me but smiling. Her eyes sparkle, even under the darkness of my shadow. You're too much. I really thought something had happened to you because Molly said the guy who was shot had your name. Yuri. But she said it might have also been Jerry or something like that. Bingo. The bullet was meant for me, but it found its way into some poor bastard who shared my name. It had to have been an impulsive attempt to collect the recent bounty that's been placed. Well, I say, trying to hide my realization with a smile and a shrug. I guess I'm lucky it wasn't me. Odd coincidence, though. She places her hand on her heart. I was so worried. No need, but I appreciate the concern, I reply with a wink. But it is still dangerous out there with the killer on the loose. You should stay here with me. She nods. Yes, until they find the guy. I'd feel safer that way, if you're okay with it. Too easy. I almost hate to think I'm going to have her so soon. I've barely had time to build up an appetite. Feel free to spend the night, I say, leaning over and patting the mattress. Enough support here for 2, maybe 3 if you bring your friend Molly. Her expression immediately shifts, and I know I've messed up. It was really only a joke since I'm not interested in other women, but she hasn't taken it that way. I can tell I've crossed a line, and once crossed a line. Only joking, I say, moving my hand away from the bed. I was really worried about you, and all you can do is make stupid jokes about sex. I don't appreciate that at all, she snaps, a new sharpness in her voice. I'm a bit taken aback by the speed and ferocity of her switch-up. She seemed like an easy lay, but perhaps I was too confident. I underestimated her, and now I'm paying the price. And you know what? That was out of line. I'll admit it, I say, desperately trying to close the box of rage I've inadvertently opened. I think it shows the type of person you are, she replies, planting her hands on her hips. She's not convinced that my apology was legitimate. I don't think you can judge me after one day. Give it a few. I'll buy you dinner, I offer. She rolls her eyes. I came to see if you're still alive, and you clearly are, so that's all you're getting out of me. I'll see you around, or not. She turns to leave, and I grab her arm, pulling her back toward me. She slams her hand into my chest, stopping herself before she can collide with me. There's a fury in her eyes that I feel like I don't deserve. You're not good at taking jokes, I say, looking down at her. But maybe you didn't come here for the jokes. Let's be serious. She tries to pull away, but my grip on her is ironclad. I'm not willing to let her have this kind of attitude without learning the consequences of it. A spanking, perhaps. That'd be fitting for a girl like her. I suspect few people have dared try to teach her a lesson with the bratty attitude she has. Seeing the look of shock on her face would be a huge turn-on. Let go of me before I scream. I'm sure the cops aren't too far, she says, trying to pull away again. I smirk. First you act all concerned about me, and then you want me shot by a couple of trigger-happy pigs. That's cute. Seems I'm not the only one making bad impressions. You started it, she replies, her voice firm and steady. I made a joke. Are you jealous or something? You don't have to bring any friends. You're not funny, she replies dryly. I'm hilarious. Admit it. She tries to pull away again, but with much less effort. Not hilarious, more like stupid. You keep assuming that. I wonder why. You don't like foreigners or something. She rolls her eyes, not falling for that one. I've dealt with enough manipulative men to know better. There it is. That's what I was looking for. She's bitter about some guy and she's taking it out on me. I bet that's why she's on this cruise alone in the first place. She's looking for a rebound and another reason to hate men. Hell, I could give her both, but only if she stops acting like I'm terrorizing her for long enough to get her out of her clothes. I let go of her hand suddenly, and she stumbles backward. She grabs her wrist, rubbing it and staring daggers at me. You're lucky I don't report you for this. For what? Hurting your feelings. She glares at me, but that's all I get from her. It seems that this night is spoiled, and working my way back from a loss like this might be more effort than it's worth. But when Stella turns around to leave, her ass is like a pendulum, hypnotizing me into giving her another chance. I hate to think I'm only driven by pleasure, but what more is there to gain when I have to leave her in a month and move on to the next big cocaine deal? I let out a sigh once she's gone, shaking my head at the opportunity I spoiled by being too eager. I'm usually a patient person, but she has me jumping over myself to get a chance at having her in my bed. I'm almost about to have a few drinks and call it a night when I hear the shower turn on in Stella's room. I press my ear to the wall, and I hear something that surprises me. A soft moan, and then her delicate voice muttering my name.
Chapter 8. Stella.
Due to the extremely spicy nature of the next scene, it has been removed from this version. It is only available by following the link in the description or visiting bellakingbooks.com. There you will find the full audiobook with all spicy scenes included.
A thick cotton towel hangs beside the shower from my previous rinse, and I dry myself off with it again. It's a little damp, but I'm not bothered by it. When I was younger, I used to take upwards of 3 showers a day because I was a runner, a student, and I worked at a fast food place. All three of those things made me want a good rinse afterward, and I only ever had one towel. Growing up poor, it's a wonder I made it this far. Most people don't make it out, but I did, and I left it all behind in pursuit of greater things. And apparently greater things turned out to be sitting in front of a computer for 9 hours a day and coming home at the end of a long day to a cheating boyfriend. The impulse cruise isn't turning out to be much better. I wrap myself in my towel and sit down on the edge of my bed, only to be startled out of my oxygen-deprived daze seconds later by a knock on the door. That had better not be Yuri, and if it is, he'd better be coming with a more convincing apology than the last one. I get up, letting the towel slip down a few inches before opening the door. Yuri should know what he's missing. But it's not Yuri standing outside my room with a lopsided grin on his face and a gift in his hands. It's someone else entirely, a shorter man with thinning hair and a nose so crooked I wonder how he can breathe with his mouth closed. "Miss Stella," he says, his words rolled up in a thick Russian accent. "Just like Yuri." "Yes, that's me," I reply, closing the door a little. I trust this guy less than I trust Yuri, and I don't trust Yuri at all. "Yuri sent me to check on you. Said you might not feel safe with the killer on the loose." "Excuse me, what?" I ask, leaning forward and blinking in disbelief. "Who even are you?" "Chekhov." I laugh. "Yeah, okay, but are you with Yuri?" He nods eagerly. "Oh yes, I'm his brother." There's no way this guy is Yuri's brother. Unless Chekhov was robbed of every decent strand of DNA by Yuri at birth, the chance of them being related is thinner than Chekhov's hair. I raise an eyebrow at Chekhov, sincerely doubting his entire story. "Who says you're not the killer?" He looks taken aback. "Ma'am, I have come to provide protection. We don't know who the killer is, but until he is found, it's better that you're not put in unnecessary danger." I roll my eyes. "I don't need protection, and I'm not in danger. Please, stay away from me, and when you see Yuri, tell him that I'm done with his shit. I don't want him sending people to my room again." I close the door on Chekhov, feeling a little glimmer of empathy for the poor guy. It's not his fault that Yuri is such a psycho, but he should know better than to listen to him, even if they are really brothers. My towel drops to the floor as I walk back to my bed. I was sleepy before, but I'm awake again. I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep until the ship starts moving again. Not knowing what's going on with the shooting is driving me crazy with anxiety. Why haven't the police done anything? Surely it was all on camera. I lie back on my bed, staring up at the low ceiling and wondering how long it will take for life to return to normal. The drama of the cruise is making me forget about Tyler faster, but once I'm back on dry land, I'm sure he'll want to talk to me. I can't forget that he found out that I was on a cruise, so that means he's capable of coming after me once we reach our final port back in the United States. I sigh so long and deep that I expel all the stale air from my lungs. I want to keep going, to feel their full collapse, but my body forces me to inhale. I'm already bored. 5 minutes without a screen in front of me or a man harassing me, and my life has lost all meaning. I close my eyes, trying to feel the alluring pull of sleepiness again, but it doesn't come. I'm trapped in a loop of boredom and thoughts of Tyler and Yuri. Yuri and Tyler. Some weird combination of the two until I open my eyes again. I check my phone, which has no signal or messages, but tells me the time. It's only 10 in the evening. Normally I don't sleep until midnight, and I'm so on edge that I predict it'll take much longer. Another knock on my door makes my heart leap into my throat. I'm dying for a break from the monotony of staring at the ceiling, so I jump to my feet immediately, wrapping myself in a bathrobe this time before answering the door. I'm disappointed to see Chekhov again, but it's almost comical how apologetic he looks. He's so different from Yuri, who probably isn't even capable of feeling truly sorry for anything. I bet women let him get away with murder because he's so physically attractive. I was right to be annoyed with him. My first instinct never lies. "I came to give you an update about the situation at hand," Chekhov says, speaking to me in a manner that's better suited for addressing the CEO of a company going through a crisis. It's so odd. "I think he works for Yuri." He can't be his brother, though. He's too professional. By the situation at hand, I'm assuming you're referring to the shooting, and not Yuri. The shooting of Yuri? Yes. I groan. Not the same Yuri, though, right? Isn't that a weird coincidence? Chekhov's eyes shift away from me immediately. The wallpaper suddenly seems quite interesting to him. Very weird, but we're glad it's not our Yuri. Super glad. I agree sarcastically. Then you will also be glad that the killer has been apprehended and he's currently being removed from the ship. We should be on our way again shortly. Oh, I say, straightening up a bit. That's good news. Certainly is. Did we get a motive? Chekhov's eyes shift away from me again, and I know he's holding back information. This whole ordeal has been one crazy, confusing mess, and Yuri and his supposed brother know far more about it than they're letting on. I don't know anything about the motive, Chekhov says. I sigh. Okay, thanks anyway, I guess. Chekhov smiles. You're welcome. I'm about to close the door on him when the door beside me opens and Molly pokes her head out. Did I hear something about the shooting? I'm actually quite happy to see her. Yuri and Chekhov make her odd behavior seem normal, and being surrounded by men is starting to bother me. Maybe she can talk some sense into me and save me from falling into one of Yuri's traps. It's clear he's still trying to win me over. They apprehended the killer. I blurt before Chekhov can open his mouth. Maybe you want to get room service and talk about the juicy details. A grin spreads over her face. Thought you'd never ask. I flash a rude smile to Chekhov, leaving him in the hallway and joining Molly in her room. I didn't think it was such a big deal that she had a TV and I didn't, but now I'm realizing just how much I missed ruining my vision by staring at a screen while stuffing my face with junk food. The killer has been caught and the drama is mostly over. I can start over tomorrow, and I still have the entire month to forget about both Tyler and Yuri.
Chapter 9. Yuri. I'm not trying to marry her or anything, I grumble, flipping through channels as Chekhov sits at the edge of my bed, looking through the limited room service menu. I didn't want him in my room before, but now that I know Stella isn't coming around tonight, I could use his company. He's the closest thing to a friend that I have. Chekhov looks up at me with a slight frown, putting down the menu. You seem emotionally attached, that's all. Maybe it's a better idea to pursue someone else. Plenty of pretty girls in bikinis on this cruise. I'm not going to admit to him that I am emotionally attached. I shouldn't be, considering it's been less than 24 hours and I barely know Stella. But chemistry doesn't need time. It's immediate and explosive. The only problem is that it's exploding right in my face. Bikinis are one thing, but Stella is very beautiful. She'd look good in a potato sack. Chekhov laughs. She did look nice in her towel. Ah yes, the towel. It's because she immediately went right back into her room and touched herself in the shower after arguing with me. That kind of thing drives me crazy. If she wants me like that, why can't she just admit it and drop the rude act? It must be something from her past, or more likely someone. A failed relationship will have you putting up walls even against the nicest people. I would know because I had my fair share of heartbreaks in my 20s. That was when I had a heart. Now I don't, and I like it better that way. Nobody can get to me, not even Stella. Order some drinks, I say to Chekhov as he looks back down at the menu. We need to get drunk. He shrugs. I guess the danger is mostly gone. Mostly is right. It's never completely gone, but with the shooter off the boat and our cruise underway again, we're as safe as we can be right now. It's time for a break. I've been dying for one ever since I started planning this trip. I think I'm getting tired of making money, if that's even possible. It's not as exciting anymore. Kind of. Dull. They have beer, but damn, that price is terrible. Is this real? Chekhov turns the menu to me and points at the double-digit number beside the beer selection. Sticker shock never goes away, no matter how rich you get. When you come from the worst slums in Russia, paying anything at all for food and drink makes you feel like you're setting money on fire. I'm paying for it, so don't worry, I say, waving my hand. Just get as many of those as they'll bring to the room. He shrugs. Any food? No, I'm not hungry. He reaches for the phone in the room, checking it carefully before dialing any numbers. Old habits die hard. It used to be that everything was bugged, but they spy differently these days. They follow more rules, which works to our advantage until we leave American waters, and then it's a lawless wasteland again. I return to the TV, flipping through more pre-programmed channels as Chekhov orders enough alcohol to keep us drunk for weeks. I usually don't like drinking so much when we're working, but after dealing with Stella, I need something to loosen me up. She stresses me out like nothing else. It's crazy how running millions of dollars worth of cocaine is less taxing on my mind than a woman can be. Well, not just any woman. Stella is special in a way that I still can't wrap my head around, and the fact that she's unwilling to take crap from me, even though she obviously finds me attractive, just makes her all the more fascinating. I'll do another sweep of the ship, Chekhov says the moment he's off the phone. Just an extra check before we start drinking. I give him a dry look. What? He asks, holding up his hands like I have a gun pointed at him. I'm trying to keep you safe. I'm very safe. Thank you, I snap. I'm more concerned about you not being able to handle your drinks on a moving boat than someone coming in here and trying to kill us. Chekhov thumps a fist against his chest. I can handle them. It's just beer. Not like we're taking shots of vodka. Same thing. Different vessel. Sure, but your stomach would explode before you could drink enough to pass out, he replies. I chuckle. I don't know, buddy. With your stomach, you could probably drink a couple of six-packs without an issue. He narrows his eyes at me, but he struggles with a comeback. Sighing, he finally just shakes his head. We'll take it easy. I'm still going to check the ship one more time. I might not let you back into my room, I warn as he climbs off my bed. He shrugs. Stella might. I laugh at his attempt to make me jealous. He already knows I have feelings for her, but I'm not in deep enough for his words to have any effect on me. Maybe a little, but I hide it well. If she'll let you back into her room, I'll give you $1 million, I say as Chekhov opens the door. He looks over his shoulder and chuckles. You should know by now I'm a better gambler than you. Try me, I reply. Another chuckle and head shake, and he's out the door. He's probably more interested in perusing the ship in search of more threats than trying to get with my love interest. He knows I'd break his neck in a heartbeat. We can't forget who's in charge. Right-hand man or not, he still has to watch his step while he's working for me. While I'm waiting for the drinks, I meander over to the box of cigars sitting on my table, taking one out and rolling it between my fingers. Smoking is prohibited inside the rooms, but if I open a window, I'm sure nobody will notice enough to report it. I slice the end of my cigar with a polished silver cigar cutter, puffing on it dry a few times before lighting it. The taste of the tobacco is sweet and rich, with a hint of the ocean air running through it as I open the little oval window that faces the water. I light up my cigar, not bothering to lean out much and hide the smoke. These days, the only people I'm truly afraid of aren't the people who are out to reprimand me for smoking, or even the ones trying to kill me. The people who I have to watch out for are the sadistic ones who'd like to hang me by my toes and torture me until I lose my mind and eventually die. Considering that very real possibility, I'll have my cigar and I'll smoke it too. What's the worst that can happen? I release a few rings of smoke out the window, watching as they're caught in the wind and blown past me. It's already so dark outside that I can barely see the water, but I can still taste it in my mouth when I inhale. 5 minutes into my session, and there's a knock on the door. Chekhov has a copy of my master keycard, so it wouldn't be him unless he lost it. It must be room service with the beer. I leave my cigar on a small saucer on the table by the window, walking to the door carefully and opening it just a crack. I'm surprised to see Stella standing out in the hallway, but I'm not surprised by the scowl on her face. She hates me now for some reason. Couldn't stay away from me, I say with a smirk, opening the door some more. She's wearing the cutest little dress I've seen. It's blue and barely even reaches her thighs. I figure if she bends over, it'll probably show her entire backside. No, I was with Molly. She said you're too ugly for a threesome. I have to cover my mouth before I spit on her from laughing so hard. She has a sharp tongue and a quick wit. Talking to her will never grow dull. That wasn't meant to be funny, she says dryly. We were trying to enjoy a movie when we smelled smoke. Cigarette smoke, to be precise, and I knew it would be you. I'm surprised she can smell it from 2 rooms over, but maybe Molly has her window open. I'm not smoking cigarettes, I say with a diabolical grin. I can be just as witty as she is. She leans in, sniffing at me and wrinkling her nose. You definitely have been. Nope, I chirp. I'd never do something like that. Those cause cancer. She rolls her eyes, crossing her arms tightly across her chest. Don't make me call security on you. Cute. But I think they have more important things to worry about than someone getting ready for bed. You were smoking. Listen, I begin, leaning against the door frame and looking her over. That blue dress is insane. I'm certain she wore it on purpose just to play with my mind. If you can find a cigarette in my room, I'll admit I was smoking and stop. Great, she blurts, attempting to move past me. I leap in front of her, blocking the way. Hold on, I'm not finished. She glares at me, tapping her foot on the floor impatiently. I was about to say, I will stop if you can find a cigarette, but if you don't, I want to see what's under that little dress. Her cheeks flush the brightest pink I've seen from her yet, and the scowl melts off her face like hot wax. She opens her mouth, but closes it again when she realizes she doesn't know what to say. Or I'll just keep smoking. I don't mind either way, I say, starting to close the door. No. She jumps toward me, grabbing the door and pulling it open with surprising strength. I know you're smoking in here. You've admitted it. A victorious smile tugging at the corners of my mouth threatens to ruin my little game, but she doesn't notice it as she rushes past me toward the obvious smoke by the window. She plucks my cigar from the saucer and holds it up in the air, a clump of ash falling onto the floor. I let the door close behind me, and I stand in front of it. What's that? I ask. Your cigar, she says with a venomous twinkle in her eye. Right, so you can admit defeat now and take off your dress, I reply calmly. She frowns, thrusting the cigar out. What do you mean? I won. You're smoking in your room and I found it. You said I was smoking a cigarette, and that's not a cigarette. Her expression drops when she realizes her mistake. Oh, come on, that's not fair. This is the same thing. My eyes travel up her legs, arriving at the hem of her dress. It's so short I can almost what's underneath, but I won't get that pleasure until she lifts up the end herself. I have won, darling. It's time to hold up your end of the deal. She looks around the room, scanning desperately for some way out of my game. I wouldn't stop her from running, but it seems more like she wants a fair victory. Sometime tells me she might even show me what's under her dress if she can't find a way to win this. Rules are rules, I remind her. Suddenly, her eyes stop scanning and a smile spreads over her face. My stomach sinks as she dashes over to the bed, grabbing a pack of Russian cigarettes from the bedside table. I'm going to kill Chekhov for leaving those behind. Here are your cigarettes, Stella says, tossing the pack to me as she walks up to the door. And if you were wondering what's under my dress, I'll give you a hint. She opens the door and looks over her shoulder. Nothing at all. I curse under my breath in Russian as she leaves. This woman is going to drive me crazy.
Chapter 10. Stella. I join Molly the next morning for breakfast. She thinks it's hilarious how I twisted Yuri's mind last night, making him think he was going to get lucky before shooting him down. I think of it as revenge for what Tyler did to me, a special gift from us women to guys who have forgotten how to be gentlemen. Oysters actually don't have much flavor, Molly says, putting a plate down in front of me. Try them. I wrinkle my nose at them. They look like cold gray boogers. I don't see the appeal. Are those raw? She nods. They're better that way. Trust me, I had smoked oysters once, and the texture was just awful. I can't imagine it being worse than this, I say, picking up one of the shells and pushing my fork through the coagulated mess. Was this really a living creature at one point? It just looks like a glob of organs. They're really good, and it's all you can eat for breakfast, so enjoy. I know you'll love them, she says, her eyes lighting up as she takes one for herself. She stirs it around in the shell, puts a dash of Tabasco sauce on top, and then dumps it into her mouth. I look down at my own, wondering if the Tabasco would make it better or worse. I don't mind spicy things, but spicy boogers don't sound any more appealing than regular ones do. Molly urges me to eat it, grabbing another one and shoveling it into her mouth. Okay, this can't be that bad. I'm supposed to be living a little, trying new things and discovering myself. One raw oyster isn't going to kill me. I close my eyes and scoop it into my mouth, swallowing almost immediately without chewing. I smack my lips a few times as I process the taste. I smile. I guess you're right. It tastes a bit like the ocean. Reminds me of the beach when I was younger. We probably drank half the ocean while we were swimming. I laugh, remembering the distinct salty taste on my lips. This is similar but milder and without all the gritty sand. Good source of vitamins too, by the way, Molly says, reaching for her third oyster. And you need that after throwing up last night. Don't remind me, I say with a laugh, running my fingers through my hair. That shit was crazy. Certainly was, but hopefully now we can go on with our cruise without issue. Some of the islands we're stopping at are just incredible. I take another oyster, trying it with Tabasco this time. A few drops are all I need, and it ends up tasting even better. I didn't realize what I had been missing out on all these years. I guess there's a reason why there are so many oyster bars on the coast. How many cruises have you been on? I ask Molly as she plays with one of her ginger curls. I think I'd die for hair like hers. It's springy, wild, and adds so much depth to her look. I probably wouldn't appreciate getting the tangles out, but I like to imagine her hair is just magically resistant to tangling. She looks up at me, raising a cup of black coffee to her lips. More than I can count, honestly. I laugh. No job or anything. Oh, I work, she replies, taking a sip of her coffee and setting it back down. But if I told you what I did, I'd have to kill you. Her eyes are laughing at me, but the rest of her face is dead serious. I lean back in my chair, studying her for a moment. I'd believe that Yuri was up to no good, but Molly seems too pure to be involved in anything illegal. She's like a ray of sunshine, or more accurately, the entire sun. But if you really want to know, I do some camming here and there. You'd be surprised how many old men want to watch a redhead take her clothes off. Wow, I replied, genuinely surprised. I suppose that's one way to earn money. It's a good one, actually, but it's obviously not for everyone, she says, taking another sip of her coffee. Lot of creeps out there, and I've gotten some downright terrifying DMs, but for the most part, it's pretty easy money. Probably easy for her, considering her striking image, but I can't imagine trying to act alluring in front of thousands of people. I had enough trouble working up the guts to tease Yuri last night, and even then, I was about to crack when I realized I almost lost his little game. I got lucky. That's the only reason I didn't wake up in his bed this morning. The rest of breakfast with Molly goes well. We talk about guys, mostly. She has more bad exes than I do, which makes me feel a little better. It's nice to see someone go through so much hardship and still turn out positive. After breakfast, I head back to my room. I don't hear or smell Yuri at all, which is a good sign. Molly told me there was a sauna where the indoor pool is, so that's where I'm headed this morning. I figure Yuri won't find me there. I put on my smallest bikini and some flip-flops, wrapping up in a towel before heading out again. Every time I think about Yuri, it makes me want to see him. Even though he's annoying and conceited, he has this charm that pulls me in. Molly warned me not to make that mistake, though. Yuri has to redeem himself before I'd even consider hooking up with him, much less getting myself into a relationship. It's easy to monkey bar from one toxic man to the next, but it's important that I break that cycle so it doesn't keep going forever. It ends with Tyler. No more jerks. No more drama. Just a peaceful existence with the eventual possibility of a guy who treats me well and doesn't use me for their own pleasure. And I need to stop thinking about men so much. I went through a breakup, sure, but that doesn't mean my entire personality has to be centered on men and what they mean to me. I could take up a sport, start running again, or even start a new career. For now, I'm going to cook myself in the sauna because that sounds like pure heaven for my muscles. New beds always make me a little creaky, even if they're comfortable, like the one in my room. My body needs time to adjust. The cruise ship is just as bright and busy today as it was yesterday when we first left port. It's as though the shooting never happened. I'm sure the man who was murdered has a family that's hurting deeply right now, but the rest of the world has already moved on. Weird how that happens. No matter what, the sun always comes up, and someone out there is having the best day of their life. I choose to see that as a positive. No amount of suffering can bring down the entire world, and it certainly won't be bringing me down today. I'm going to relax and find stillness in the heat of the sauna. The door to the indoor pool is unlabeled, causing me to pass it up several times in my search, but I eventually locate it with the help of an elderly woman who prefers to swim there because there's no sun. She gives me a brief lecture about skin cancer, and I don't have the courage to tell her I didn't bring sunscreen on this trip. When she lets me go my own way, I wander down the end of the pool, past the changing rooms and the showers, and I find a sauna that looks like it hasn't been used at all yet. I'm surprised Molly knows about this place. I'm glad it's so empty though. I don't feel shy as I hang up my towel and slip out of my flip-flops, venturing into the scorching hot room in a bikini that barely covers my important bits. I remember buying it to feel cute, but Tyler told me I wasn't allowed to wear it out in public, even when we were together. I guess I see his point, but now I want to wear specifically to spite him. The wooden bench is nearly scalding when I sit down on it, but I can handle it. Hot baths and even hotter showers have gotten me used to high heat levels. I used to soak until my fingertips turned so wrinkly that I was scared my skin was going to fall off. These days, I like to imagine I'm a little more balanced, but in reality it's because I have less free time. Work, chores, eat, sleep, and repeat. That's my entire existence. But for 1 month, one golden slice of my life, I get to go back to the way things were growing up. I have nowhere to go and I have nowhere to be. If I want to, I can stay in this sauna until I have no more sweat to expel, and then I can take the coldest shower ever and go straight to lunch. A frozen margarita and as many corn chips as I can fit in my stomach. Throw in some salsa and I'm sold. I lie back in the sauna, closing my eyes for a moment and feeling the strips of heat across my back from the planks of wood. When I inhale, I can smell the wood with the heat, and it reminds me of summer camp and log cabins. My parents saved up an entire year to be able to send me one summer, and I almost didn't go because I felt so guilty about how much they had to spend on it. Things are different now, of course, but not in the way I had hoped when I was younger. I thought I'd be buying my parents a house on the beach, but all I was able to do was pay for Dad's mahogany casket when he died. Mom is fine these days, living off a retirement fund that was meant for 2, but I know she's lonely. I don't visit her often enough. I didn't even tell her I was going on a cruise. Damn, now I'm feeling guilty. I'm supposed to be relaxing. I refocus my brain on thinking about nothing, which is much harder to do than it sounds, but just as I'm able to sink into the feeling of thoughtlessness, the door to the sauna opens. And I smell coconut and spices.
The next scene is too spicy to include in this version. Please listen to the complete version at BellaKingBooks.com. Your book will continue now. Chapter 12. Yuri. I have a tendency to spoil things by getting too involved. It's a helpful trait when it comes to business and drug trafficking. But when it comes to Stella, it's downright destructive. I probably should just take Chekhov's advice and bone some clueless woman by the pool, but that wouldn't satisfy me. A man who already has everything craves only the possibility of failure, but not the guarantee of losing, and that feels like what I'm up against with Stella. I need to know more about her before I make any other moves. She has a past, and it's affecting her ability to enjoy a future with me. I need to move in and dig for information without scaring her off. Perhaps I was too quick. She's going to take much longer to crack, but the reward is worth it. I laugh to myself as I get dressed outside the sauna alone. Here I am, laying out plans like I'm going to war. Chekhov would be laughing his ass off if he knew what was going on inside my head. I get another little paper cup and fill it with water, drinking it in a single gulp and crushing the cup in my hand. That's the last I see of Stella today. I have to pace myself. No more stalking, and no more obvious meetings. I need her to start missing me before I show my face again. But that also means I need a distraction. I guess it's time to call my contact in Jamaica and talk business. We'll be stopping there in a few days, and I need to warn him about the increased need for security while I'm on the island. I can't forget there's a bounty on my head. I pass 2 of my men disguised as swimmers as I leave the sauna. Normally, it's comforting to have so many people on my side when the danger level has risen so high, but today it feels invasive. It's like the paparazzi rushing up to me with cameras in my face, asking me how it went with Stella. Not good. That's all I can say. I pass up the opportunity to get food or drinks like I had planned and head straight for the lower deck that's blocked off to regular passengers. A couple of cones is all it takes to get privacy on a boat. Signs don't work as well because people are too busy looking at their phones to notice them. I can't imagine paying thousands of dollars for a cruise only to waste it by being glued to your phone all day. Why pay extra for the slow Wi-Fi when you could be enjoying everything the boat has to offer? Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but I prefer it that way to today's total lack of self-control. I don't feel like Stella behaves that way, and I'm thankful for it, but most other people do. Especially Americans. Just something I've observed. I think it has to do with the individualism and self-indulgence rooted in their culture, but they can't be judged too harshly for it. It's what made them so successful in the first place. But my focus today has shifted from one particular pretty American woman to a clever Jamaican businessman who knows how to move cocaine like it's legal. Javel supplies almost the entire island, and as a result he lives a life of luxury most people would envy. It's never about the money, though. Once you reach a certain level, you start chasing power, and money is simply the bricks you use to build your fortress. It takes influence, charisma, loyalty, and bravery to remain on the throne, so I have the utmost respect for people like Javel, who seem to climb higher and higher every year. He'll understand my need for increased security. I call him when I'm out of earshot in view of the general public, extending the long antenna on my phone that connects to the signal amplifier hidden in the cargo area. It's not easy to get a good signal out here, but it's possible with the right equipment. Good times and good news, I hope, Javel says cheerfully as he answers the call. Mostly yes, I reply, looking out toward the water. Just a few last-minute updates for you. The ship was stopped for a few hours last night, just after leaving port. We should be making up the time with extra speed, but there's a possibility that we'll be a little later than expected. Better late than never, he says with a laugh. I'll be there. Just make sure there's ample security on the island. Whatever you have there, double it. I got you covered, my friend. Always have, always will. Just keep an eye out for snakes. It's not just the feds we're worried about this time. I have a bounty on my head from some morons who think they police the entire globe, I grumble. Hey, that doesn't sound good. Who'd you screw over this time? You know it's only me who gets screwed over. I run a clean business. But you made someone mad. What's the bounty? I grip the railing a little harder, old paint flaking off the warm metal. $1 million. Damn, I might just capture you myself when you land here. Javel laughs so hard that he starts coughing. He reminds me of my uncle. Never serious, but always somehow able to make himself a ton of money. Sometimes I wish I was that carefree, but I was born to be grumpy. You try that and see how it goes, I reply. Javel's voice returns to a more serious tone. Okay, man, sorry about all that. I'm sure those morons will end up shooting each other before they even get to you. I bet the money isn't even real anyway. Probably not, but that won't stop some idiot bounty hunters from making a mess of our little operation. The main issue is that things like this are going to draw more attention to what we're doing. Hey, that's true. You have to keep things on the low down. Don't make waves, you hear me? Let the ocean do that for you. I smile a bit at his attempt to be poetic. We're keeping it as covert as possible, but last night someone tried to kill me. Ended up dumping an entire magazine into someone who had the same first name as me. That's why I'm saying you need to keep security high. Make it visible, and nobody will be dumb enough to attempt a hit. You overestimate the intelligence of some of these guys, but you know I'm going to make it good for you. High security, clean transfer of goods, and a quick transfer of money. You know the drill. Certainly, I reply with another smile. And if you have some of that jerk sauce your cousin makes, I'll take a case of that too. Chekhov wouldn't stop talking about it last time. My pleasure. We're all cousins here. Take it easy and I'll see you soon. All right, bye. I hang up the phone and tuck it into my pocket, feeling a bit better about our first port. I like Javel. He's much easier to work with than some of the other people we're working with on this trip. The final port is where things get the most dangerous, but we'll get around to it later. Operations this big call for patience and focus. We go from one port to the other, making sure everything is right before shifting our aim. We made a plan, and I'll be damned if I allow a bounty to ruin it.
Chapter 13. Stella. I haven't seen or heard from Yuri at all in the past 48 hours, and I don't know whether to be relieved or concerned. I suppose it's a little of both. Relieved because I can sit by the pool in a bikini and not have to deal with him walking over wearing tiny shorts and a big grin. Concerned because someone was shot with the same name as him, and I can't shake the feeling that it isn't a coincidence. I still don't know what he does for a living. I feel like I should ask, but after finding out what Molly does, part of me feels like that'd be a mistake. With how attractive and comfortable he is being naked, who says he's not also taking his clothes off on camera? I'd probably watch one of his shows, but only from morbid curiosity. I take a sip of my Bloody Mary, stirring it with the stick of celery in the tall glass before setting it down on the table beside me. It's a dream being out here in the sun all day. I've been locked inside an office for so long that I can literally feel the sun unlocking dopamine trapped in my deprived body. After an hour, I don't care much about anything. I feel like a lizard out here, soaking up the golden rays of energy before crawling under a rock and sleeping through the cold night. It'd be nice if someone was there to keep me warm, but I'm rocking this cruise solo. Who says I need a man? Just as I begin to imagine what life would be like without anyone at all, I hear a voice from behind me. Thought I'd find you here. Crap, it's him again. I sit up in my chair, grabbing my drink off the table defensively as he sits down beside me. I take a big gulp of it. I'm going to need the buzz if I have to deal with him again. Been a while, he says, adjusting his impossibly small shorts. They're all he's wearing, aside from a watch that probably costs more than the car I left parked in my mom's driveway back home. I didn't want Tyler getting into it, and he doesn't know where my mom lives. I figured it was safe there. It hasn't been that long. I just saw you, I say, shaking my head at him and wondering if he can see my eyes wandering down to his crotch from behind the dark tint of my sunglasses. You just saw me? He asks, squinting through the sunlight. Have you been stalking me or something? I laugh. As in the other day, dummy, I wouldn't stalk you. If anything, I'd avoid you. Why? He asks, sounding genuinely curious. I shrug, pulling the celery out of my drink and taking a bite. The crunch is phenomenal. I don't trust you. That's all. Why not? Why all the questions? I snap. Why follow me out to the pool instead of minding your own business? He grins. I like it when you're feisty. I roll my eyes, setting down my drink and reclining back in my seat. Whatever. But seriously, why don't you trust me? He asks. I close my eyes. Because I don't know you. Would you like to? I grit my teeth. No. How about lunch? It's on me. I pretend like I'm ignoring him, but I'm really thinking about what the consequences would be if I say yes. I was interested in getting to know him better, so it's not like this is way out of line. It's not another naked session in the sauna. It's just lunch. Fully clothed. In public. Don't you think it would be nice to? Yes, I blurt, sitting up again. Yes, fine, let's do lunch. I try not to look at him, but I can still see the glint of his pearly teeth as he grins beside me. But let me finish my tan first, okay? I lie down, my heart beating much harder than it should. Maybe it's the alcohol, but I suspect it's the excitement of going to lunch with Yuri. He's hard to predict, but that's what makes him so enchanting. He gives me the impression that anything could happen. My heart doesn't stop racing until a good 10 minutes after our conversation. Yuri is still lying in the chair beside me, his eyes closed and a little smirk on his lips as he soaks up the sun. He thinks he won, but he doesn't know how much trauma I'm about to dump on him. I'm going to scare him so bad with stories of my past that he's never going to want to look at me again. And then I'll finally be left alone. It hurts a little to think about how easy it's going to be to get rid of him once I start unloading all the negativity, but that's how it always is. Either you keep your mouth shut and pretend like the world has been chocolate and butterflies to you since you were born, or you tell the truth and get turned away like you're damaged goods. My life hasn't even been that bad, but Tyler would constantly put me down if I even said one thing about my past. I couldn't talk about anything to him without him getting upset and saying I was bringing him down. More of the same from Yuri, I expect. How can a man who only sees me as a tool for his gratification not be turned off by me turning out to be a human being with struggles, pain, and emotions? Of course, I'd like to think he'd see past all that, but I'm not getting my hopes up. Another half hour goes by before I finally work up the courage to get up from my chair. Yuri is pretending to be asleep beside me, but I see him flinch when my shadow falls across his face. "Hey, I'm going for lunch. It'd be a shame if you missed it." His eyes open immediately, and he jumps out of his chair. "Let's go." I want to laugh at the way he's behaving, not because it's childish and over the top, but because it's genuinely sweet. Why is he so excited about having lunch with me? I try not to think too much of it as I follow him back to the cool interior of the cruise ship, throwing on a rainbow polka dot cover-up that matches my suitcase. I love polka dots. Even better if they're an assortment of colors. It all started when my dad bought me some rain boots that were white with colored polka dots on them so I could jump in the puddles after the storm. I was always scared of thunderstorms until then. Now I look forward to them and smile when I think about how my dad was able to change everything with rainbow polka dots. See, that's a good man right there. Not like Yuri, who thinks with his dick and believes that wearing a fancy watch and buying me lunch is going to impress me. It takes a whole lot more than that, and he wouldn't even begin to understand why. Lobster, Yuri grunts as we enter one of the dozens of seafood restaurants on the cruise ship. He's still wearing just a tiny pair of shorts, and I'm convinced his caveman attitude and lack of clothing are going to get us thrown out immediately. To my surprise, however, the host looks at him and nods. For two, I assume. He nods, slipping a hand around my waist and pulling me close to him. "A private table, if you can." "We have one upstairs for you," the host says, smiling with his eyes as he nods for us to follow him. I look up at Yuri as he leads me forward. I'm a bit confused. Does he know the host? Perhaps even the owner of the restaurant? "I'm surprised they let you in without a shirt. Seems like too nice of a place," I whisper to him, digging for information. "Shirts are for when they don't want to see your saggy old body," he replies. "I'm not that old yet." I laugh. "Surely that's not the only reason they let you in without one." "Try it," he says with a scheming smirk. I give him a look of annoyance, but I'll admit he's kind of funny. Inappropriate and juvenile, perhaps, but still funny. "I'll give you a moment to look at our drink menu and someone will be here to take your order shortly," the host says, pulling out a chair for me as Yuri sits down. "Thank you," I say, taking my seat across from Yuri. We're the only people in a small, candlelit room that has black velvet upholstery and an enormous painting of a white whale on the wall. It looks to be a VIP section. Does that make me an important person? They have a wonderful selection of wine here, if you're into that sort of thing. Otherwise, it's cocktails all the way, Yuri says, holding up a narrow menu and running his finger down the list. He arrives on one, tapping it a few times. "I'll be going with the Abrau Durso. Nothing too fancy, but it does remind me of home." "Russia?" He nods. "Cold as hell, but pretty in its own way. A lot of beautiful architecture and history." "How long have you been away from home?" I ask, eager to dig into his life. I don't want this to come off like an interrogation, but I feel like I've passed judgments on him without really knowing who he is. I need to know more to figure out if my judgments have been correct. Yuri puts his menu down, rolling his shoulders a few times before answering me. 20 years since I left Russia. I've been back a few times, but they don't like me there. Not terribly safe for me anymore." "That's pretty intense," I say, my eyes widening at his admission. "Any particular reason why?" broke a few laws. I'm sure there would be a lengthy prison sentence waiting for me if I went back anytime soon, he replies casually. I lean forward, forgetting entirely about the wine menu as I become engrossed in his story. What laws did you break? Drug trafficking laws, he says with a thin smirk. But I got out before they caught me. I try to live a little cleaner these days. Once you get your hands dirty, it's hard to wash everything off. The fact that he just casually admitted to drug trafficking is both disturbing and fascinating. I knew I'd be opening an interesting can of worms when I dug into his personal life, but this is so juicy I'm already thinking of how I'm going to tell Molly. She loves some good gossip, and this little tidbit from Yuri is juicy. I should probably feel guilty about spilling Yuri's secrets, but he told me like it meant nothing to him. It can't be that big of a deal. All right, he says, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He lays his palms down on the table. I've told you something about me. Now you will tell me something about you. Sounds fair, I say, trying to think of something interesting, yet not too personal, to tell him. But he beats me to it with a question. Who's the guy? I frown, thinking he's talking about someone in the room at first. I look over my shoulder. What guy? Your guy. The guy who broke your heart. Blood rushes to my face and I feel static in my feet. My mouth is dry when I speak. What are you talking about? You're a woman with a past. I can tell because you don't trust me, and the only reason you don't trust me is because someone broke your heart. Tell me I'm wrong. I don't like that he's making such drastic accusations that also happen to be right. Either he's playing it fast and loose with his comments and hoping he's right, or he's fantastic at reading people. I'm not sure which possibility bothers me the most. You're not exactly wrong, I say, speaking slowly. But you're making a lot of assumptions, which are all correct. I want to knock that smug look off his face. This was supposed to be a cute little lunch, not an opportunity to tear me to pieces. So what if I've had a relationship before? Everyone has, I say, crossing my arms. He shrugs. I didn't say there was anything wrong with that. It's normal. I nod. Right. So, what's his name? God, I can't believe he's still going on about this. Why does he care anyway? It's not like knowing about my ex is going to get him in my pants. If anything, talking about Tyler is only going to turn me off more than I already am. His name is I begin, but then the waiter shows up with his hands clasped together and an expectant smile on his face. Lovely. We can talk about wine instead. Had enough time to look at the menu? He asks, looking at me, then at Yuri. Yuri looks at me, and I sink deeper into my seat. I haven't even looked at the menu. I'll have what he's having, I say. Yuri chuckles. So that'll be 2 of the sparkling wine from Abrao Durso. Excellent choice, the waiter says, and I detect a slight Russian accent in his voice. Who isn't Russian on this cruise ship? The moment the waiter leaves, Yuri leans forward, his eyes bright blue in the candlelight. What's his name? I groan. Seriously. You were about to tell me. Tyler, I snap, cocking my head to the side. Are you happy? He shrugs. Perhaps. Are you over him? Yes, I reply, but that's only partially true. So, you should move on. No use hanging on to that guy. It's a waste of your time, he says, lacing his fingers together on the table like he's my therapist. I put my napkin down and narrow my eyes. Who said I was still caught up on him? I did. Well, I'm not. I dumped him because he was cheating on me. You get over jerks pretty quick. Yuri's jaw drops and he shakes his head in disbelief. You're lying now. How can someone cheat on you? Impossible. He seems genuinely shocked, but I wasn't when I found out what Tyler was doing. He had a history of looking at other women when he didn't think I was watching, and sometimes he'd even do it in front of me when he knew I could see him. I'm not lying. He was a total jerk. And he was. Yuri taps his finger on the side of his head. Slow. I laugh, blushing at his words. Maybe a little stupid. A little? To risk losing a woman like you by cheating is beyond stupid, he says, redness rushing to his face as the volume of his voice rises in anger. You had better not tell me his full name, because if I know, I will hunt him down and strangle him for being such a fool. I look around, even though I know the room is empty. Calm down, I say, waving my hand. It's not that big of a deal. Besides, if he hadn't cheated, I wouldn't be having lunch with you right now. Yuri grins, but I can see that he's still angry. Right? I should thank him and then murder him. He holds up his fist and shakes it, saying something in Russian that I probably don't want translated. Okay, relax. I'm not going to tell you his name. I don't want to know, he blurts. Because I would kill him. I'd break every bone in his worthless body. I raise an eyebrow, catching the opportunity to tease him. You sound a bit jealous. Jealous of that idiot? Not possible. I shrug. Yeah, well, you're getting awfully worked up when I talk about him. Cheating is dishonorable. You are sooner a cockroach than you are a man if you cheat, he growls. Damn, he's really passionate about this. I'm impressed by his unyielding adhesion to his values, if not a little intimidated at the same time. I get the impression that he's not just talking about killing Tyler because he's a cheater. The anger in his voice tells me he might actually make an attempt on Tyler's life if they ever meet. Obviously, I can't let that happen. I doubt Tyler is going to show up on one of our island stops, but when we finally arrive back in the United States, I suspect Tyler will want to have the final word. Yuri mutters something in Russian again before the waiter comes back up with 2 plates of lobster and a bottle of wine.
Chapter 14. Yuri. I can't even taste my food with the thought of Tyler in my head. Stella won't tell me his full name for fear of what I will do to him, but I've already decided I must know. I will have Chekhov find out for me, and then when we finish our cruise, I will find Tyler and make him pay for what he did to Stella. She doesn't deserve that, and he's insane to have done it to her. What kind of man cheats on a woman so pure and innocent? I have to hide my rage from Stella so she doesn't think I'm insane, but it's bubbling deep inside me, even as we continue talking. So moving on from my tragic past, I'm sure you've had your fair share of relationships, Stella says as she separates the meat in her lobster tail. I shrug. I don't like dating. No? A second ago you were all about loyalty. I am loyal, but there are few women worth being in a relationship with. Plus, my work takes most of my time. I find that most women can't handle that kind of lifestyle. She looks at me and pauses for a moment. What kind of work takes you on cruises? Do you work on the boat or something? Something like that, I reply, keeping it vague. I've already revealed enough about my past life of crime. She took it well, but I suspect that telling her I'm still involved in the drug trade would be too much for her. That's the real reason I can't have a relationship. I don't like hookups as much as I crave having someone by my side at all times, but it's not possible. I've tried and it doesn't work. Women who fall in love with Bratva bosses are all materialistic or evil. Ask me how I know. You have to tell me what you do for a living. I'm interested, she says, leaning so far forward that she nearly knocks over her wine. I shake my head. Boring stuff. Logistics for international companies. It's not quite the truth, but it doesn't feel like that much of a lie either. She pouts. Yeah, not very exciting. I was hoping to hear more about your drug trafficking business. Damn, she's hitting a little too close to home, even if she's joking. I dig into my lobster, pulling meat out of the tail and dipping it in clarified butter. I still can't taste anything but the metallic bitterness of anger in my mouth from what Tyler did to her. How could a man waste the opportunity to have a happy life with such a perfect woman? I have more questions, if you don't mind me asking, Stella says. She's already finished her food, and now she's going for the wine. I can barely touch mine. I don't know why it bothers me so much that someone didn't treat her right, but it does, and I'm concerned by how I feel. This is weakness. The Bratva doesn't tolerate weak men. Ask me anything, I say, faking a smile. I'm an open book. What do you really want from me? She asks, challenging me with her eyes. They're sharp and vibrant, reminding me of a crisp winter day in Russia. I nearly choke on my food. I slam my fist into my chest a few times, buying myself some time to come up with an answer that's not going to end with her slapping me and leaving in a whirlwind of anger. I just want to get to know you, I finally say, meeting her gaze with as much confidence as I can muster. Is that so wrong? Not wrong, just not true, she replies softly. What makes you think that? She laughs silently through her nose. You're charming, but you're a terrible liar. Okay, then I'll be more honest, I say, leaning in so close that the air in the room grows thick with tension. I lower my voice down to a whisper, and I can see her pupils expanding as I speak. I want your legs on my shoulders and your nails dug deep into the skin on my back. I want to look into the mirror the next morning and see marks, and then I want you to add more. Her bottom lip drops down just a centimeter as her lips part. She's speechless, but it's too soon to go for a kiss. I want her to think about what I just told her first. I want her to crave me the way I crave her, and only then will I claim her. I lean back in my seat, folding my arms over my bare chest. Satisfied? I ask. She remains speechless, her bottom lips trembling a bit as she struggles to regain composure. I'll take that as a yes. I'll see you tonight. My room. Midnight. I get up from the table, but I'm only able to take a few steps before she jumps from her seat and grabs my arm. I turn, expecting her to say something about how I'm moving too fast, or she needs to hear more of what I'm going to do to her, but I get a response I don't expect at all. What about the bill? She asks. Quirky little thing. She's going to make me fall in love if she doesn't stop with this behavior. I shrug her hand off my arm. Relax, darling, lunch is on the house today. I'll see you tonight. I look back at her. Oh, and don't bother packing pajamas. I prefer to sleep naked. I give her a little wave as I leave, hurrying down the stairs and nearly running out of the restaurant so she doesn't have the opportunity to catch up to me. I don't think she's going to attempt to follow me, but she might be spooked that I left her with the bill, even though I didn't. It's all on me. This whole boat practically belongs to me, though it's not in my name. That's just a technicality, but it's one that makes me safer. In my position, the fewer things that are in my name, the better. It's a lot harder to track someone down for tax evasion if there's no paper trail. I make a hasty retreat to my room, moving some things around in my closet to make room for all the guns. Stella already is a bit suspicious of me, so I'm not taking any risks by leaving guns and ammunition out where she can find them. The only thing I leave is a small pistol on my side, which I always have on me. No matter where I go, I keep an iron on my hip and around in the chamber. I can draw and fire in under a second, which has gotten me out of trouble on more than one occasion. Cruise ships happen to be safer. Nobody is going to blow up a boat in the water with thousands of innocent passengers on board to get to me, and if anyone does sneak on the ship to make an attempt at my life, they're going to find out very quickly that they're severely outgunned and outnumbered. This ship will become a floating coffin for anyone who makes themselves my enemy. I managed to fit most of my guns into several suitcases that only just fit in my closet. I cover those with a few shirts and sweaters, making it impossible for Stella to find anything she shouldn't without her making an obvious effort to snoop. If she does that, then I'll know that I'm the one who can't trust her. Once everything is neat and in order, I give Chekhov a call and tell him not to come to my room tonight. He wants to put someone by the door, but I decline. I'm not ruining this night for anything. After the cleanup and phone call, it becomes a waiting game. I can't stay boxed up in my room for so long, so I leave and take a stroll through the shopping mall on the ship. Stella deserves some flowers if she shows up tonight, and I deserve a break.
Chapter 15. Stella. To go or not to go, that is the question. It'll be a hookup, but if that's what you want, then go for it, Molly says as she flips through TV channels on her bed. You think it's a bad idea? I ask, trying to ease the anxiety that's growing inside of me. Every time I think of Yuri, his bright blue eyes and his large hands, I think of the way he would claim me in his bed. I know it's going to be good, but I also feel like it's going to ruin my life somehow. I still don't know him. He's a stranger, and that makes him all the more dangerous. I never said it was a bad idea, Molly says without looking at me. Her eyes are still glued to the TV. I just said that you should be aware of what you're walking into. I should take things slower, I say, wiping the sweat from my palms onto my thighs. I never sweat this much. It's worse than I was in the sauna. Could it be a shellfish allergy, or am I really this worked up about Yuri? Slow, fast, anywhere in between. It's still up to you. Don't let him force you into anything you're not comfortable with, but also don't get stuck on feeling guilty about your ex. Molly turns off the TV and looks at me. But you already know that. I think you're just nervous. I nod vigorously. Everything she's said so far has been true. I'm a little stuck on Tyler because being intimate with someone else still feels like betrayal. It doesn't matter that we're not dating anymore. It's been under a week, and I still feel like I'm going to be coming home to him, even though I never will. Nor do I want to. Molly pats the bed beside her. Come here and stop standing there shivering like a leaf. It's awkward. I shuffle over to her bed and sit down on the end of it, looking into my lap. Everything is happening so fast. Then take it slower. I don't see what the big deal is, she says, throwing her hands up. You are so beautiful, and Yuri is going to wait as long as he has to for you. Believe me, you can turn him down a dozen times over, and he's still going to be following you around, begging you to spend the night with him. You think so? Grow a backbone, she replies, thumping me hard on the back. I laugh, moving away from her. She must have grown up with brothers. Come back here. I'm serious, she says, clamping a firm hand down on my shoulder. You are a princess, and he's just a beast. He might seem like Mr. Handsome and mysterious to you, but he's just another guy. Don't give away your position of power in all this. I press my lips together in a resolute smile. It feels more like a grimace right now, but I'm happy with what she's telling me. I shouldn't allow Yuri to have this much power over me. He's the one who is trying so hard to get to me, and that means I'm the one with all the power. I feel good for about as long as it takes to imagine his hands on my body and his lips pressed against mine, and then I turn into a tight bundle of nerves again. Molly notices and lets out a long sigh, turning the TV back on and scrolling through channels. You'll figure it out. For what it's worth, I think you should go. There's no better way to get over someone than getting under someone new. I've heard it put that way once or twice before, but I hadn't thought to apply it to my failed relationship with Tyler. I suppose I might actually be able to forget about him if Yuri is as amazing as he seems. But if he isn't, I'm only going to dig myself into a deeper hole of misery. You're right, I finally say, looking toward the window. The sun is already starting to set, and I haven't even started to get ready for my little midnight rendezvous with Yuri. I'm going to see him tonight, even if nothing happens. She laughs. Oh, something is going to happen. Better be prepared or you're going to end up with a bun in the oven. My hand drifts down to my belly, and for some reason I can immediately picture what it would be like to carry Yuri's baby. I've never been pregnant before, but I can feel the weight in my belly as I hold it, and I can see Yuri on his knees, planting soft kisses and whispering sweet things in Russian as he looks up at me with his bright blue eyes. A shiver runs through my body, and the tiny hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up. I'm not afraid like I should be. In fact, it's the complete opposite feeling that's swirling around inside of me. Excitement. I can't tell this to Molly or she would berate me. Secrets are made to be kept, and I'll be taking this naughty little one to the grave. I look up at Molly, who is already staring at me like I've lost my mind. I swipe my hand away from my belly, holding it stiffly at my side, but the damage is done. You're taking condoms, she says, getting up from the bed and walking over to her dresser. I don't care what he says about them being uncomfortable, or if you're on birth control, you still need them. I'm not on birth control, and she's right. I can't expect Yuri to have them, and knowing him, he probably wouldn't. The only thing that bothers me as she dumps a dozen shiny squares in my hand is that bringing condoms means I know we're going all the way. It confirms what I'm trying to pretend isn't happening. It's silly to feel this way, but it doesn't change the tightness of dread in my stomach as I say goodbye to Molly and take the condoms back to my room. I shouldn't have to be told to act responsibly. I know the risks, and if I want to take them, I'm well within my right to do so. A wave of misplaced anger rises inside of me. I like Molly, but nobody can make these kinds of decisions for me. I wouldn't even allow my mom to talk to me about being safe before I went to college. I've always been a free spirit, and that's something that was stolen from me by dating the wrong sort of people. Tyler was controlling and emotionally manipulative. I've been with guys before him who literally told me what I could wear and when I could go out. Hell no. I'm not doing that again. I don't care if Molly means well. I'm the only one in charge of what I do. I toss the condoms onto my bed and leave them there as I get ready for the night ahead. I haven't decided whether I'm going to take them, but I'm leaning toward no. I didn't come on this trip to play it safe. I came to be impulsive and experience what it was like to enjoy myself without someone breathing down my neck. At the end of the day, all the hardship I've faced and all the controlling people in my life have been my fault. Sometimes it feels good to blame things on other people, but as a free woman, I'm ultimately in charge of what happens. I can say no to the things I don't want, and perhaps more importantly, I can say yes to the things I desire most. Like this cruise. And meeting Yuri at midnight. And throwing caution to the wind as I leave my room at exactly 11:59, wearing nothing but a tiny black dress, no jewelry, no underwear, and no condoms.
Chapter 16. Yuri. I've been preparing myself all night to stomach the possibility that Stella doesn't show up. I almost don't know what to do when I hear her knock on my door. I check my teeth in the mirror, smooth back my hair, and take a deep breath as I walk slowly toward the sound of knocking. No rushing. She doesn't need to know how nervous I am that she showed up. As I open the door, my heart jumps into my throat, and I feel like someone has sucked the air out of my lungs. She's so beautiful that it hurts to look at her. Something deep within me aches at the thought of sharing a bed with her, but not because I'm so eager to claim her. It's because once I have her, I'm terrified of what's going to happen to me when I lose her. It's not if. It's never if. I know it's when, and when is only a few weeks from now. I'm usually good at pushing past the need for instant gratification for better long-term prospects, but I've been getting more impulsive lately. I almost want Stella to break my heart and teach me a lesson before I take things too far. "You look amazing," I say to her, and she turns red instantly. A smile creeps onto her face, and it's like we've just met all over again. "Thank you," she mutters, looking down at her feet. She's wearing red high heels and her toenails are painted white. The combination screams at me to bend her over the bed the moment we're in the room together. Doing so would be a little too impulsive though, and I need to slow down. There's nothing worse than jumping the gun and getting shot in the chest in return. She's shy, and if I rush, she's going to get overwhelmed and leave. I grit my teeth, opening the door and letting her in. I check the hallway instinctively before closing the door. Chekhov is nowhere to be found, and that's a good thing. I told him to get lost for the evening, and he's finally starting to listen. As I close the door and turn to face Stella, my mind goes blank. I had 1,000,001 things I planned to do tonight, and I can't think of a single one. She's going to think I invited her here just to do filthy things to her, which isn't the case. I want more than that from her, even though I should be cutting her off after a one-night stand. I'm playing with fire by considering anything different, but seeing her like this has my mind jumping so far into the future that it scares me. I snap out of my mental cycle of panic, moving toward her until I remember what I had planned. There's a cold metal bucket on the bed with a bottle of champagne buried in ice. 2 crystal flute glasses sit on the bedside table. "Care for a drink?" I ask as I remove the frosty bottle from the bucket. Beads of water roll off the glass onto my feet. Stella nods, holding her fingers up to show how much she wants. "Just a little." "Double that and we have a deal," I say, popping the cork. She jumps at the sound. "Okay, but you're not getting me drunk tonight." I smile as I pour the champagne into the flutes. There's something to be said for drunk nights under the covers, but if I'm taking Stella tonight, I want to be as close to sober as possible. I don't want to miss a single sensation, not the lightest touch or the softest word whispered into my ear. The booze is just to loosen us both up. The nerves in this room are worse than a high school dance. I hand Stella a glass and take one for myself, sitting on the edge of the bed. I pat the mattress beside me, and she shuffles over, sitting down carefully. Her dress rides up so high that it's almost impossible for me to keep my hand off her thigh. "Not yet." We have the whole night ahead of us. I raise my glass. Cheers to new beginnings. A smile stretches across her face, and she raises her glass high. I'll drink to that. With a luxurious ring, our glasses bounce off each other, and we drink our champagne. I only take a sip, but when I look over at Stella's glass, I see that it's empty already. Let me top you off, I say, going for the bottle. Stella laughs and tosses her blonde hair over her shoulder. I can't decide if you're spoiling me or turning me into an alcoholic. I pour her glass and top mine off with it. Welcome to Russia. It's not quite cold enough, she says, taking a smaller sip of her drink this time. I could make it colder, but then I'd never get you out of that dress. Who said you ever were? She asks. There's that sass again. She has more of that than I have patience at times. I stand up from the bed, pretending like I'm going to the thermostat. I could turn it down, I say, fishing for a reaction. She shrugs. My room is too hot anyway. I'm pretty sure the ventilation isn't working properly. Ah, I think you mentioned that before, but you declined to let me fix it. She flicks her hair over her shoulder again. How foolish of me. I'm ready to be pampered now. You can come over tomorrow and fix it. I come back to her, sitting down and testing a hand on her knee. The warmth of her skin and the incredible softness of it make blood rush to my ears. If I wasn't already sitting down, I wouldn't trust my legs not to buckle underneath me. Some people would find that dramatic, but they've never met Stella. Her energy is like the sweetest poison, tempting me to drink, only to kill me moments later. As far as I can tell, she's unaware of her power over me. It's maddening, but if it stays unknown to her, then I'm safe. The moment she figures out what she can do to me, however. I move my hand and inch up her leg, hoping to gain confidence. Her cheeks are pink, but her eyes are sharp and determined. She still has the upper hand, even if she doesn't realize it. We're heading to Jamaica, right? She asks, breaking the tender silence. Yes, that's the first stop, the day after tomorrow. She nods. I've never been there. In fact, I've never been to any of the places we're stopping. It'll be nice to spend a few days exploring. It certainly will. Jamaica is a beautiful country. I have a few friends there. Will we meet them? She asks, looking at me with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. How could I say no to her? I couldn't, and it's going to get me in trouble. Javel gives off such a strong drug lord vibe that she would know instantly that I'm operating on the wrong side of the law. I clear my throat. Maybe when I'm done with business. Oh, I didn't realize this was a business trip for you, she says, leaning back. What are you up to in Jamaica? Logistics, I reply with a thin smile, hurrying to change the subject. But that's not nearly as exciting as what I have prepared for tonight. Do you know how to play poker? Her eyes narrow. Sounds like a trick. Because it is, I reply, moving my hand another inch up her thigh. She looks down at my hand, then directly into my eyes. It's not that easy to trick me. What's the deal? Strip poker, I reply, moving my hand up another inch. Are you prepared to gamble? I've already seen you naked. How about we up the ante a bit? I tilt my head to the side, curious as to what she has in mind. I wasn't expecting something like this from her, but she's proven to be unpredictable. You win, and I'm naked for the rest of the night, she says, putting her hand on mine and pulling it off her thigh. She squeezes my fingers. But if you lose, I want you to pay for my cruise. The whole thing, including food and anything I want, anywhere we stop. I raise an eyebrow at her proposal, but I'd be a fool not to take her up on it. I've played poker with cheaters and still managed to win, so beating her won't be difficult. I pull my hand away and snap my fingers. Done. I'll even give you my credit card, darling, and you can buy yourself the entire country of Jamaica if you see fit. She tosses her head back and laughs. Oh, what? Does it have $1,000 limit on it or something? I reach into my back pocket, retrieving my wallet and opening it. The cocky smile drops from her face as I pull out a black metal card. Recognize this. She tries to bluff, but her poker face is terrible. It's just one more reason why winning tonight is going to be easy, but maybe that was her plan all along. Is that a starter card or something? She asks, wrinkling her nose. Believe what you want to, darling, but if you want something, it's nothing for me to buy it for you. You have to win first, of course, I say. She shrugs. No problem. Let's play. I get up from the bed, grabbing the poker set from my closet and shifting a few jackets to hide the suitcases full of guns better. There's no reason to, but it makes me feel more comfortable. I need a break from the Bratva, if only for tonight. I pull the nightstand away from the wall, putting it at the end of the bed and sitting down in a chair on the other side before unfurling the poker set. Stella scoots up closer, and all I see is skin as her dress rides up. Is she even wearing anything under that dress? I'm distracted for a good few seconds before I'm able to focus on the poker set. Shit, if she opens her legs a few times while we're playing, I might just lose. I'll shuffle, she blurts the moment the cards are in my hand. I pass them to her, divvying up the poker chips as she shows off her shuffling technique. Clearly she's played cards before, but that doesn't intimidate me. I'm so good that I consider going competitive, but crime paid more than gambling. You shuffle, but I deal, I say, taking the cards from her. She shrugs. Lay them down.
Chapter 17. Stella. I might be a terrible liar, but that doesn't mean I'm bad at poker. My dad used to be a professional player when he was younger, and I'm fully prepared to use what I know to trash Yuri at his own game. A paid-for cruise? Yes, please. Yuri's eyes drift over my thighs again as he deals the cards. Forgoing the panties was the best decision I made tonight. He's going to be so distracted that he's not going to be able to think straight. I can already see the bulge throbbing in his pants as I adjust my legs yet again. I'm taking a page out of Molly's book by flashing for money, but Yuri is no longer a stranger. It's not quite as transactional because I enjoy the burn of Yuri's crystal blue eyes on my skin. I feel so alive when he looks at me. Every cell in my body lights up with excitement. I'd even consider losing if the stakes weren't so high, but I'm not turning down a chance to have my vacation paid for. Ante up, Yuri says, tossing a chip onto the small table between us. I lean forward, matching his ante before checking my cards. Double eights. Not terrible, all things considered, but it's not guaranteed to win me a free cruise. I place a modest bet, playing things safe while I figure out Yuri's poker strategy. Everyone is different, but once you know how to read someone, it's frighteningly easy to beat them. I get no movement from Yuri other than his signature eyebrow raise and a call to my bet. 3 cards are dealt, and the game falls in my favor. Another 8. I'm stone cold on the outside, but inside I'm smiling. I place a larger bet and uncross my legs, watching Yuri's eyes drift downward as he raises my bet. My tactic is working. He's not even thinking about the game anymore. He's mesmerized by me. I call, and he deals another card, nothing special, but I could still lose if he has something spectacular. I take an early risk, putting in even more money and hoping he just folds. No luck. He slides his chips forward and deals the last card. A queen. I consider going all in right now and wiping the floor with him, but he'd probably fold. I check his expression, but I get nothing from it. I can tell he has experience, which causes me to dial back my confidence. If he's still in the game, there might be a reason for it. I place a small bet. All in, he announces, pushing his chips into the middle. What? On the first hand, I ask. I wasn't expecting this at all. There's no reason for him to be doing this unless he has something amazing. He shrugs. Call or fold? I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. If I call, I'm basically handing my money to him if things go wrong, but if I fold, I'm going to lose half my money, and it'll be almost impossible to win it back and then go on to beat him. Am I a risk taker? Tonight, I am. Let's see what you have, I say, sliding my chips into the middle of the table. I knock over his stack, and the colorful plastic spills onto his lap. He's unfazed, laying down his cards face up with a smirk. 2 queens, which means he has 3 of a kind, and it's bigger than mine is. I throw my cards down on the table. Take it all. Just take it. He chuckles. The chips aren't what I'm taking, pretty girl. It's your dress. My body tenses even though I knew this was coming. I've been teasing him since the moment I walked through his door, and now it's time to follow up on what I've been hinting at this whole time. I let one of the spaghetti straps on my dress fall down my shoulder, looking at Yuri with a slight pout. You're really going to take advantage of me like that? He gathers up the cards, smiling as he shakes his head. You were prepared to wring me dry, darling. I know your little games. It's a shame you lost, but that's the way the fate has it tonight. We could double the stakes, I suggest, slipping down the other strap. Or is seeing me naked enough to appease your appetite? I'll be using more than my eyes to do that tonight, he says, loosening the top button of his shirt as he stacks up the chips. I pull the strap on my dress back up. Oh, honey, that wasn't the arrangement at all. You can look, but nobody said anything about touching. Take off the dress. Then we'll see, he says as he rolls the poker set up. Or I'll take it off for you if you'd like. I recoil. I can do it myself, thank you. Don't keep me waiting. I roll my eyes, but I continue undressing myself, peeling down the clingy black fabric so slowly that I can see the fire of anticipation burning in Yuri's eyes. I feel like he's about to pounce on me, tearing my clothes off as he presses his lips into mine. Goosebumps erupt on my skin as I push the dress down my torso, revealing myself to his greedy eyes. The lump in his pants doubles in size and he leans forward, looking at my rosebuds as they grow small and tight from excitement. It's a bit cold in here, I lie, pulling the dress down to my waist. Want me to warm you up? He asks, standing up and stepping around the table. I hold out my hand to stop him. No touching. Remember what I told you. Either we up the stakes or this is all you're getting. Take off the rest of your dress and we'll talk. Remember what I told you. He turns around, picking up the poker set and walking to the closet. I throw up both middle fingers, waving them at his broad back, but I put them down and slip out of my dress before he returns. With my legs crossed, I sit on the edge of his bed, completely naked save for a pair of red high heels. His eyes waltz over my body, taking in every inch of my skin with absolutely no shame. He's such a pervert, but it turns me on in an unbelievable way. I've never met a man so brazen and confident in his horniness. After almost a minute of thick, heavy silence, he speaks again. Let's make things fair. You set the stakes, and we'll decide your fate with a coin flip. I'll do the flipping, I insist. He shrugs, pulling out his wallet again and retrieving a coin. It's not one from the United States, it's thick and heavy, with a gold border. He lays it down on the table with a loud clack. I propose that you buy me a car if I win, I say, crossing my legs tighter as he tries to look between them. Uncross your legs, he demands, motioning with his hand. Hear me out, I say, trying to buy some time. I want a sports car. Something expensive. Done, he replies, waving his hand around like it's nothing. Maybe it is nothing to him, and I should be asking for more. And you pay for the trip. And whatever shopping I want to do, I add quickly. Done and done. Uncross your legs. I uncross them slowly, making him wait for the prize I was supposed to give him when I lost. I feel so horribly exposed, especially since he still has his clothes on, but it also puts a pleasant warmth in my belly. I hope he can't see the puddle of wetness I'm making on his bed. Yuri rubs his chin, the scratching of stubble breaking the silence again. I will do everything you ask of me money-wise, but if I win, you're going to be my toy for the evening. Toy? Is that really what he thinks of me? I was prepared to do all sorts of intimate things with him, but I think he might be taking things a little too far with that one. I cross my arms. I'm a person, not a doll. You'll be both tonight if you lose, he replies, maintaining his composure. I scoff. That's ridiculous. I thought you wanted to have a nice romantic evening, but I can see you're just looking for a girl who will do whatever you want. You're right on the money, darling. I'm a nasty man, and I'd like to do nasty things to you, he admits, his voice deep and hoarse. My breath catches in my throat. I wasn't expecting such intensity from him, and it's making it difficult to formulate a coherent response. My skin is riddled with goosebumps, and I'm afraid that he's going to notice them and call me out on my arousal. Yuri steps closer, and I'm inches away from throwing caution to the wind. All it would take would be to fall back on the bed, and I'm certain he'd pounce, mounting me in an instant and making my body explode with new sensations. A couple of days without a man doesn't count as a dry spell, but I might as well be in a desert with how thirsty I feel. Yuri's muscular body looks like a wine glass full of crystal clear water, and the temptation to take a sip grows stronger by the second. Time to flip the coin, he says, snatching it off the table and flicking it to me. I catch it in my palm, looking it over for a moment. It's a pound coin, something I've held before but never got a good look at. On the front, there's the head of Queen Elizabeth II, and on the back there's a crown with various plants sprouting out of it. This is cute, I say, turning it over in my hand a few times. Yuri gives me an impatient look, pressing his lips together as I attempt to buy myself more time. But a single pound isn't going to buy me much, so I suck in a deep breath and pick a side. I'll go with heads. Yuri nods. Heads, I buy you a car and pay for your trip. Tails, you're mine for the rest of the night. Anything I say goes. I look down at the coin in my hand, then back up at him. Sounds dangerous. I'll let you pick a safe word, he replies, pushing his fingers through his hair. I'm not sure I can trust him to honor a safe word, but if I can't trust him with that, then why am I even in his bedroom in the first place? Here I am, a small woman with absolutely no means to defend herself, sitting naked on the bed of a man thrice her size and covered in tattoos. He could probably curl me with one arm. Is it wrong that I find his ability to overpower me attractive? I close my eyes and flip the coin before I can back out. The metallic ping sounds like a gong in the heavy silence, and I can hear the air moving as it spins in the air. I open my eyes to catch it in my hand, flipping it back over and slapping it down on the back of my other hand. I look up at Yuri, my heart slamming in my chest. You ready? You're the one who's nervous, he replies, pretending to yawn. I remove my hand from the coin to reveal my fate, but it takes a moment for my eyes to adjust and see what the result is. The entire night hinges on this one flip, possibly my entire future.
Chapter 18. Yuri. I lean forward, trying to get a look at the coin before Stella can change the result. By the sudden paleness of her face and the way her hand is struggling to hold up the tiny coin, I already know the result, but I want to be certain. Tails, she says, shaking her head in disbelief. It is indeed tails, which means I have won. I smile to myself, leaning back and crossing my arms over my chest. I raise an eyebrow at her as she looks at me. Better think of a safe word now. She puts the coin on the bed beside her and closes her eyes for a moment. I try to read her expression, but it's impossible. Her face is blank. When she opens her eyes, she tilts her head to the side and smiles. My safe word is stop. Simple enough. That's fair, I reply, hardly believing my luck. Most women would back out of a deal they lost, especially one so degrading, but Stella is sticking to it so far, and I have to admit I'm impressed. She's a fighter, if nothing else. Be gentle, though. You're a lot bigger than me, she says, making her voice meek and soft. She's like a little bunny, trying to convince the wolf in front of her to play nice. I rub my chin, looking her over and trying to decide where to start. This has to be gradual, nothing too extreme at first, just to see how she does. Once I've found her boundaries, then the fun really begins. Come, I say, finally deciding on my first move. Stand here in front of me. She gets up from the bed slowly, her legs wobbling as she tries to appear confident. Her back is straight and her eyes are on mine, but her cheeks have gone from a waxy white to bright pink again. Don't be shy, darling. I won't bite. Yet. She shuffles toward me, her large eyes never leaving mine. A shimmer of guilt makes its way into my heart, but I push it out just as quickly as it arrives. I won't let morals ruin my evening. I won, Stella, fair and square. Kiss me, I demand, placing my finger under her chin and tilting her head up. Her eyes widen, but she leans forward, silently obeying my command. Her lips are like rose petals, and the moment mine make contact with them, my body explodes with a hunger, unlike anything I've felt before. It takes everything in me not to toss her onto the bed and claim her without warning. I slip my tongue into her mouth, tasting the sweetness she has to offer. Her body surrenders to me as she sinks further into the kiss, and I can feel incredible warmth radiating off her naked body, far hotter than the sauna we shared. I'm already aching in my pants to be released, tugging against the tight fabric to get to Stella. Her bare skin teases me, promising pleasures beyond what should be possible for a person to provide. But Stella is not just a person to me. She's an angel, a goddess with a shimmering aura of perfection. And even though I'm not the first man she's been with, I know I'm the first monster. That little shimmer of guilt comes back as we break from the kiss, and I see the awe in her eyes. I'm going to ruin her so badly that I almost want to quit now before I taint her with my sin. The devil in me won't allow it though, so I press on. You taste like candy, I purr, running my hand down her arm. I can feel the goosebumps on her skin, and it serves to excite me further. Every atom in my body is jumping around like I'm 18 again, unable to control the way I move or talk. Stella looks me deep in the eyes, her lips parting, and she leans in. Then kiss me again. I move down, but before our lips make contact, there's a chime from inside my nightstand. It's faint, but in the utter silence of the room I can make it out clearly. I'm inclined to ignore such interruptions, but that chime is important. It means someone needs my urgent attention. I tear myself away from Stella, cursing under my breath as I charge toward the nightstand. I tear the drawer open, flinging the entire thing out onto the floor. Cash and jewelry fall onto the carpet, along with the emergency contact phone. I pick it up, tempted to crush it in my hand for ruining my evening. Instead, I answer it, pressing it hard against my ear. What is it? I growl. Sir, Chekhov is missing. I groan. He's supposed to be missing. I told him to leave me alone for the night. Sir, we can't get in contact with him. He was supposed to arrive on the deck this evening to prepare the cargo for deployment on the island, but he's late over half an hour. Okay, I reply dryly, trying to keep the panic hidden from my voice as I look over at Stella. She looks worried, and that's not good. She was in the mood for romance just a moment ago, and it's going to take me ages to work my way back to that level of passion. And that's only if I don't have to leave to find Chekhov and strangle him. I told him to leave me alone, not to abandon his job and jump overboard. Have you checked his room? I ask, going back to the basics. Yes, we were there. It's empty. No sign of a fight? I ask, looking over at Stella again and flashing a reassuring smile. She doesn't smile back. No sign of foul play, but we can't get in touch with him. We have men scouting the ship, but so far they haven't found him. I sigh. Okay, meet me on the top floor lounge, the one we have closed off to guests. We'll work our way down if we need to. Right. I'll be there as soon as I can. I hang up the phone and shake my head, hardly able to make eye contact with Stella. I'm sorry, I mutter, moving toward my closet. Sorry about what? What's happening? She asks in a tight, fearful voice. Chekhov is missing. You've met the guy. Your brother. I can't help but laugh. Yeah, he's not actually my brother. Let's just say he's a friend of mine, and he might be in trouble. Does this have something to do with the shooting? She asks as she grabs the dress from her bed. She knows too much already, and it's not going to get any better when she sees what I'm fishing out of my closet. A shotgun would risk the lives of other people on this boat, so I pull out a folding rifle instead. Holy crap, Stella exclaims, jumping back when she sees it. Relax, I probably won't have to use it, I say, slamming a magazine into the bottom and pulling back the slide. I let it go with a loud click, or I will, and someone is about to be turned into Swiss cheese. Stella puts her hand to her mouth, stifling a yelp as I swing the rifle around onto my back. I sigh. I told you to relax. Just stay in my room until I get back. I'll have someone come down to watch over you while I'm gone. I don't want other people in here with me. She leaps in front of me before I can go for the door. She's not much of an obstacle, but I'd feel bad pushing her out of the way. Sorry, Angel, I say, tasting the bitterness of disappointment in my mouth. I have to go. I'll be back as soon as I can. Don't forget what you promised me. I'm not letting you go, she says, putting her hand on my chest and holding it there firmly. Tell me what's really going on. Is someone in danger? Chekhov, perhaps, I reply with a shrug. That remains to be seen. I have to go look for him. He's not where he should be, and that's concerning. Concerning enough to bring a gun. Yuri, excuse me if I sound stupid, but why the heck would you need a gun just because your friend is missing? I flash her a winning smile, hoping to diffuse her worry a bit, just a precaution. Like I said, it's probably nothing, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. I don't leave her time to respond before stepping around her, grabbing my jacket from the hook by the door. I cover the rifle on my back with it and head out the door. Stop, she cries out, grabbing at the end of my jacket. I spin around, pressing a finger to her lips to silence her. The world is too dangerous for safe words, princess. Stay in the room until I return. Your life depends on it.
Chapter 19. Stella. No, no, a million times no. This can't be happening to me. The cruise was supposed to be relaxing, an opportunity to enjoy myself without the man who made me miserable for so long. Tyler was the worst choice I ever made in a partner, but somehow I've picked a man even worse on the rebound. What the hell is Yuri doing, going out there with a rifle strapped to his back? Is he more dangerous than I thought, a mass shooter waiting to be triggered by a phone call, or is he some kind of secret agent, waiting to spring into action and save the day? I doubt he's either, but then I'm confused as to what he's doing. I'm supposed to wait here for him to return, and he claims he's going to send someone to the room to watch over me. I laugh to myself as I pass the mirror in my little black dress. There's no way I'm letting another man into this room. I'd be better off running to Molly for safety. At least she doesn't stare at me with those hungry beast eyes like Yuri does. Once again, I've been shown that trusting him was a bad idea. I guess it's good that this happened before we went too far, because I would feel awfully weird about sleeping with a psycho killer. Or a cop. If he's a cop, it would kind of make more sense, but I'm not keen on playing strip poker and becoming a plaything for law enforcement. The power dynamic there is a little creepy. I just can't imagine Yuri being a cop. Who would he be working for, and why is Chekhov so important? I have to assume everything he's told me is a lie, and I won't know the truth until I confront him. There's not much for me to go on, but I might be able to get some clues by searching his room. If he thinks I'm going to sit on his bed and wait patiently for his return, he's dead wrong. I'm getting to the bottom of this mess, and then I'm reporting him to the cruise ship security. It's a damn shame, too, because he was so gorgeous I was willing to forgive just about anything he said or did up until now. One step too far, Yuri. You really messed it all up this time. I venture into his closet first, digging through clothes until I arrive on a suitcase. I pull on the handle, but it's too heavy to lift. Something inside is weighing it down, and I have a sickening feeling in my gut about what it is. I pull the zipper, holding my breath as the contents are revealed. More guns. So many guns. Jesus, who is this guy? Nobody needs this many weapons unless they're running a secret gun store on the ship. I'm almost certain Yuri is a crook now, but as to the severity of his criminal behavior, I'm still not sure. I close the suitcase and leave the closet, pulling open drawers in the hope that I find something else. Some form of ID would be nice. Then I can find out whether Yuri is even who he says he is. An awful possibility pops into my head as I rummage through the drawers on his nightstand. What if Yuri is the one who killed the other Yuri on the boat? I can't rule anything out, but I know those two are connected somehow. I was willing to write it off as a coincidence at first, but now that I've seen all these guns, there's no way they're not connected. I'm starting to sweat, and it's not even that warm in here. My search hasn't revealed anything I didn't already know, and my stomach is threatening to expel what I ate for dinner. I need to sit down. A long sigh escapes my mouth as I sink down onto Yuri's bed. I should probably leave, but there's simply no energy left in my body. Just walking to the door seems like a monumental task. I fall back onto the bed, looking up at the uneven ceiling as the cruise ship rocks in the water. I can feel it moving. I thought I was used to it, but it's making me feel sick again. My mouth is as dry as paper when I swallow, and I sit up again. If I can make it to the bathroom to get water, I might find the energy to leave Yuri's room and wake Molly up. I hate that I ever thought negatively about her. She was right to warn me about being careful. I don't think either of us would have expected things to get this bad, though. I don't need condoms. I need a bulletproof vest. I jump up from the bed, panic fueling my run to the bathroom. I stick my head into the sink, turning on the tap and lapping up the water like a dog. It's cold and refreshing against my hot lips, and it soothes my throat like honey. I'm panting by the time I pull away from it, water soaked into the front of my dress. I glance at myself in the mirror before I leave. I look like I've just finished having sex with Yuri, but we never got that far. More disappointments on my dream cruise, and we're not even at our first stop. I steady myself on the door frame before leaving. I know I'll make it out of here, but my legs are getting all wobbly again. Sucking in a deep breath, I take my first step toward the door. Freedom awaits, but it's cut short by a firm knock. Who is that? Yuri wouldn't have to knock. Could it be Molly coming to check up on me? No, it can't be. Yuri said he would send someone to look after me, and that's probably him. I groan, dragging my tired feet to the door and opening it slowly. A tall man in a black suit stands outside. His eyes are cold and clinical, like he was made in a lab. My stomach does a somersault, even though I know Yuri sent him. There's just something about his eyes that unsettles me, like he could kill someone without feeling anything. When he speaks, I hear that distinct Russian accent, like Yuri has. You will need to stay in the room until Yuri returns. It will not be long. Where exactly did he go? I ask, refusing to open the door more than an inch. That is classified information, the man replies. Classified? That's an odd way of putting it. Okay, at least tell me who you are, I say. Dima, he answers flatly. Okay, Dima. Let me ask you something else. Why do I need to stay in the room? I could go back to mine. His bushy blonde eyebrows come together in a deep scowl and his voice deepens. Not possible. Why not? Am I being kept prisoner? I ask, anger rising in my chest. I don't like being bullied, and this robotic weirdo is towing the line. You are not a prisoner. You are being kept here for your own safety, he says. It sounds like he's parroting a memorized script. Does he understand how ridiculous he sounds? I want to go back to my room. It's just next door, I say. Not possible. I groan, opening the door a little more. Just let me out. Stop blocking the door, or you will be keeping me prisoner. I might add that doing so is against the law. I'm almost laughing inside. I doubt the law is going to stop one of Yuri's men at this point. They're all a little wacky, and most certainly dangerous. I've given up on the notion that Yuri is an undercover hero. He's obviously running some kind of criminal operation on this cruise ship, and I've stumbled right into the middle of it. Dima places his hand against the door, pushing it open so hard that I stumble backward. He pauses for a moment, adjusting his tie before walking in. He closes the door behind him, folding his arms over his chest and standing there so still it's like he's been turned to stone. Jesus, I mutter, taking a long step back from him. He's creeping me out. Why would Yuri send someone like this to keep me trapped in his bedroom? Are you just going to stand there? I ask, unsure of what to do. Dima nods. I have been assigned to protect you. More robotic behavior. Yuri has a lot to explain when he comes back, but the first thing I'm going to do before I ask any questions is slap him so hard that he sees stars. I've never felt the need for violence, not even against Tyler, but Yuri has turned out to be a real wicked piece of work. I sit on the bed, trying to make sense of this, but my head is spinning. Everything is happening so fast. First, the breakup, then the shooting, and now this. I'm on a bad trip, and it's only getting worse. I look up at Dima after a minute of silence, and he's standing in the exact same position as before. I'm sure not a single hair on his body has moved. So, you're really just going to stand there like a statue all night? Yes, I have been assigned to protect you. I pinch the bridge of my nose. Please, Dima, try to talk like a human being. He doesn't respond, and I want to throw something at him. Would he even flinch? I'm tempted to try, but then again, I don't know what he'd do if I triggered him. He's already shown me that he's not afraid to use force, and even though he claims to be protecting me, what he's actually doing is holding my captive. Would screaming work? I doubt anyone would be able to get into the room in time. I could be dead within seconds of opening my mouth. So I'm confined to Yuri's room for an indefinite amount of time in silence. There's no way out, and there's nothing to do. I didn't bring anything with me except the key to my room. I'm not even wearing panties, for God's sake. Just me and Dima. Dima and me. Seemingly until I die of boredom. Let's see him protect me from that.
Chapter 20. Yuri. Chekhov better be too busy with a woman to come to his assigned meeting, or we're in some real trouble. The problem is that he normally takes his job very seriously, and the only time he's ever missed a meeting was when he was violently ill. Even then, he called to let me know beforehand. So this little vanishing act he's pulled is wholly uncharacteristic. The likelihood that something bad has happened to him rises with every passing second. I hate everything about this mission. I have half a mind to call it quits and just dump the entire load of cocaine in Jamaica for a quarter of the price. I reach the top floor where the closed-off lounge is. Normally, this would be used as a premium bar and cigar room, but the current cruise clientele doesn't require such niceties. I fear the world has lost the ability to appreciate a good cigar and whiskey after dinner. The smell of old smoke is still present here, however, so I add to it by lighting up my own cigar. It's more to take the edge off than to enjoy myself. With Chekhov missing, the prospect of relaxing is nothing more than a distant fantasy. Akim arrives just as I start puffing smoke into the room. He's in charge of managing the men around the cocaine supply. He's also third in command, making his participation in the search for Chekhov all the more important. What do we know? I ask him, closing the top button of my shirt. It's painful to think about what I just missed out on, but Chekhov's situation is far worse. Akim sighs. Not much, I'm afraid. Chekhov went missing around midnight. He's not picking up his phone and nobody has seen or heard from him since. Is his phone ringing or is it going straight to voicemail? I ask. Voicemail. It's dead, so far as we know. Which means Chekhov could be dead. This is very bad. I hope you understand that. Very bad. He nods, a look of sorrow in his eyes. Yes, I understand. We're not going to be able to handle another visit from the police if his body turns up somewhere on the ship. They'll halt the cruise if there's another murder. That, and we lose Chekhov. I'm not ready to write him off as dead yet, but Akim is saying what we're all thinking. The chance of Chekhov being alive and well is slim and growing slimmer. At this point, it would be a miracle if he was found breathing and in one piece. Make sure nobody knows about his disappearance but us. I don't want cruise security or the goddamn cops to know about this. Fill his room with a body double, if need be. Just make sure this doesn't get out to the public. Akim nods slowly. This will stay contained. Good. If he turns up, he'd better have a good reason. Until then, make sure we check all the security cameras. We can follow him from his last known location, but there's some gray area, especially on the outdoor decks. We already have someone checking the tapes, he replies proudly. I smile, placing a hand on his shoulder. I know I can count on you, Akim. This isn't easy for anyone here, but you're doing well. We're in this together, he replies, his voice strong and deep. I know who will be second in command if Chekhov isn't found. Akim has been with my organization for many years now. Not quite as many as Chekhov, but it's close. Even though I'm closer to Chekhov than anyone else, I can't let my feelings get in the way of business. Akim will step up to Chekhov's position if we don't find him within 24 hours. Then, Chekhov will be assumed dead, and this mission will have gone from dangerous to downright suicidal. Someone is out to get us, and if it's not the Brazilian authorities trying to bring me down, there's someone else who wants my Bratva to crumble. A new, unknown threat that must be identified and dealt with. Either way, this is getting risky, and transporting this much cocaine with so much happening isn't a good way to end up behind bars for the rest of my life. Or, more likely, dead. I take a few short drags of my cigar before speaking again. I can already feel the nicotine soaking into my bloodstream and filing down the sharp edges of my anxiety, but it won't be enough to save me from regret. I'd like to check Chekhov's room, I say, turning my attention back to Akim. I know him better than anyone, and if there's something to be found there, I'll find it. He rolls his tongue under his lips, lost in thought for a moment. Okay, but it's not safe anywhere now that he's missing. It was never safe, I growl. Chekhov was parading around with that exact same attitude, and what good did it do him? Sorry, I pull the rifle from my back, slipping it out from under my coat in 2 seconds flat. You see this? Anyone even gets close to me tonight, and I'm riddling them with so many bullets they'll be a pink mist before they hit the ground. This is war, Akim. The sooner you realize that, the better. He grits his teeth, searching the back of his mind for a response, but he can only come up with a simple, yes, sir. Good, I snap, slinging the rifle back to its hidden place. Now let's go see what we can find in Chekhov's room. I ash my cigar out even though it's only a quarter of the way smoked. I hate to waste a good Cuban, but there's no time to enjoy anything. I thought I'd have at least a few days of relaxation on this cruise, but I was wrong. I've boarded the Devil's Cruise, and we're heading straight to hell. I take the elevator down to Chekhov's floor, passing a few drunken couples in the hallway. One of them is making out so passionately that they seem to be seconds away from taking their clothes off and making love on the spot. The cold twist of jealousy in my stomach makes me nauseous. That could have been me tonight, but I'll be getting nothing from Stella, not even another kiss. I miss her already because I know she won't trust me after this. Whatever she felt for me before is likely gone. I clench my fists as I hurry down the red-carpeted hallway with Akim. Whoever is behind this is going to pay with their life. There's no other way around it. They're dead the moment I find them. Public, private, in front of the police station. I don't care. I'll twist their miserable little head off for putting me and my Bratva through this. There are 2 of my guards in front of Chekhov's room when we arrive. I wave them away. You look too suspicious out here. Go find something else to do, I grumble. They give each other a nervous look before walking away down the hall in the direction opposite from which I came with Akim. I'm not worried about the hired muscle in my organization. They can think what they want, but the leaders understand that situations like this can't be solved with guns and threats of violence. It takes cold, calculated moves to get us out of something like this, and a keen eye for suspicious behavior. Searching Chekhov's room is essential to finding out what happened to him. I open the door with my all-access keycard, going in before Akim and holding the door open for him. Inside, the room is messy. Chekhov is very particular about the way he lives, and that's the first sign something is wrong. He'd never leave such a mess in his room unless he was leaving in a hurry. He had nowhere to be but at his meeting, and he failed to reach his destination. Either he was running late and scrambled to get ready, or something else prompted him to leave like this. I scratch the stubble on my chin, brooding in silence, and Akim stands off to the side. He knows better than to interrupt me while I'm thinking. My eyes scan the open drawers and scattered clothes. There's a sheet of gold condoms on the bed with one torn off the top. I rub my forehead with the pads of my fingers. This means that Chekhov is either busting a nut in some woman down the hallway, oblivious to the fact that he's the reason everyone is panicking, or he thought he was going to be busting a nut and got his head busted instead. Either way, I suspect this has to do with a woman. Why else would he leave condoms here? My mind drifts to Stella, wondering if there's some connection here. The same night I'm trying to get lucky and Chekhov goes missing under similar circumstances. I don't want to believe she could be a spy, but there's always the possibility. I sigh, turning to Akim. It's foul play, or he's getting his you-know-what sucked and he'll show up in a few hours. We'll know when we check the cameras. He was out of here in a hurry, and that says a lot to me. Akim glances at the condoms on the bed. Can't trust women these days. A tale as old as time, I say, more to myself than to him. I should be more careful around Stella. She's just a tiny little thing, but there's no telling what she could do to me if I allow myself to fall for her. Women have been known to bring men to their knees with the promise of love, only to slit their throat while they're sleeping. I suck in a sharp breath. I just can't imagine Stella doing something like that. But with Chekhov missing, I'm not ruling anything out. He was supposed to do a little research on her and her supposed ex-boyfriend Tyler, but now he's gone. I let out a string of curses in Russian, scanning the room one last time before turning toward the door. Okay, let's get out of here. I need to see what the cameras were able to catch. Akim follows me out, and we rush down the hallway toward the CCTV control room. The next scene is too spicy to include in this version. Please listen to the complete version at bellakingbooks.com. Your book will continue now. Chapter 23. Yuri. Why does everything I do lately come with so much guilt? I wipe myself down with a towel, tossing it to the side as I stand in front of the toilet. Crossing that line with Stella like that was one thing, but knowing she could get pregnant and doing it anyway is another thing entirely. To make matters worse, I feel like I'm somehow celebrating the fact that some crazy woman pushed Chekhov into the ocean. He's almost certainly dead, though it will be some time until his body is recovered. The ocean is cold and unforgiving. People don't last long after going overboard, especially not this late at night. The woman on the video had to have wanted to kill him, but why she did it remains unknown. And that makes me so angry. Nothing that's happened on this cruise makes any sense to me. Someone sharing my name gets murdered. Okay, that's not that unusual. I have a bounty on my head after all. But Chekhov's murder is throwing me for a loop. I know it's going to cause this mission to go south, and tonight is the only night I'll get to share with Stella before things fall apart. Perhaps it's selfish of me to claim her so late in the game when I know things are about to get messy, but that's exactly why I did it. It's my last chance to have her. I'd regret not doing this more than I regret doing it. I finish peeing and step into the shower, rinsing off quickly as I try to regain my composure. I shouldn't have even mentioned Chekhov to Stella, but she already knew something was wrong. Hiding things from her feels wrong for some reason, even though she's not part of the Bratva. It's actually against the rules to share so much with someone who hasn't been initiated, but since we made love, I like to think of her as a little more than an outsider. Besides, as the boss, I'm allowed to bend the rules sometimes. As I walk out of the bathroom, I find Stella snoring in the bed, sprawled out like a satisfied little starfish. My heart melts a little as I walk up to her. I should tell her that I have to leave and meet with my new right-hand man, Akim, but I don't want to disturb her rest. She looks peaceful on a level that would be impossible for me to experience. So I don't wake her up. I scribble a quick note on the pad from the nightstand, tearing it off and laying it on the pillow beside her. "Sweet dreams, darling," I whisper, taking one last look at her before getting dressed and leaving. I find Dima in the hallway, waiting like a statue with his hands clasped at his midsection. He's always so rigid that I wonder if he's even capable of bending over. It's like someone put an iron rod up his backside. "I'm going to meet with Akim," I tell him. "Stella is in the room sleeping. Don't go and wake her, but don't let her leave either if she wakes up before I return. You can tell her I'm in a meeting." "Yes, sir." I give him a curt nod, moving down the hallway as I send a text to Akim to meet me in the upstairs lounge again. We're going to talk about what we must do going forward, and I'm going to finish my damn cigar this time. He's already in the lounge when I arrive, sitting at a dusty table he dragged out into the center of the room. All the lights are on, but it still isn't very bright. I think I prefer it better that way, though. "Any news on the woman?" I ask, sliding into the chair across from him. Akim shakes his head. "No, but I have as many people on it as I can. As long as she hasn't somehow left the ship, we'll find her." "If she was smart, she'd have a getaway plan," I reply, pulling a cigar from my jacket pocket. I wave it toward him. "You want one?" "Depends on how long we'll be here," he replies. I hand him the cigar and toss him my cutter. "Long enough." We cut and light our cigars, puffing smoke into the room until the light bends from the haze. The air is still, and there doesn't appear to be any ventilation in here, but that's okay. The smoke is like therapy for me. Chekhov rushed from his room. He didn't just walk out, I begin, laying one hand on the table. He goes because some woman, a stranger, wants to have sex with him. Seems odd, considering he should be on high alert. He's always very paranoid. Indeed. That's not normal behavior. But it had to have been about that. I mean, he brought a condom, I say, clenching my cigar between my teeth as I struggle to make sense of it. Maybe she already had him all worked up, then demanded he go back to his room for a condom at the last second. I rub my chin. That would explain the hurry, but why go through all that effort in the first place? Why bother with a condom if she was just going to kill him? Maybe he suggested it, Akim says, squinting his eyes through the smoke. I snap my fingers. I think you're right. Chekhov is all about playing it safe, and he would have been willing to delay gratification to go back to his room for a condom. That's reasonable. Can't afford to be getting random women pregnant when you're in the Bratva, Akim replies. His words hit a little too close to home. I've been too reckless lately, and it's becoming difficult to ignore. I need to dial things back, reel in the risk, and take the losses that come with being more careful. Otherwise, I'm likely to blow everything up in my face. Okay, I say, tapping the ash off the end of my cigar. It falls onto the dusty surface of the table, retaining its perfect cylindrical shape. Chekhov meets some girl, not by coincidence, but he thinks that's the case. She wants to take him down for whatever reason. So, she invites him outside to do the deed. He rushes back to his room for protection, and when he returns, she pushes him into the ocean. Akim nods. Sounds right. But he should have known he'd be late for his meeting. Do you think he forgot? I ask. That would be unlike him. Maybe he thought he could be quick with her and still be on time. That's why he went to his room in such a hurry. I hold up my finger. Right. That sounds correct. I hate how easily that happened, though. One mistake, and you're done. It's brutal. I nod in agreement. But it's avoidable. We're laying down some new rules going forward. No fraternizing with anyone. Make sure everyone knows about this rule and they keep each other accountable. We can't afford for this to happen again. Akim's eyebrows come together in a serious scowl as he nods. Affirmative. I will keep the men in check. Great, and make sure that they know there's danger. Whoever is behind this isn't specifically after me. Anyone could be the next target, I say, puffing harder on my cigar. Even you, so keep your eyes open. Trust nobody. What about the woman? Don't kill her. Capture her for questioning if she's located, I reply. His eyes drift down to the table, and a moment of uncomfortable silence falls over us. Not that woman. The other one. Stella is her name, right? She's fine, I grunt, waving my hand as heat rises to my face. Don't worry about her. We've done a background check, or... I know he means well, but what he's implying is sending my blood pressure to the moon. I pull the cigar from my mouth, nearly crushing it in my hand as I shake the ash off the end. I'll get her ID and you can run a check when we reach Jamaica. Until then, she'll be in my room under Dima's guard if I'm not there with her. Okay, Akim replies, keeping it short. He knows Stella is a touchy subject for me. I shouldn't even have her around me, but she's so addicting that I'd lose my mind if I let her go so quickly. It's going to hurt when it's finally time to say goodbye, but I'm going to draw it out a little longer. Our schedule has changed now that someone is stirring up trouble, but that doesn't mean it's over. We still have to get rid of our massive cocaine cargo on the ship, or we're all going to be doing life sentences in some dingy Brazilian prison. We need to get in touch with Javel, I say, pivoting to the next topic at hand. He's expecting a decent shipment, but we'll try to dump something a bit larger on him. The fewer ports we hit before we run out of drugs, the better. I figured you'd want to offload a little quicker, Akim says, his posture straightening a bit. There's still a light at the end of this tunnel, and we're going to reach it even if it means cutting some corners and making a few bad deals. It's better than a total loss. If Javel doesn't want more, I'm sure someone else will. I'd like to dump it as soon as possible, at a discount if that's required, I explain. Akim shifts in his chair, his mood lightening. I can see it in his eyes. So we're bailing out of this. Not fully, but we're not going to be on this boat for a whole month. It'll be 2 weeks tops, I reply. We still stand to make a profit, even at such a deep discount, but we also have to deal with the Brazilian bounty issue. I heard about that, he says. Do we have a plan? It's usually easier to pay off the authorities, but I'm not sure how much they're going to want if they set the bounty so high. Certainly not just $1 million. It'll probably be closer to 10 million, if not more. Is there nothing else we can do? They want me dead, I reply flatly. If they even let me pay it off, I'll be lucky. Otherwise, we're going to have to take more drastic measures. Akim leans in, clearly interested in hearing about them, but I'm not prepared to say what I have in mind just yet. Until there's no other option, I'm keeping this little idea close to my heart. Nobody knows about it but me. Don't worry about it, I grumble. But know that I always have a plan. That's why you're the boss, he replies. I trust your judgment. We all do. It's nice to hear some genuine praise for my efforts every once in a while. I often feel like a teacher trying to manage a classroom of unruly kindergartners. Moments like this make it worthwhile. I'd love to have a drink with you, but I think we need to keep our wits about us, I say. So in that case, perhaps another cigar. I pull two out of my jacket, and Akim grins. I'd be a fool to say no.
Chapter 24. Stella. What's so dangerous about Jamaica? I ask as Yuri leans into his closet full of guns. He pulls out a pistol with an extended magazine, examining it in the light for a moment before stuffing it into a small leather briefcase. Javel, you'll meet him while we're there, but you can't really trust him, especially not with the bounty that's following me around, he replies. Bounty? I ask, a bit confused. Are you a fugitive? He looks over his shoulder at me. Only in Brazil, but they're sending people after me. I suspect Chekhov's death is related, but I haven't found a clear connection yet. I still don't understand why they would kill him. I thought they were after you. They are, and I don't understand it either, he admits. But we'll be fine. Just stick close to me and don't let anyone lead you astray. No cops, no friendly tourists, nobody. You understand? I nod. I'm more of an introvert, anyway, especially in new places. Not Molly either, by the way. You're not to talk to her again, he says, buckling his briefcase and stepping away from the closet. My stomach drops. But she's my friend. Too bad, he replies, and his voice is cold. Why is he being so rude all of a sudden? I don't get it. Sure, this situation is dangerous, but Molly doesn't have anything to do with it. She's been nothing but friendly this entire time. I like Molly. She's my friend, I say, hoping he'll ease up when he realizes I'm not just going to blindly obey him. I said it was too bad, he snaps. I'm in no mood for arguing. I let out an angry huff, crossing my arms as he hurries past me to his dresser. And I'm not in the mood for being ordered around. If looks could kill, I'd be dead on the spot from his striking gaze. You don't get to make the decisions around here, princess. Not anymore. Then maybe I don't want to go along with you. This was supposed to be a pleasure cruise, but it's turned into a nightmare. I said it was too bad, and I mean it. Nothing you say or do now is going to change anything, so you might as well get used to it, he growls, throwing a pair of sunglasses onto the bed. I scoff, my instinct telling me to push back harder instead of letting him walk over me. I had enough of that crap with Tyler. But Yuri isn't Tyler. He's a massive Russian mafia boss with guns in his briefcase and the ability to snap a person in half with his pinky. I shouldn't push him, but I also can't let him tell me what to do. I need my freedom just as much as he needs to be in control of everything. I'm not going on the island if you're going to treat me like I'm your slave. I'm not arm candy for you to show off to Javel, I say, crossing my arms tighter and widening my stance. My aggression is met with a bitter laugh. You're way off your mark, darling. This isn't a cute little cruise anymore. You belong to the Bratva now. My stomach sinks even lower and my throat tightens. What are you talking about? You know too much to be let go until the end of this trip, which means you're under my protection, he explains, grabbing his cologne and spraying himself a few times. The smell is almost enough to make me give up and do whatever he says. It smells so good. But perhaps he rattled some sense into me last night, because I'm able to shake off the spell he's put me under rather quickly. I smooth my hair back, taking a deep breath as I prepare to reason with him. I'm just a regular person, Yuri. I'm not used to all this mafia stuff. You have to understand that it's my intention to continue this cruise as I normally would, with or without your company. He holds up his hand. I'd like you to stop talking now. You're starting to bother me. I can't believe he thinks he can talk to me like that, in such an abrasive and rude manner, and I'm not going to come at him swinging. I ball up my fists, fully prepared to punch him in the face once he comes close enough to guarantee a hit. Relax, he says, looking at me out of the corner of his eye. We're taking a little trip to Jamaica. You should be happy I let you off this ship at all. I laugh. You can't keep my prisoner. I certainly can. No, you can't, I say, blood pumping into my ears as my anger rises. The bet, the little games. All of that is over. I'm not your doll. I'm not even your fling anymore. We're done. I will tell you when we're done. He replies calmly. End of story. I suck in a deep breath, preparing to scream for help as I realize he's not kidding about taking me prisoner, but he doesn't allow it. He rushes toward me, slamming his huge hand over my mouth and picking me up like I'm a bundle of sticks. Shut up, he growls. You're starting to make me angry. I punch him in the ribs, but it hurts me more than it hurts him. He walks over to the door with me, knocking his head against it and calling out to Dima. The door opens and I see Dima standing there with a gun in his hand. He doesn't seem the least bit surprised by my predicament. Grab my stuff. We're going to the island, Yuri barks. Yes, sir. Yuri takes his hand off my mouth, setting me down in the hallway and looking down at me with a frown. You want to make this easy for yourself, or difficult? My eyes start to water. I'm just scared. His furious eyes soften a bit, but his scowl remains. I know this isn't easy for you, but you're in too deep to get out now. I promised I would protect you, and that's what I'm doing. I'm sorry if it feels like I'm hurting you, but I'm the one who is preventing you from getting killed. Tears rush to my eyes and my face radiates heat. I want him to hug me and tell me that everything is going to be okay, but I doubt he's going to break his tough guy act in the hallway and risk looking weak in front of his men. He places a hand on my shoulder, squeezing it lightly. Don't cry, darling. I'm sorry I brought you into this, but I'll make it right. Once we're done delivering the cargo, you'll be brought back home to continue your normal life. Even the mention of going back home is enough to sober me up a little. I sniff back the tears. I'm not ready to go home. Somehow, staying with Yuri and enduring this nightmare is better than seeing Tyler again. I take a shaky breath, regaining my composure. I pull my shoulders back, looking up at Yuri and giving him a weak smile. I'm glad you're willing to do this for me. I'd do anything he stops himself, realizing he might be going too far, showing too much of his raw emotions. He straightens up, pursing his lips and unfocusing his eyes. I'll do what I have to in order to ensure your safety. You can trust me. Thank you, I whisper, savoring the meaning behind his rigid words. I know he wants to say much more, but the situation won't allow it. He has feelings, even if he doesn't want to admit them. Let's go, he says, placing his hand on my back. Everyone else has already left the boat for the island. We're stragglers. I figured that was the case. I heard such a commotion this morning while I was trying to sleep that I thought there was another shooting or emergency. As it turns out, everyone was leaving the boat to enjoy a few days in Jamaica. Now it's totally empty except for Yuri's men, and I'm discovering that there are a lot more of them than I first thought. They're everywhere, painfully obvious now that I know what to look for. Strong jaws, muscular bodies, and always in suits. Yuri seems to be the only one who dresses casually, but not all the time. Today he's wearing a suit, walking in front of me with a confident swagger. He looks a bit too good like that. I can imagine him at a wedding, maybe even at my wedding, and that sends my imagination into overdrive. It's immature to entertain such thoughts, especially since he's dragged me into a world of trouble, but as long as nobody knows about them, what's the harm? I picture him at the wedding, only I'm not marrying him. No, I'm marrying someone else, and he jumps up onto the stage and shoves the groom aside, grabbing me and kidnapping me for his own selfish enjoyment. I like it when he's selfish. It's exciting, especially when his selfishness involves claiming me as his woman and guarding me from other men. I know he's territorial. He's made it clear that he'll smash Tyler's face in if he ever sees him. That's got more to do with jealousy than anger at Tyler for cheating on me. I bet Yuri's even a little happy that Tyler cheated, so I'd go on this cruise and meet him. Yuri can't hear my thoughts, but I silence them anyway as we approach the exit. I have to remember that all of this is terribly dangerous. It's not the fun getaway I'd like it to be, no matter how many fantasies I concoct in my imagination. Yuri opens the door for me, and I'm temporarily blinded by the sun as we step outside. It's scorching outside, at least 90, but probably closer to 100. Pinpricks of sweat appear on my hairline immediately, and I find myself wishing I drank something other than instant coffee this morning. When I'm able to see again, I realize that there's a fleet of vehicles waiting on the other side of the offboarding bridge. There are mostly Jeeps, but there are also a few white luxury sedans idling there with armed guards standing by them. "Welcome to Jamaica," Yuri says, giving me a comforting rub between my shoulder blades. "Don't worry too much about Javel's entourage. I told him to bring more security this time because of the bounty." This bounty must be a big thing, because this is the second time Yuri's mentioning it to me. Every muscle in my body is stiff as we leave the safety of the cruise ship and take our first steps on Jamaican soil. I have to admit that I expected it to be a bit more tropical, but it's like any other oceanside city at first. The only thing really different about it is the temperature and the smell of unfamiliar wood. Don't let Javel intimidate you. Just smile and stay quiet. "Let me do the talking," Yuri whispers as we walk up to Javel's group with our own suited guards following close behind us. The door to one of the white sedans pops open, and a man dressed in colorful designer clothing steps out. His white shoes are too clean for how sandy the street is, but he shows no hesitation as he steps out and gets them dirty for what seems like the first time. "Dressed to impress." As always, Yuri whispers to me. I prefer Yuri's wardrobe, but I wouldn't say that to Javel. There's something about his big white teeth that make his looks like a shark as he smiles at us. "Brought your girl with you, huh?" Javel says loudly, opening his arms as we come toward him. Yuri chuckles, changing his tone to one I've not heard before. It's this syrupy customer service tone, far too happy to be genuine. "I need a little extra security, my friend. She's good with a gun." Javel looks me over, trying to figure out if Yuri is pulling his leg. I put on my best serious face, like I'm one of Yuri's guards, but Javel quickly realizes there's no way I'm acting as a bodyguard. "You're messing with me, man. She's too beautiful," he says with a laugh. "You can be beautiful and good with a gun." "Just look at me," Yuri says, grabbing Javel's hand and shaking it firmly. Javel laughs again, reaching over to shake my hand. I look to Yuri for permission, and he nods. "Damn, you have this one on a leash," Javel says. "She doesn't deserve that. You need to let her have some fun." Thankfully, I have a hot tub back home that she might enjoy. Yuri rolls his eyes. "She's American. You're not going to be able to keep her here." Javel's character changes immediately, and he pulls his hand away from me like he's scared I'm going to bite him. I'm confused, but I can't ask Yuri why me being from the United States is so frightening to Javel. I'll have to remember to ask Yuri later when we're in private.
Chapter 25. Yuri. I sense Stella's discomfort on the ride to Javel's private residence, but she handles herself well. She doesn't say a word as she watches the trees pass by outside. She's a warrior in her own way, and I admire that about her. There's a silent strength in the way she conducts herself. More guilt creeps in at the way I've been treating her, but it's for her safety. That's all that matters to me at this point. If it didn't, I'd have cut her loose and watched her get kidnapped by some rough bounty hunter for questioning. Not fun for anyone, so here we are, doing the next best thing. "So, you are in trouble with the police, I hear," Javel says, smirking at me as we roll into his private estate. A security office marks the entrance, but it becomes even more obvious when we pass the armed guards patrolling the grounds. "Not really police. A bunch of crooks if you ask me," I reply. "A cool $1 million. I could trade you for that and buy myself a couple of new cars." I know he's joking, but the mere mention of the bounty puts me on edge. It's going to follow me around like a black cloud until I squash it. That or until the rain comes, and I'm sorely underdressed for a storm. "You wouldn't get an ounce of cocaine into this country without me," I state, which is the truth. I'm the only supplier who has the balls to transport such large amounts. Javel strokes the tuft of hair on his chin. "You're right about that, unfortunately. No new cars for me." "Ah, but I do have a deal to make with you. I say, spotting my opportunity to upsell him on more cocaine. The more I can convince him to take, the shorter this trip has to be. Ideally, he'd take it all, but I know this country isn't big enough for that kind of distribution. We're already making a deal, he says, narrowing his eyes at me as we stop in front of the house. Come inside and we'll talk. Leave the American in the car. I grab Stella's wrist, squeezing it tight. She stays with me. She'll be safe in the car, Javel insists, but I don't trust him. I'm not leaving her out here with his goons. Nobody is going to bust you for having another American in your house, Javel. Take a chill pill and let's go inside. I don't do pills. I smoke my chill, if you know what I mean. I laugh. Whatever. Let's go. He sighs, but he doesn't press me any further as we all get out and walk to the house. It's a beautiful 4-story mansion, glowing white in the midday sun. I wouldn't mind something like this for myself, but I'm never in one place long enough to justify such a large residence. For me, it's better to have a dozen smaller ones scattered around the globe. Don't mind the tiger. He's been fed, Javel says as we enter the house. Another joke, but I can see the terror in Stella's eyes as we walk into the lobby. There's no tiger here. Javel already has enough issue with the law, and keeping a tiger in his house would only give them reason to pay him another surprise visit. After the incident with the American last year, he's been playing it a lot safer. Don't worry about the tiger. It's just a joke, I whisper to Stella. She frowns at me but doesn't say anything. I don't think she believes me. Come to the living room. I have something special for you. Imported from France, Javel says, ushering us through another doorway. We're met with a large room with several white couches and a rug that appears to be made from mink fur. It's an odd choice for something you put your feet on, but it makes sense when you take Javel's personality into account. He's obsessed with money, status, and luxury. Sit, he says, as though we weren't already taking a seat on one of the longer couches in front of a polished driftwood coffee table. I watch Stella closely as she takes a seat beside me. She's still nervous, but she was probably expecting something a lot less luxurious than this, and she's starting to look more curious than terrified. Cocaine distribution can bring up a lot of inaccurate imagery of shady deals and dangerous buyers, but the reality tends to be quite glamorous to outsiders. For me, though, there's nothing terribly glamorous about making deals like this. At the end of the day, it's work, and anything that becomes a job is going to be less enjoyable than recreation. Javel takes a seat on the couch across from us. He whistles, and a waiter comes with a bottle of wine and a few glasses. Very special one today. I had it imported just for this occasion, Javel says as he uncorks the bottle. I flash him a cheeky grin. I hope you didn't waste all your money on this. Coke isn't cheap these days. I need a little more. I sell a car. I need a lot. We move more product. No problem, Javel replies as he pours dark red wine into a cluster of glasses. You might need a lot for what I'm about to propose, I say. Javel closes his eyes, holding up a weathered hand decorated with gold rings. Pleasure first, business after. Cheers. I take my glass and hold it up, but Stella declines the drink. Not the best move, considering that Javel is easily offended, but she doesn't have experience with making deals like this. I'll give her a pass. Javel doesn't say anything about it, but his eyes shift over to Stella for a moment. Cheers to another beautiful summer. I agree with him more than he realizes, raising my glass and glancing over at Stella. She's the most beautiful thing about this summer, and I still can't believe she's sitting next to me while I make a huge business deal. Having a woman who's completely outside the Bratva tolerate the danger and high legality of my work is rare. Impossible, even, but here she is. And she looks like a dream come true. The wine is incredible too, but it's a mere accent to Stella's splendor. I almost feel jealous that anyone else gets to look at her. Maybe I should have left her on the boat after all. So, you have a deal to make, Javel says, setting his glass down. He's usually not this quick to get into business, so he must be curious about what I have to say. I put my glass down and clasp my hands together. Yes, I do. Excellent wine, by the way. You really have a taste for perfection. He flashes an artificially bright smile. You flatter me. I'm just buttering you up for the deal I'm about to propose, I admit. Which is? I lean forward, rubbing my hands together. I haven't had long to think about this, but I'm good at making changes at short notice. I just have to make it seem like I'm not in some kind of dire trouble, and Javel will gladly accept the discounted offer for extra cocaine. I got a good deal on this stuff. I begin, maintaining eye contact with him. It would be a shame to charge you so much for it, so I'm willing to give you a discounted price if you take double. His eyes widen so much they look like they're about to pop out onto the table. Double? You think this country runs on coke or something? I shrug. You'll be able to distribute it. I'm giving it to you for 25% less. He laughs. If you got such a good deal, you should be giving me the regular amount for that much less. Don't play games. I'm not, and I can't do that. I want you to take more. Why? Something wrong with the shipment. I shake my head. There's nothing wrong with it. We've been working together for a long time, and I'd like you to take more. You've grown, I've grown, and it's time to increase the amount. Jamaica hasn't grown, though. They're not making babies like they used to, he replies, grabbing his wine. This is highly unusual. It's a natural progression of business. Like I said, I'll give you a discount on the extra. He takes a sip of his wine and shakes a finger at me. No, you're up to something. There's something wrong with this stuff, isn't there? Not a single thing. Don't lie to me. Unload it, have your boys check it, and don't buy it until you know it's good. How about that? I propose, leaning back on the couch with a satisfied smile. He's not going to be able to turn down this offer. I can already see that he wants it, especially for such a good discount. He plays with the tuft of hair on his chin, studying me closely. The silence between us is heavy, but I can see him moving toward a positive decision, even as he pretends to be doubtful. His eyes are a dead giveaway. Big pupils. Big interest. I'll take a look at what you have. How much more did you say you wanted to sell me? He finally says, following it up with another sip of wine. Twice as much, I reply, unless you want more. He laughs. All right, not so fast. Double is already too much for me. How about 50% more? Double or no deal, I reply without any emotion. 75. I'm tempted to take it, but it's usually better to be firm on these deals, especially when there are discounts involved. It sets the tone for future business. I remain silent, staring Javel down until he's pressured to concede. He can't stand the silence. I know that much about him. All right, he says, shifting in his seat. But I need to see the product first. My men will check it thoroughly. I nod. Whatever you need to do. And I want 30% off, he adds. I laugh, knowing he'd pull something like this. I was prepared to give him a deeper discount, so I'll settle for the 30%. It's better to move more of our load than to make more money from it. The faster we can get rid of this stuff, the better, and we've just successfully shaved off an entire port with this deal. It's done, I say, standing up and holding out my hand for a shake. Javel still looks suspicious as he rises and accepts my handshake, but he's too greedy to pull out of a deal like this. It's good for both of us, and he knows it. Oh, and one more thing, I say, remembering the other thing I came for. Without this, the deal can't happen. Javel looks afraid, but he cracks a wide smile as I tell him what it is. That jerk sauce your cousin sells. Make sure you drop a case off on the boat before you take the cargo. Javel laughs. That I can do. Stella's quiet, but I see the curiosity in her eyes as we sit back down and have more wine. She hasn't touched her glass, but maybe she's tired of all the alcohol we've been indulging in. It's easy to overdo it when you're on a cruise, but I'm used to drinking. It's a national pastime where I come from. The wine is good, and I'm satisfied with the deal, but the phone in my pocket can't be ignored when it chimes. Another emergency. Another crisis unfolding when everything was starting to go well again. Excuse me, I say, jumping up from my seat and pulling out my phone. I have to answer this. I leave Stella in the living room with Javel and dash outside to the balcony, where I can still keep an eye on them through the sliding glass door without being overheard. Sir, we've apprehended the woman who killed Chekhov. Akim's voice is deep and clear through the phone, with a hint of pride. This is his first major achievement as my new second in command. Very good news, I grunt. Where is she being held? On the ship. She was trying to hide away and escape after everyone had left, but we caught her before she made it to the exit. She seems willing to talk. A smile tugs at the corner of my mouth. I liked Chekhov, and discovering the reason for his death is as close to justice as we can get. Excellent. We will return shortly. In the meantime, Javel and his men are going to come check out our cargo. He's agreed to take twice as much as we had originally intended. Things are going well, Akim says. Just don't get too comfortable, I warn. We have weeks of difficult travel ahead of us. This isn't anywhere close to being over yet.
Chapter 26. Stella. Yuri is in a much better mood as we arrive back to the cruise ship. I was hoping we'd be able to see more of the island, but he insisted on returning to the ship. This is work for him, but I'm starting to get restless. I tug at his arm as we board the ship. The smell of cleaning supplies and the sound of vacuums makes me nauseous. Yuri looks down at me, wiping the sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand. What's up? Do we have to spend the rest of the day on the ship? I ask. No, I was going to take you out to dinner, actually, he replies with a warm smile. A little celebration. Spark of excitement warms my chest as we walk down the hallway. Oh, we're celebrating your deal with Javel. A bit of that, and a bit of something else. I didn't want to mention it when we were with Javel, but we've located Chekhov's killer. She's being held in the cargo area for questioning. The spark of excitement in me dies just as quickly as it appeared. You're not going to hurt her, are you? He frowns. She murdered one of my men, Stella. Yeah, but can't you turn her over to the police or something? I ask, feeling weird about Yuri committing an act of violence against a woman. If he could hurt or kill a woman without remorse, I would feel a lot less comfortable around him. What if he got mad and did the same to me? Yuri senses my hesitation and gives my shoulder a light squeeze. It sounds like she was willing to talk, so I doubt we're going to have to take any drastic measures. We're not going to feed her to the sharks or anything. I hope not, I mutter. The drugs don't bother me nearly as much as the violence does. Don't worry, Yuri says, squeezing my shoulder again. If you want to join me for questioning, you're welcome to. We won't hurt anyone. I suck in a nervous breath and nod. I probably shouldn't get myself so involved in all of this, especially considering how illegal it is, but my curiosity is telling me to keep going. Oh, by the way, I meant to ask you something, I say, remembering the strange way Javel acted toward me when he found out I was American. I have something to ask you as well, he replies. But go ahead. I'm always the one with questions, so hearing that he has one makes me a bit anxious. I guess it's fair, though. I've been bombarding him with so much and he's been patient and open enough to respond to it all. Okay, Javel. He seemed scared that I was American, I say as we reach the elevator that will take us to the cargo area. Yuri lets out a deep laugh as he presses the button to bring the elevator up. Oh, that's a funny story, actually. I'm relieved it's not something horrific. I'm never sure what to expect. We're greeted by the strong scent of pine sol as we step into the elevator, and Yuri continues his story. Javel met this woman once, an American tourist who came on a cruise like the one we're on. She acted like she was super into him and stayed at his house for months. Well, eventually the United States sent people after her because her visa had expired and her family was worried about her, and Javel's house got raided. Oh my God, I say, holding my hand up to my mouth. Javel was pretty spooked, but once they found the girl unharmed, they left him alone. It turns out that she ran away from her life in the United States and thought Javel would be able to take care of her. I guess she was right. But she went about it in a way that made Javel look like he was holding her captive. I narrow my eyes, drumming my fingers on my lips as I look at Yuri. Sounds familiar. You're not a captive. You're my girlfriend, he replies. His words hit me like a ton of bricks. Girlfriend? When did we ever talk about that? I think never. I frown at him, crossing my arms and pretending to be offended. I never agreed to that. He raises a thick eyebrow, lowering his voice as we reach the cargo floor. Your body told me something different last night. A prickle of warmth moves over the back of my neck, and I rub it away with my palm. Ah, I don't think that qualifies as a relationship. More of a hookup. And what if it happens again? How many times until you're my girlfriend? He asks as the elevator doors roll open. I think for a second. Would have to be something regular. He leans in, and I smell his sweet and spicy cologne. His beard tickles my neck as he whispers into my ear, I'll claim you as many times as it takes to make you mine. I shudder hard, my legs almost giving way beneath me. How is he able to make me feel like this in just a few seconds? I'm already uncomfortably wet. Yuri looks smug, knowing the effect he's having on me. You're already mine, Stella, even if you don't know it yet. I don't belong to anyone, I say, but my voice dies in my throat. It comes out as barely a whisper, and Yuri doesn't even acknowledge that I said anything at all. Let's go, he says, putting his large hand on my waist and moving me out of the elevator with him. It's my turn for a question. I'm relieved, but also nervous about what he intends to ask me. Why didn't you drink the wine at Javel's? Unless I warn you about something, it's okay to do it. You're safe when you're with me, he says, his tone indicating that he isn't upset. He sounds more concerned about my comfort than anything else. A nervous laugh slips through my pursed lips. I'm not sure if I should tell him the truth because I'm afraid it's going to make me sound crazy. I roll my shoulders back, trying to fake my way to the confidence I lack. I just want to make sure I'm not drinking after we had unprotected sex. Seems reckless because you never know if. Yuri spins around, slamming his hand against the wall in front of me and blocking my path. His blue eyes are glowing with what appears to be panic. I've never seen this look from him before. What did you say? What little confidence I had is now gone. I shrink away from him, holding my hands against my chest. I was just saying I didn't want to drink alcohol after what we did. Because of potentially there could be a baby. Probably not. But. He laughs, but he looks like he wants to cry. You weren't on the pill. I shake my head. I told you I wasn't. Right, he mutters, pinching the bridge of his nose like he has a headache. Well, you're probably not pregnant. It was just one time. I shrug. Right. But better safe than sorry. I'm not trying to freak you out, I'm just being careful. I would have had a little brother, but my mom didn't know she was pregnant and was drinking a lot at the time. Jesus, I'm sorry, he says, his tone shifting immediately. Okay, don't worry about it. No alcohol, but I'm pretty sure you're not pregnant. We'll be more careful next time. Next time. I knew we probably would, but the way he says it with such confidence tells me it's going to happen sooner rather than later. Admittedly, the idea excites me, but I'm still sore from the last time. He's so big. Yuri removes his hand from the wall and smiles. Time for an interrogation. You can sit this one out if you want, or you can watch. I'll watch, I say, eager for something to take my mind off the possibility of a pregnancy. It's a bit silly, really, but the story about my mother was true. Even small mistakes can lead to big regrets later on. Okay, but brace yourself. Sometimes these things can get ugly, he warns as we continue down the hallway. I roll my shoulders back again. I can handle it, I reply, but I'm really not sure if I can. All of this is so new and I don't know what to think about it. All I know is that Yuri swore to protect me, and his word is the only thing I can rely on anymore. Chapter 27. Stella. Clara Santos, Yuri says, holding up a passport and glancing at the handcuffed woman in the cargo area. Several men stand around with guns, but the woman hardly looks like a threat. It's almost unbelievable that she has it in her to push someone off a boat in the middle of the night. I stand off to the side, trying to avoid eye contact with the woman. Chekhov didn't deserve to die, and it's difficult to have sympathy for a killer, but I still don't want to see her hurt. I don't like this part of the Bratva. Not one bit. You're Brazilian, Yuri says, tossing the passport onto the ground. I'm assuming you came here because of my bounty. Clara nods. They told me I could be rich. You could have, but you messed it up, he replies with a cold laugh. You killed my right-hand man. There's fear in Clara's eyes, but there's also confusion. She doesn't seem to know what the hell she's doing on this cruise ship, or who she's supposed to be targeting. She heard about the money and swung blindly. I find it sad, actually. She probably doesn't even know why someone put a bounty on Yuri's head, only that she could get rich if she killed him. You honestly thought Chekhov was me? He asks, stepping toward Clara with clenched fists. You thought you were killing me. She tries to move from him, but there's nowhere for her to go. I thought he was you. He was in your room. Yuri pulls his head back, frowning deeper than before. In my room? Do you even know where my room is? Clara nods. Yes, someone tried to shoot you. That's how I found out. Yuri groans, sliding his fingertips across his forehead. Good God, you're an idiot. I get it now, but I don't think Clara understands her mistake. The Yuri that was shot wasn't the same Yuri she's talking to now. She must have learned about the shooting, thought he was still alive, saw Chekhov investigating the room, and targeting him as Yuri. It's a messy situation, and I can understand why Yuri is so frustrated with it. People are dying left and right because of these rogue bounty hunters. They're all amateurs trying to make a fortune at Yuri's expense. The whole thing is insane and more than a little scary. If they can kill Chekhov thinking that he's Yuri, I feel like people would be more than willing to kidnap me to lure Yuri into a trap. Suddenly, I realize I'm not Yuri's captive at all. I'm the one who needs him, not the other way around. You killed an innocent man, Yuri says to Clara, his voice cold and dry. You will be held accountable for that. I expect to see tears in Clara's eyes, perhaps a desperate plea for forgiveness, but she doesn't seem bothered by any of this. A true psychopath. I told you the truth, she says plainly. What are you going to do to me? Yuri glances over his shoulder at me, looking for guidance. I don't want to be the one making decisions like this, but Clara doesn't seem sorry at all. I don't hate her because I have no real connection to Chekhov, but I do realize that she's not someone we should be letting free like nothing happened. Today, I feel the first possibility of corruption creeping into my soul. The first real decision I have to make as a woman involved with the Bratva. Morality simply doesn't apply here. You either kill or you are killed, and I'm learning that very quickly. An eye for an eye, I suggest choosing the least messy option. She should experience what she put Chekhov through. Yuri smirks. You know what? I'm really starting to like you. You should. I'm your girlfriend. Yuri's smile widens and Clara shoots me a nasty look. It's clear she has no remorse for her actions, so I match her lack of empathy with a nasty look of my own, showing her I simply don't care what she thinks. She's an evil person. Plain and simple. Yuri claps his hands together, turning to one of his men to address him. Take one of the smaller boats and toss her a few miles from shore when it gets dark. Make sure you burn her belongings. A chill runs through me at the thought of being thrown into the ocean. I can't imagine having to drown out there in the darkness without any hope of making it back to shore. I also wonder how long I would get in prison for being involved in this, but I fear I've already gone too far to turn back. I choose to blame it on Tyler. It's almost comical that he drove me into this situation. Never in a million years did I think I would be conspiring with a mafia boss to toss a woman into the ocean, but here I am. Unhinged is one word for it. I wonder if I've lost my mind, or this is just the natural progression of my life. One bad decision after another. No matter what I do, it only gets crazier. Yuri appears unbothered by it, taking my hand and leading me out of the cargo area so that business can continue as usual. I bet you're hungry, he says. How about an early dinner? My stomach growls at the mention of food. No seafood, though, I say. Why not? I place my hand on my belly, more as a joke than a serious concern. Oh, he says, his eyes widening, yeah, we could avoid that. I'm not well versed in pregnancy precautions. Not that you're pregnant, of course, but I understand your trauma and I'm willing to work around it. It's adorable that he's trying so hard to take my concerns seriously. My mother's miscarriage is so far in the past that it doesn't really bother me, but the possibility of screwing things up sits deep within me. Until I know for certain that I didn't get myself pregnant, I'm going to behave as though I did.
Chapter 28. Yuri. One thing about the Bratva is that no matter how wild things get, you can't sit around trying to process things until the storm is over. In this case, that means going to dinner with Stella and trying to forget everything I've learned in the past few days. Chekhov's funeral will be held after this is over. I've chosen not to think too much about his death because it only brings me grief. I have an organization to run and a hole to dig myself out of. Grief comes later. And then there's the situation with Stella. She's the most amazing woman I've ever met, but I fear I'm exposing her to too much of the Bratva lifestyle to simply cut her loose when the boat returns to American waters. Not only does she know too much, but I also have very real feelings for her. Oh, and she's possibly pregnant because neither of us had the sense to use protection. If Chekhov was still alive, which the search team hasn't yet ruled out yet, but I have to assume he isn't, he would be reprimanding me for being so reckless with Stella. A baby would put my position as the head of the Bratva in extreme jeopardy. I want a family. Eventually. But now is a terrible time to be having a child. I've had dangerous situations, but this is getting ridiculous. The cruise has turned into an utter nightmare, and all it takes is another foolish bounty hunter to draw swarms of law enforcement to our boat and blow our entire cocaine operation out of the water. Then what will I have to show for all my hard work? A child who will never know his father because he's rotting in prison. No, I can't let it happen. I must take control of this before it's too late. Even if it means dumping all of our cocaine into the ocean, I'll do what it takes to make sure we're not caught with it. I have other options, of course, but those will have to be discussed with Akim before we carry any of them out. We won't be doing that until we close this deal with Javel and get back on our way to the next port. Until then, it's just me, Stella, and a tropical Jamaican night. It wouldn't be a vacation without a little shopping, I say, leading her out into the lazy afternoon sun where a car is waiting to take us to the city. You can get something to wear out to dinner. Her eyes light up, but then she gives me a suspicious look. You'd still consider this a vacation? A few days in Jamaica? Sounds like a vacation to me, I reply with a cheeky grin. I nudge her with my elbow. Or do you want to get some work done while we're here? She scoffs. I quit my job for this vacation, drained my savings, ditched my responsibilities, and now I'm in Jamaica with a MAFIA boss. I'm not doing any damn work. I'm always impressed by her ferocity. We get into the car, and my driver takes us to the small private shopping complex a few miles from the port. It's not exactly the tropical island experience most people expect when they come to Jamaica, but we'll get to that eventually. For now, we're getting luxury boutiques and crisp, cold air conditioning. Does nobody here shop at places like this? Stella asks, peering out the window as we arrive outside the tall black building. They do, but I had it booked for our arrival. There won't be anyone else here, I reply. She looks at me like she doesn't believe me, but it's difficult to deny that we're alone once we step into the building. The only people there are the shop owners and the security guards. Nobody else is allowed in. Stella looks up at the glittering chandelier in the lobby, then around at the empty shops. Wow, you weren't joking. There's nobody here. I smile, reaching into my pocket and pulling out my black card. Here, I say, handing it to her. Anything you want here is yours. She takes the card like it might shatter if it drops on the marble floor. More disbelief is written on her face, but that card is as real as they come. I could buy a multi-million-dollar car with it, and it still wouldn't decline. You're serious about this? She asks, turning the card over in her hand. Of course, I reply cheerfully. Perks of being my girlfriend. She raises her eyebrows at me, a bemused smirk on her pretty lips. I have the urge to kiss them again, so I lean and do just that. She tastes like adventure mixed with an inkling of surprise. As I pull away, she grabs the back of my head, finishing the kiss strong. I want her all over again, but I can't do it here. We need to get to a bathroom at least, or videos me thrusting in the empty shopping mall are going to be all over the internet. Keep it classy. There will be plenty of time for that after dinner. Stella pulls away and holds up my black card triumphantly, letting out a squeal of delight as she skips into the first shop. I meander in after her, watching her with a newfound appreciation as she swoons over glittering dresses and crocodile-embossed purses. I enjoy watching her spend my money. I've gotten so bored with it myself that it's nice to have a reminder how much joy it can bring someone who isn't used to it. She's hurrying from rack to rack, checking prices as though it'll somehow be too much for me to afford. Finally, she comes back to me with a nervous smile. Everything in here is so expensive. Price isn't a concern, I reply, waving my hand dismissively. Just pick what you want, darling, and I'll make sure you walk out of here with it. Her smile widens, but she holds up a finger. No stealing, though. I chuckle. Wouldn't dream of it. She skips off again, coming back with a lovely green-blue dress that reminds me of the ocean on a clear day. I want her to try it on and show me, but she refuses. You'll see it on our date, she says, playfully crinkling her nose at me. As you wish. An hour or so later, we've gathered a few more things that she likes from various stores, and each time she swipes my card, she becomes more confident in my ability to afford all this. If she knew how much money I had, she probably wouldn't believe it, but that's for another time, perhaps. She's my girlfriend, not my wife, after all. Even considering that possibility gives me an odd feeling in the pit of my stomach. It's not a bad one, just strange. I've never felt anything like it, and I'm not sure how to get it to go away. It's like 1,000 butterflies are trapped there, frantically fluttering their wings as they try to escape. The only thing I can think of is to kiss Stella again, and she kisses me back with the same intensity as before. It's easy to forget about the world when I'm with her. It's like we're the only people who exist. That illusion fades quickly when we leave the shopping mall, driving back through increasingly busy streets. We return to the ship so that she can change, and then we make our way to a restaurant so upscale that it doesn't appear on any regular map. You have to know somebody to get in, and in my case, I am that somebody. This restaurant is located at the top of a hill. It's all trees and greenery until the very top, where the dazzling wooden building is revealed. Guests are seated on the roof, and food gets cooked inside. It really feels like you're eating in a giant treehouse with how the trees are incorporated into the design of the building. This is like something out of a dream, Stella mutters as we're dropped off by the driver. There aren't any cars allowed to park by the restaurant because the owner likes to maintain an appearance of isolation. We're in our own jungle paradise here, where there's nothing but good food, fine wine, and live jazz. I've been here once before, but it's a totally different experience bringing Stella. I'm excited for her to discover all the little details of how this place is put together. Seeing her this mesmerized puts a certain kind of happiness in my soul that can't be emulated by anything else. And seeing her in her new blue dress puts a bulge in my pants that's not going to be satisfied by anything but claiming her before dessert is served. Condom or not, I'm making sure she knows who she belongs to tonight.
If you're enjoying this audiobook, please be sure to like and subscribe. Thank you so much. Chapter 29. Stella. The heartfelt poetry of live brass instruments and piano warms my entire body as I walk arm in arm into the restaurant with Yuri. I've been told it doesn't have an official name, but people are calling it the treehouse. I used to have a treehouse growing up. My dad built it for me when I was little, and my mom was always terrified that I would fall out and get hurt. I never did, but one time I got stuck there when it started raining, and my dad had to run out and get me. I laugh when I think about it now, but when I was little, I felt like I was alone in the middle of the most dangerous storm on the planet. I feel a bit like that here in Jamaica, but being with Yuri is the strong hand of power and certainty that I need. I'm going to be all right. I might even be more than all right if this beautiful date is anything to judge the future on. The stairs up to the rooftop appear to be made from just a few enormous pieces of wood, carved out into steps and polished until I can see my face reflected in the grain as I look down at them. The blue dress was a good choice, since almost everything in here is a glowing, amber-colored wood. I feel like a queen in her forest castle, rising up to the top to give a beautiful speech to the people she rules over. I can see myself enjoying this level of luxury on a more permanent basis, but the moral predicament it's put me in is uncomfortable, to say the least. I keep trying to forget about Clara, the woman I sentenced to most likely die at sea for what she did to Chekhov. Was it the right thing to do? Did it even matter that I made the choice? Would Yuri have done something similar, or even worse, if I had said nothing? And with all the people suffering in the world, why should I be up here in some luxurious treetop restaurant, enjoying a dinner that probably costs more than most people's rent? I'll have to ask Yuri how he justifies it all. He appears heartless on the surface, but I know he has a moral compass. Something inside of him guides him to show empathy toward innocent people. He only acts aggressively toward people who are out to hurt him or the people he cares about. He displays that empathy as he holds his hand out to help me up the last step. I smile, my cheeks glowing hot with excitement as we enter the main dining area. I'm blown away by the beauty of the place, string lights that glow like fireflies and tables sculpted up from the floor like they grew there naturally. I'm blown away that something like this can even exist. It's like something out of a dream you'd have as a child, and yet it's real. I'm seeing it with my own eyes, but trying to explain it to anybody back home would be impossible. It's like a secret I don't want to keep, but I have no choice because nobody would believe me if I told them. Our table is there, close to the edge, Yuri says, pointing to a private little table in the corner of the room. There are a few other couples here, people who look like they shower in diamonds and towel themselves dry with $100 bills. I'm happy to say that I don't stand out in my beautiful dress. It's actually Yuri who doesn't quite fit in, with his muscular build and tattoos on his large knuckles. Even his slim black suit can't hide the power and danger lurking beneath it. He pulls a chair out for me, and it doesn't make any sound at all against the live jazz band playing in the center of the room. It slides like it's on ice, and I find it very easy to adjust myself to be close to the table. I have a terrible habit of dropping food in my lap otherwise, and I'd hate to ruin such a gorgeous dress. Even though I don't look out of place, I still feel a bit awkward as a bowl is placed between us, some kind of rose-scented liquid poured in, and little white pellets tossed in after it. Without an explanation, we're left alone again, and I look to Yuri for guidance. "It's for cleaning your hands," he says, taking one of the pellets and unfolding it to reveal that it's a dehydrated cloth. I laugh a bit too loudly. It'd be like something out of a movie if I drank the rose water like it was soup. Yuri smiles warmly as I take the other cloth and clean my hands with it. The water smells so much like roses that it feels like we're sitting in a garden in the middle of summer. I'm reluctant to finish cleaning my hands and put the cloth back into the water. "You look like an angel tonight," Yuri says, his voice deep and appreciative. "I'm really glad you came out here with me." Even though he's looked at me like this 100 times before, I still blush when his eyes meet mine. They hold such a powerful sharpness that's difficult to get used to. There's something threatening about it, but also so intense that it's addicting. I melt into my seat, whispering a quiet thank you before the waiter comes back and takes away the bowl of rose water. Yuri's eyes are still on me, sparkling from the string lights hanging overhead. "This place is so nice," I say, trying to cut through the tension between us. Every time we're alone, or have the illusion of being alone, it gets like this. My body feels drawn to him, but I'm always afraid. I don't know why, but the idea of having sex with him again is almost scary. Why? Because it will intensify my emotions toward him, and I don't want to fall in love with Yuri. Inevitably, it will result in a broken heart and more tears than I have in me to cry. Yuri is the opposite of afraid, though. He's coming into this like nothing could possibly go wrong. His confidence is infectious, but it's also a reason to resist him. He's not thinking clearly. Neither of us are, and that's a tragedy waiting to happen. It's quite nice. I know a few more places like this in the States, if you ever want to check those out, Yuri says. "Do you ever feel bad about it?" I ask, twisting my fingers together under the table, like there are people struggling and we're enjoying the utmost luxury. "I was struggling," he replies, rubbing his chin, And so were you, even if you didn't realize it. I have a different view of the world than many people, so perhaps you won't agree with me on this, but if you really want to enjoy this level of luxury, it's possible for most people. You really think so? I ask, curious how he's able to come to such a bold conclusion. He nods slowly, rubbing his chin as he fishes for the right words. There are some people who wouldn't be able to, I suppose. It does take a certain willingness to break the rules, and also the ability to be clever at times. I suppose it comes down to whether you believe in free will. I laugh. Well, of course. That's how we're here. He shrugs. If you take a purely scientific approach, free will can't be so easily proven. In that case, no, not everyone can be wealthy. In fact, only a few people can, and they inevitably are, independent of their background. But you believe in free will, then I challenge. Yes, he says, tilting his head up and looking past the branches overhead at the darkening sky. I believe there's something more, but I'm not at liberty to say what that something is. It makes sense to me that there's something greater than us, but I never really thought beyond that, I say. He looks back down at me and smiles. Before I met you, I suspected there might be, but now I know there is. Butterflies erupt in my belly, and my heart slams in my chest so hard it hurts. Suddenly, the room doesn't seem stable or still at all. The sound of the brass instruments are screaming in my ears, and my mind is moving so fast I can't keep up with it. I'm stunned, for lack of a better way to put it. Everything in me is unable to function for a few seconds until I get my breathing under control. My next inhale is shaky, but I'm able to regain clarity for long enough to smile at Yuri. You really think that? I know it, he says, the eagerness in his words so obvious that it feels like we're two teenagers on our first date. Yuri is so pure when he's not discussing Bratva matters. My mouth is dry, but there's no water on the table yet. I swallow, trying to build up some moisture to use so that I can talk again. You've really changed how I think too. I'll admit I've never met a man like you before. There are none, he replies, puffing out his chest. I'm the only one. I laugh, tension dissolving from my tight shoulders. You are. That's true. His smile is dazzling as he laughs with me, his eyes sparkling with even more intensity than before. I love his confidence, the way that he doesn't take himself too seriously when we're out together. It's so easy to forget about everything when I'm with you, I confess, twisting my fingers under the table again. There's so much more I want to say, but it's nerve-wracking just to admit this much. You should forget it. Nothing really matters in life but your happiness, he says as a waiter arrives. He shifts his attention to him for a moment. I'll take a hot tea, please. And my wife here will have a. I freeze, drawing a blank as I try to process what he just said. Wife? I'm hardly even his girlfriend. The same, I blurt, blushing wildly like I just said the most ridiculous thing. The waiter smiles, nodding as he leaves us alone again. What the hell was that? I hiss at Yuri. He chuckles, leaning back in his chair without the least bit of guilt. That was the waiter. I roll my eyes. Okay, funny guy, you know what I'm talking about. You referred to me as your wife. He shrugs. Might as well be. And why is that? I don't see a ring on my finger, I reply, holding out my hand. I'd like to change that, eventually. His voice is smooth and hot like melted butter, but his words hit me like a brick wall. Chapter 30. Stella. We've only just met. I stammer, trying to remain calm while Yuri grins about his casual marriage suggestion. Normal people don't talk about stuff like this on a first date, but then again, Yuri isn't normal and I guess neither am I. I've known you for long enough to know you'd make a fantastic wife. Also, I wouldn't mind the residency status that came with it. I've been thinking about this for a while, actually. I half laugh, half scoff at his suggestion. You've been thinking about using me to get into the United States. I don't need to be there, but it would be nice. The Brazilian authorities would ease up on me if they knew I was a resident of the United States. They wouldn't come after me so hard, then. Suddenly, all the butterflies I ever had for him vanish like it's the end of summer. It's going to be a cold winter if this is the way he really thinks about me. I can see you're a bit upset, he says, worry starting to show on his face. A little? I ask, trying not to raise my voice. This isn't the type of place I'd feel comfortable having an argument. We can save that for when we're back on the boat. A moment ago, you were suggesting I was crazy for suggesting marriage. Clearly, you're not ready for it in a romantic sense, he says, as though that makes anything better. I groan, pressing my palm into my forehead. Yuri, you were doing everything right. Literally everything, and now you go and admit you're using me to gain residency in the United States. Oh no, that wasn't my intention, he says, his voice tightening with concern. No, that's not it at all. I really like you, Stella. You're an incredible woman, but I'm also in a bit of a tough spot here with the bounty on my head. Hell, it's risky just being out here at dinner with you. I grit my teeth. Yeah, so risky, I reply sarcastically. Maybe because I might dump my tea on your goddamn head when it gets here. I think it's a good idea. Not the tea, of course. I mean getting married, he replies, trying to sell his idea, even though I hate it with the very core of my being. I think it's stupid, I grumble, and I think you're an idiot for ruining dinner with something like this. He frowns, holding up his hands like he's done nothing wrong. Seriously? This is the best of both worlds. Maybe you're not understanding me. Explain yourself, then. I snap, already fed up with this conversation. I doubt he's going to be able to rescue it, but given that I'm stuck with him for the rest of the night, I might as well hear him out. I like you. That's the first thing. I feel like you've gotten the wrong impression by how I came out of the blue with the marriage idea. I met you, I wanted you from the moment I saw you, and here you are in front of me. God, if I could have you forever, I would. But I know when this cruise is finished, you're going back to your old life. Says who? I ask, my voice cracking as I struggle with my emotions. I'm assuming you don't want to be part of this beautiful disaster forever, he says, his eyes pleading at me for that not to be the case. The truth is, though, that I still haven't decided. The assumption was and still is that we're not going to be together forever, and that this is all just a story I'm going to get to tell when I'm old and gray. Not many people will even believe me, but I'll know it's true. Yuri will always be real to me. My throat is tight, and there's a lump in it that I can't swallow. I don't know what I'm going to do. Is that okay for me to say? Yuri nods. It's better than no. I laugh, tears threatening to spill even as our tea arrives. Here you are. Would you like to order food this evening? The waiter asks, avoiding eye contact with me and looking at Yuri. I must look like I'm about to burst into tears. The chef's special, please, Yuri says quickly. Right away. The waiter rushes off, probably eager to leave our table. The awkwardness is palpable. It's like someone walking into your bedroom when you're having sex. The music has slowed, and some people have gotten up to dance, but the only thing I feel like doing is crying. A moment of silence settles over our table, but it feels like an hour before Yuri continues. So like I was saying, I wasn't sure what to expect from you when we first met, but I quickly realized I liked you more than I've liked anyone before. I bet you say that to every woman, I say with a small laugh, but I'm hoping to God that he means it. He sighs. Stella, don't push me away. I'm opening up here and I want you to hear me out. I perk up. I'm listening. Go ahead. He runs his fingers through his thick hair until he reaches the back of his head. He stretches it for a moment. Then he lets go and looks at me. I want you to marry me, but it's too soon for it to be for any romantic purposes. That's the plain and simple truth. Of course, I'm obsessed with you, but we need time that we don't really have to know if it's a forever thing. I shrug. Then the answer is no. I think that should be obvious at this point, Yuri. I'm not going to marry you just to save you from something you got yourself into. There's absolutely nothing in it for me. A grin spreads across his face, much to my surprise, and he holds up a finger. Ah, that's where you're wrong. There is something in it for you, but only if we actually need to get married. If I can convince them to drop the bounty, there will be no need for any of this. I narrow my eyes at him, suspicious of what this is all about. Okay, then why don't you just wait and see if they'll drop it? Why bother bringing this up at all? Because I know they're not going to drop it, darling. Clear as day, they want me dead. I doubt they care about money anymore, he replies, oddly comfortable with the idea of being a dead man walking. So, you think you're going to convince me to marry you? That's cute, I say, fully intending to shoot him down again. But then he comes through with the most insane part yet, and I'm instantly blown away. You are going to marry me, Stella, because I'm going to pay you $10 million to be my bride.
Chapter 31. Yuri. I see an entire life's worth of emotions cross Stella's face at the mention of paying her $10 million to be my wife. The thing I like about her is that she still looks like she's considering turning me down, which only makes me want her more. I'm a bit speechless, she finally says, taking a sip of her tea. Her eyes widen and she looks down at her cup. Wow, this is so good. I laugh, raising my cup and taking a sip of my own. It's Naka tea. Really quite nice. It's incredible, she says. Jesus, what were we even talking about? I smirk. The wedding. A big one with a lot of guests, or a secret little runaway adventure. She clicks her tongue at me. Now we haven't even agreed on this little proposal yet. It's not an instant yes for you? I ask, still surprised that she isn't moved by the $10 million offer. She shrugs, paying more attention to her tea than to me. Yeah, that part is great, but since this is a business proposal and not a romantic one, there's got to be some rules. Name them, I reply, leaning back in my seat and folding my arms over my chest. I'm prepared to do just about anything it takes to have her as my bride and get those annoying bounty hunters off my back. I'll be safe in the United States and I'll be with the most beautiful woman in the world. There's literally no downside. Stella pouts her lips, thinking for a moment as the jazz band hit a faster number. The energy in this place is insane, and it's making me want to dance. I don't care if nobody else is. I've never been shy. But I have to wait to hear what she has to say. I'm so close to closing on this offer that I can taste it in my mouth. I can't taste her in my mouth, and I'm dying to get a piece of the real thing. Stella makes me wait to hear her terms, sipping on her tea and looking up at the tree branches swaying above us. A leaf flutters down onto the table, and she picks it up, twirling it around in front of her before finally looking at me again. Okay, I got it. Let's hear it. You've managed to take a budding romance and turn it into something to save your ass, so I think it's only fair that I do the same. But it won't be my ass that I'm saving, it'll be my heart. My stomach drops like I'm on a roller coaster, and I feel pinpricks on the bottom of my feet. This can't be good. She lays the leaf down on the table. I want you to understand that I really do like you, but if I'm going to be your wife for political reasons, then it'll be strictly platonic. I don't want to be strung along, so no more of the romantic stuff. My insides are eating me up at this point. It's my greatest fantasy and my worst nightmare rolled into one sickening deal. I want to shoot myself for telling her about this idea so soon. I've ruined everything we have going and lost any hope of making this a long-term arrangement. Strictly platonic. The idea alone makes me want to pull out my gun and put a bullet in my head. You think you're going to be able to resist me once we're in bed together? Husband and wife don't sleep in separate rooms, I say, trying to save the situation with a little charisma and a smile. No luck. She gives me a look like she's thoroughly fed up with me. We might find ourselves in the same room some nights, but you'll be sleeping on the floor. I laugh. No way. Yes way. And you'd better enjoy me while you can, because once the knot is tied and the money is in my bank account, I'll be off limits. Her wording is all I need to know that she doesn't really want this romance to end between us either. So, even if I have to beg on my knees for her once we're married, I'll win her over again. She might be able to resist me for a week, or maybe even a month, but night after night, month after month, and she's going to break. It's a deal, I say, standing up and smoothing out the front of my shirt. But until you're wearing that ring, there aren't any rules. No rules, and no limits, she says with a wink. I hold out my hand, already swaying to the music. Let's dance to that. She can't hold back a smile as she slips her hand into mine and I pull her out onto the dance floor. The band picks up the tempo, and I feel the energy surge inside of me. Tonight I'm going to dance like there's no tomorrow, because as far as I know, there isn't one. I wasn't expecting Stella to keep up with me, but she knows how to dance surprisingly well. Her hips move like she was born to the roll of the snare and the blare of the trumpets. I put my hands on her hips, following them as she slinks along the dance floor. Everyone is looking at us, but I barely see them. All I can see is the woman of my dreams seducing me to the music in a sparkling blue dress. We come from different countries, speaking different languages as we discovered the world, but tonight the music speaks the same way to both of us. The warmth of her body drains me of my inhibitions, and the sparkle in her eyes as she looks into mine is a spell as strong as whiskey. Nothing else in the world matters anymore. All of it fades into the background, even the music, as I pull her closer. Her body fits into mine like a puzzle piece, and the moment we click into place, it's like a cloud is lifted, and I can finally see the truth. Stella and I were made for each other. There's no other way around it, no possibility of denying what we have here. It's more than chemistry. It's the bond of fate that brought us together, and only death would separate us now. She might not realize it, but I do. A euphoric feeling rises in my body, coming from my feet and pulsating through my legs. It keeps moving, overtaking my body as the music reaches a peak. I kiss Stella on her soft red lips, closing my eyes and disappearing into the most private place in my mind, the one I hid for years because I was too afraid to let anyone else in. Tonight I'm opening the door to that place and allowing Stella to see a part of me that nobody else has seen. My soul is exposed to her without my ego in the way. It's fragile, but her touch is gentle, and she accepts it with the utmost care. I open my eyes, pulling back and smiling without control. I don't care if I look crazy. I can't hide what I'm feeling right now, and I don't care how foolish it is to fall in love with Stella. It feels too good to stop. She laughs with pure joy as we stop dancing and return to the table. Our food is waiting for us there, and we dig in without saying a word. We've already confessed everything to each other using with our souls. There's nothing else to be said. Normally I would comment on how good the food tastes, or say something about the way the chef makes regular vegetables taste like magic, but tonight, nothing even comes close to the mesmerizing flavor of the woman in front of me. Even as we finish our meal and order dessert, I find myself unable to think about eating again until I've had a taste of her. I stand up again, offering her my hand. "Another dance?" she asks with a smile. "You know what I want," I reply, the beast in me taking over. "Let's go." She tosses her napkin on the table, leaving it behind with any doubts she has as we rush to the bathroom together. Due to the extremely spicy nature of the next scene, it has been removed from this version. It is only available by following the link in the description or visiting bellakingbooks.com. There you will find the full audiobook with all spicy scenes included. Chapter 33. Yuri. I'm jolted out of my sleep by the hostile ring of my emergency phone. Stella is so deep into her sleep that she doesn't stir, but I've learned never to sleep too completely. I scramble for my phone, pulling it out of the nightstand and jumping out of bed to answer it. I press it to my ear hard, jumping into the bathroom so that I don't wake Stella up. "This had better be an emergency," I growl. "Not exactly, but you're still going to want to hear it," Akim replies. There's a peculiar brightness in his voice for how early in the morning it is. "Proceed," I say, looking at my sleepy face in the mirror. The bags under my eyes haven't gotten any less noticeable since starting this cruise. I need a real vacation after this one. "We found him," Akim blurts. "Who?" I ask, suddenly alert like I just took a shot of espresso. "Chekhov. He's suffering from mild hypothermia, but he'll be all right. We found him floating on a broken shipping pallet not too far from shore." "Jesus," I mutter. "Where do you have him now?" "We got him to a local doctor, but he's conscious and he wants to talk to you." "Never a day off for that poor guy. I'll pay him a visit as soon as I get dressed, but tell him to take it easy," I say, already rushing back out of the bathroom to get my clothes. "Right. See you soon, sir." I hang up the phone. Akim is a good man. I think a lesser one would have left Chekhov in the ocean to die so that he could continue to fill his position. Unfortunately, Akim will be getting demoted as soon as Chekhov is able to recover, but he'll keep his pay raise. I'm not going to screw him over for doing the right thing. I throw on a pair of shorts and a white t-shirt from my closet, trying hard to be quiet but ultimately failing to prevent Stella from waking up. As I'm putting on my shoes, I hear her soft voice in the darkness. Yuri. Keep sleeping, my angel. I'm just going for a meeting. Nothing dangerous. She sits up in bed suddenly, blinking at me in the darkness. If you're saying that, it means you're actually doing something dangerous. I chuckle, finishing with my shoes and walking toward her. I touch her leg under the blanket. She's so soft and warm that it makes me want to crawl back in and forget about Chekhov until morning, but it's important that I speak to him. There's a lot I can learn about what really happened the night he was pushed overboard. I promise you, I'm not doing anything dangerous. It's just some business stuff. You can go back to sleep, I assure her. You're lying, she says. There's more fear in her voice than anger. I sigh. Darling, it's fine. Dima will be outside to make sure nobody bothers you. You're safe here. I don't trust him. Don't be difficult, I warn. That 10 million isn't just for your hand in marriage. It's also for your compliance with my lifestyle. She scoffs. We never agreed on that. I'm worried about you. What has you going out this late? More stuff to do, Angel. It's not that late, actually. It's almost morning. I'm getting a head start. I squeeze her leg under the blanket. Go to sleep and dream of me, darling. She lies back down. I won't be able to sleep, just so you know. I guess I've ruined it for you, I reply with a small laugh. Just relax. I'll be back soon. You promise? I swear. I leave the room before she can continue trying to distract me. It's not that I don't want to hear her sweet voice and calm her fears, but I can't leave Chekhov waiting when there's still so much at stake. I need to know his side of the story. The sooner we figure this mess out, the sooner we can move on from it. And moving on means having the time to spend with Stella, convincing her that being my bride isn't only about the business side of things. She wants to believe we can only have one side of the coin or the other, but I want to choose. I want both, and I'm not the type to give up until I succeed in getting what I set out for. Dima is outside, standing like the statue he is as I leave. Nobody goes in or out of my room. Got it. He nods, and I hurry along down the red-carpeted hallway, eager to get off this damn boat. I never thought I'd be so tired of the way the ocean feels under my feet, but I am. More and more I think about having a normal life that doesn't demand I go to sea every few months and risk getting thrown in prison. Chekhov's sudden brush with death was a wake-up call for me. What does any of this money, power, or success mean if I don't live long enough to enjoy it? And what's to enjoy if I'm alone? I'm convinced that things have to change, but the bounty is the #1 thing preventing that from happening. I must get on the phone with someone from the Brazilian government and put a stop to this before it's too late. Unfortunately, that's not going to be easy. Chekhov was already trying to do that before he was pushed overboard, and even Akim's recent attempts have failed. I suspect that there's nothing I can do to get them to lift the bounty aside from marrying Stella. And for what it's worth, even if it is lifted, I'm going to marry her. I've already made up my mind about that. An unassuming black sedan is waiting for me at the dock, taking me down to the nearest private hospital where they have Chekhov under close observation. It pains me that he's had to go through this, but I'm also relieved he's alive. I thought for sure he wouldn't make it, but there was something inside of me that wasn't ready to mourn him yet. I guess I know why now. The drive is short, but it feels long as I ride with the window down in the back seat. The air is hot, even at night, but it still feels good against the sweat that's formed on my face. It feels like I run a solid 5 degrees warmer than the average person, especially when I haven't slept enough. Physically, I'm still waking up, but my mind is already racing like it's midday. Will Chekhov's story line up with Clara's, or will they turn out to be completely different from what we believe happened? We already left her in the ocean, and I doubt she'd be able to survive those waters like Chekhov did. She was an amateur bounty hunter who met her end early in her career. Chekhov is a seasoned member of one of the most powerful Bratva organizations in the world. We're not getting that woman back, even if we tried. But Stella made the right choice with Clara. One thing that must be understood when you join the Bratva is that gender has nothing to do with someone's willingness to kill you. If you treat people differently based on whether they're a woman, you're going to end up dead before you have the chance to taste success. The only person I've ever made an exception to that rule for is Stella. She's different. Obviously, I have feelings for her, but it's not just that. She's pure in a way other people aren't, disconnected from the Bratva to the point of ignorance. I prefer it that way, but she's already starting to be corrupted. I just hope she's able to retain that little hint of innocence in the way she acts, so I can have a reminder that good people still exist in this wretched, greedy world. She's on my mind again as I arrive at the hospital, but I'm able to focus back on Chekhov when I reach his room. He's lying in a white bed, draped in several layers of wool to keep his body warm. He's pale, but there's a little pinkness that's coming back into his cheeks, and his heart rate is beeping at a steady pace on the monitor. "You're one lucky guy," I say as I walk up to him. His eyes, closed when I arrived, flutter open immediately. "Yuri, I didn't think you'd be here so quickly. Akim said you were probably asleep." "I was, so thanks for waking me," I say with a cheeky grin. I can be a pest, I know. True, but I'm just glad you're all right. "How are you feeling?" I ask, placing my hand on his bed. "Better than I should be, considering how long I was out in the water. Luckily for me, the sharks weren't hungry enough to pick on me." I laugh. "You probably don't taste good. I hear they prefer lean meat." "You'd be pretty safe, then, you fat loser," he growls, attempting to throw a punch from his bed. It lands weakly on my thigh, and I chuckle. "Calm down now, or the doctor is going to come in here and put you to sleep." "I slept plenty in the water. Only way to pass the time out there alone," he replies, leaning back into his pillow and looking up at the ceiling. Still surprised I made it out. I thought I was dead the moment that woman pushed me. "Clara. Did she tell you her name?" He looks at me and smirks. "She told me it was April. I should have known she was lying, but she had a butt on her like two overfilling water balloons." I wag my finger at him. "You see, thinking with your dick is what gets you killed." He shrugs. "I was being careful. Honestly, I didn't expect her to be able to push me over the railing like that. Not really sure why either, seeing as she told me she wanted to have sex out in the moonlight." "She thought you were me," I say, shaking my head. "Total idiot, but that's what happens when you're walking around with a bounty on your head. Every idiot in the world wants a piece of you. For my safety as well as yours. Then you should do something about that bounty." "Been trying. Not working." "Try harder." I chuckle. "I do have a plan, but it's drastic. You're going to think I'm crazy." "Too late, man, I already do," he grumbles, looking at the ceiling again. "And I think I'm crazy too, considering calling it off and retiring honestly." "Really?" I ask, but I'm not surprised. After what he's been through, and at his age, I'd be considering calling it off too. The only difference between us is that he can leave without consequences, but I'll always have danger following me. Everyone knows my face already. The only way out is death. I'm considering it, but I'm not going to leave you hanging on such an important mission. We'll see it through and then talk about it, Chekhov says. I nod. Understandable. Just get your rest now. I know you need it. But don't go, he blurts, grabbing at my arm as I attempt to turn away. I raise an eyebrow, curious why he wants me to stay. He needs to rest, even if he thinks he can just jump back into business like nothing happened. He's probably still in shock, and all the little aches and pains will appear once his body processes what it's been through. Chekhov drops his arm again. Just stay for a second. I want to ask you something. I shrug, pulling a chair from the wall and sitting next to his bed. Ask away. He takes a deep breath, letting it out through his nose. The beeping on his heart rate monitor quickens. The room is drenched in silence for a few seconds before he speaks. Did I fail you? What? I hadn't seen this question coming. and honestly, I can't fathom why he would ask it. Did I fail you? You know I wasn't supposed to be messing around with women on a business trip, and I nearly threw the whole operation away along with my life. I hold up my finger to silence him. But you didn't. Everyone is fine, and there's one less bounty hunter out to get me. He shakes his head, unwilling to leave it at that. But I messed up. I know I messed up, and I don't know how I got so damn sloppy. We're all stressed out. This mission has been considerably more intense than the rest. Just relax, I say, laying my hand down on his bed again. I've made my own fair share of mistakes. I've let my guard down, and it's gotten me in trouble too. His worried face turns up into a devious smile. That woman, Stella. I laugh, leaning back in my chair. Yeah, she's trouble, all right, but at least she isn't going to push me overboard. Hey, you don't know that, he teases. Best to watch your back. I bury my face in the palms of my hands, trying to come up with the best way to tell him this. I'm already far past the point of watching my back with Stella. I've already caught feelings for her, and what's more, we're going to get married. You okay? Chekhov's voice sounds distant, but when I look up, he's still right next to me. I swallow hard, nodding. I'm fine. I just want to tell you something about Stella. She's going to be joining our organization officially soon. Chekhov laughs for a moment, but his face goes blank when he realizes I'm not laughing with him. This isn't a joke, he asks. I shake my head. No, it isn't. You know how crazy things have gotten. I've been planning on a way out, maybe even a fresh start to the way business is conducted. We're going to have to be more careful this way, since the American authorities are less willing to turn a blind eye to corruption. But you're moving to the States? He blurts. More than that, man. I'm pursuing residency. It's not going to be that easy, but once Stella and I are married, we'll let the lawyers handle the rest, I explain. Marriage. The heart rate monitor beeps even faster. And I'm concerned that Chekhov's weakened body isn't going to be able to handle the news. I shouldn't have told him so early. I just wanted him to know we had a way out of this that didn't involve getting wrapped up in Brazilian politics. You need to relax, I warn. Stop getting so worked up. You said you're getting married. What the hell happened while I was floating around in the ocean? His eyes are wide, but it's not worry I see in them. It's excitement. Before you ask, yes, you'll be best man at the wedding. He laughs, pumping his fist weakly. Hell yes. But I just want you to know that this is a business arrangement. I'm paying Stella to do it, so there's nothing romantic going on. He gives me a look like he doesn't believe a word I'm saying. What? It's true. I paid her to do this. And you want to tell me you're not madly in love with her? Yuri, respectfully, I know you're lying. I've seen the way you look at her. A tingle of emotions climbs up my legs, putting warmth in my stomach that makes me a bit nauseous. I rub the back of my neck, trying to hide my face from him as I speak. It's just business, nothing more. Seriously? I really don't think it is. If that were the case, you could marry anyone. I grit my teeth, trying to push down the sickening swirl of regret and yearning. I can't let anyone know how much I feel for Stella. I can't allow the world to realize that all it takes to bring a Bratva boss to his knees is a woman. I can't admit that I'm falling in love. Business only, I grumble, getting up from my chair. Remember that, and don't forget it. I'll see you again once you've had some rest.
Chapter 34. Stella. Yuri doesn't come back in the morning. I'm worried, but I wait for him, knowing he wouldn't abandon me on a cruise ship by myself. By mid-afternoon, I'm starting to get anxious, but with Dima waiting outside the room, there's nothing I can do but watch TV and replay what happened last night in my head. The way he touched me was too real. There was a truth in his kiss that I've never experienced before, a promise that his feelings for me are real. I already know I'm crazy about him. Love isn't something you can predict or control, and it's come like a whirlwind into my life, paired with the most unlikely person to bring it my way. Yuri is, and always will be, the most dangerous man I could choose. Accepting his marriage proposal only puts me closer to that danger, but I don't see any other way to go about this. I'm already involved, and the money would ensure I'd never have to work another day in my life. Sometimes, the risk is worth the reward. I place my hand on my belly, wondering if the risk we took by not using a condom for a second time will be worth whatever comes as a result. It feels like everything I've done to start enjoying life has only dug me into a deeper hole than before, but I don't feel the same about a possible pregnancy. For some reason, it feels normal, good, wanted. If I went back a year or even 6 months and told myself that I'd be happy with the possibility of having a man's baby, my old self would lose her mind. In the past, I always tried to retain as little responsibility in my life because I knew that my relationships were built on nothing but good sex and empty promises. Bringing a baby into that would only make things worse when the temporary bliss wore off, and I had to be single again. Like my relationship with Tyler. If I had a baby with him, I'd regret it. But Yuri, I like to think I wouldn't regret it so long as he took care of me after and didn't blame me for bringing such a sudden blessing into our life. We're both equally at fault. We chose the risk, and we might have to accept the result together. But that's not a guarantee. It's not even likely, but I'll know once the regular date of my period comes around. If I miss it, there'll be much more reason to suspect I'm giving birth in 9 months. I don't know why I can't stop thinking about it. I'm supposed to be the wife of a mafia boss on paper only. We can't be lovers anymore. He's bad for me. He's using me to protect himself from the consequences of his crimes. I imagine Molly would probably tell me those things, but she doesn't exactly know the situation I'm in. I haven't talked to her in days, and I doubt I can spill any more secrets to her after what I've witnessed and participated in. I can imagine it now. Oh yeah, Molly, I sentenced this woman to be tossed overboard for killing one of Yuri's men. No, she wasn't handed over to the police. Yes, I did commit a crime. As fast and loose as Molly plays it, I doubt she's going to approve of my involvement in Yuri's criminal lifestyle, and for that reason I'm going to have to part ways with her. As a matter of fact, I can think of few people I can retain any sort of relationship with once I tie the knot with Yuri. My mom, obviously, she's going to want to know what the hell is going on, but I'm going to have to keep the details sparse. I met this guy, fell in love, and he's rich enough for me not to care about the consequences of marrying. Oh, and he's a Russian mafia boss who has probably transported enough cocaine in his lifetime to kill everyone on the planet 10 times over. No big deal, of course. None of this is a big deal at all. I laugh to myself, flipping through channels and growing increasingly anxious as time passes. My brain is in a terrible feedback loop of worry, and my chest feels tight. I'd be looking up my symptoms right now to give myself even more anxiety if I had internet, but I don't. Maybe that's for the best. When the sun goes down, though, my worry gets the best of me. I could have eaten, but I haven't. I have no appetite at all since Yuri disappeared. I can't stay in this room and go crazy. I jump up from the bed, refusing to watch any more mindless TV, and I open the door. Dima jumps out like he's been waiting for me the whole time. His reaction time is insane. "Where's Yuri?" I ask, leaning in the doorway. "On business." "Return to your room immediately," Dima snaps. I scoff. "You can't talk to me like that. I'm Yuri's fiancé." Dima wrinkles his nose in confusion. It's the first sign of any emotion from him, and it's honestly more disturbing than the stone-cold expression he's usually wearing. "Didn't know that, did you?" "Well, this sort of thing comes with special privileges," I say in a snide manner. "You are to stay in the room until Yuri gets back," he recites. I groan. Seriously, I haven't eaten anything at all today, and I deserve to know where Yuri is. Two different things. If you're hungry, I will have food delivered to you. Yuri is away for business. I grit my teeth, glaring at Dima and considering if his reaction time is fast enough to block a slap in the face. Probably. That's the only reason I haven't done it yet. Just tell me where he is. I want to know that he's safe. "I'm safe," a deep voice growls from the end of the hallway. I turned to see Yuri striding down the red carpet with a scowl on his handsome face. His white t-shirt is drenched in sweat at the neckline and armpits, but he doesn't appear to be hurt in any way. He points at me, the lines between his eyebrows deepening. I told you to stay in the room. I say, shrinking back a bit. I'm in the doorway. That counts. Yuri shakes his head, pushing Dima aside when he arrives. Get out of my way, he growls. Dima stumbles back but doesn't say anything. His expression remains cold and uncaring. Yuri is obviously angry, but I'm not sure why. Something must not have gone his way because it can't possibly be about me idling in the hallway. That would be a gross overreaction. I step back into the room as Yuri comes in. His face is red, but he still smiles at me as he closes the door. Is everything all right? I ask, my voice almost too soft for him to hear. He takes a sharp breath in, letting it out slowly as he slips his hand around my waist. Everything is fine. We have a plan, and we're sticking to it. What plan? Marriage, he replies, cocking his head to the side. Or have you already begun to reconsider? No, I just wasn't sure. You were gone for a while. And you'd like to know what's going on. That's understandable, he says, planting a kiss on my forehead. So I will tell you. I have good news and not so good news. I lean back as far as I'm able to with his arm around me, getting a good look at his face. That sounds complicated. Not so much. Then tell me the good news first. I need something positive, I say. A smile flickers across his face. He probably thinks I'm cute or something, but he doesn't realize how not knowing anything about what he's been doing all day is eating me up inside. I have bad experiences with men, especially ones I fall in love with. Chekhov is alive, Yuri says, snapping me out of my anxious state instantly. I lean back even further, watching his expression for some sign that he's joking. It'd be a sick joke to make, but I wouldn't put it past him. I wouldn't put anything past him at this point. I simply don't know him well enough to say what he's going to do next. He's recovering at the local hospital, and he's feeling better after some rest. He was floating around in the ocean on a broken shipping pallet not too far from shore. Wow is the only thing I'm able to say in response. I'm already starting to feel guilty about what we did with Clara now that we know Chekhov is still alive. It's still an eye for an eye, but somehow it's not quite the same anymore. He'll be staying in Jamaica while we move to the next port, but he'll take a flight and meet us there. You'll be seeing him around again, Yuri explains. That's great, I say, still suffering from a touch of disbelief. And the bad news. He shrugs, the joy immediately draining down his face like welted wax. The bounty isn't going anywhere. I was finally able to arrange a phone call with the person behind it, and it wasn't who I expected at all. Not the police? I ask, knowing I probably sound painfully ignorant. Nope, but he ran it by the authorities there before he got the go-ahead to offer such a large amount of money. The real culprit is a wealthy businessman whose son overdosed on what he believes to be cocaine from my supply. The trouble is that it was probably laced with fentanyl, which means it's not at all my fault, but he wasn't about to hear that type of reasoning. Damn, I mutter, unsure what else to say. Yes, so he wasn't so willing to let go of the bounty. I told him he wasn't going to have much luck getting to me once I gained residency in the United States, and he'd probably get in more trouble than it's worth continuing this little game. But he wasn't willing to accept my cash offer to call the chase off so soon. Not 10 million? I ask with a laugh. Not even 20, and to be honest, I'm not sure I would have given it to him anyway. It sounded like he blamed me for his son's death, and that means he's probably never going to give up on this bounty, U.S. residency or not, Yuri says, shaking his head. He doesn't seem terribly disturbed by this realization, though. I put my hand on his arm, squeezing the thick muscle beneath his sweaty t-shirt. He's so solid, so strong and capable, but this could really get to him eventually. If this guy isn't willing to stop even after Yuri and I are married, then Yuri is always going to have to live like someone is out to get him. He'll never have a proper night's sleep again. You don't seem worried, I say, unable to hide the annoyance in my voice. Because I have a plan, he says, a devious little smile returning to his face. We now know who's behind the bounty, and that goes both ways. It takes a moment for the realization to set in, but once it does, I let out a gasp. You're going to put a bounty on him. Actually, I'm just going to have him killed. It's easy and cheaper than a bounty, and since he's not a government official, it won't cause any waves when he goes down. In and out, just like that. He snaps his fingers. I pull away from him, crossing my arms. Well, if you have it all figured out, then why marry me at all? He chuckles, pulling me back into his arms. Is it wrong to be crazy about you? I land with a thud against his thick chest. I can smell that incredible cologne on him, but it's mixed with a deep musk from a hard day's work. I want to dissolve in his arms and melt into his body, but I must resist him. I can't let him win this easily. You're crazy about what I can do for you. That's all, I say, pushing him back. This marriage isn't about love. Says who? The second he says those words, my world stops. Everything inside of me is screaming to resist what he's trying to say, but I'm afraid I'm not strong enough. What he's implying is too dangerous. And I'm certain I'm going to get hurt. Chapter 35. Stella. Yuri tries to pull me back into his arms again like it's all a game, but I take a long step back to prevent him from grabbing me. I need time to process what he's telling me. Says who, Stella? He asks, doubling down on his question. Says you. I say with an angry laugh. I jab my finger at him. You're the one paying me so much to marry you. That's not for love, Yuri. That's business. Are you not gaining something from this? Some sort of protection? It will prevent future bounties, he admits. Convenient, I reply dryly. Hey, we've been over this before, he says, softening his tone. This works from every angle, not just from a business perspective. You're the only one who wanted to strip away all the emotions from it, and I agreed, because I'd rather have you in my life without the sex than have the sex and then lose you. The profoundness of his words startles me. I wasn't expecting such a strong statement from him, but perhaps I underestimated how far he had fallen into this emotional trap with me. We're both struggling to keep it together, and we're not even married yet. You really want me? That much? I ask, my throat drying up as I speak. I can barely get the words out, even after working up some saliva in my mouth and swallowing. Yuri nods earnestly, his blue eyes twinkling. His body language is begging me to trust him, but the trauma I've experienced with other men doesn't allow me to. All I can see is the opportunity for him to screw me over somehow, even if he doesn't realize it. I need more proof than a simple yes, I finally say, but I uncross my arms to show him I'm not angry. I just want to make sense of all this, and it's confusing and scary for me. How can I show you? He asks, taking a careful step forward. He has his hands out with his palms up, still pleading for acceptance. I don't know, I admit, my voice shaky and dry again. I think we should take things slower at least. An innocent chuckle slips from his mouth as he takes another step. Marriage isn't exactly slow. I place my hand on my belly. Marriage isn't slow, and neither is risking pregnancy with my recklessness. Still no period as well. I'm running up on some real trouble if I'm actually trying to take things slowly. I'll protect you. I swore to you before, and I'm swearing it again. I won't let you get hurt, he says, his voice now no more than a whisper. He takes another step toward me, his eyes pleading with me to accept what he wants for us. Inside, my heart is screaming at me to jump into his arms and profess my love, to throw caution to the wind and do what I impulsively want to do. But that's what got me into this in the first place. Impulsiveness. I need to fix that about myself before I can have a healthy relationship. I hold up my hand to stop Yuri as he tries to touch me again. No, Yuri. You made your choice. You're going to marry me, but that will be the last time our lips ever touch. His body stiffens, and I see the blood pumping in the thick vein in his neck. Part of me is scared of what he'll do, but the other part of me knows he's a gentle giant. I'm hurting him, but he won't hurt me. He steps down, shaking his head and reaching into his pocket. I wanted to wait, but this is the only way I can show you how I feel, he mutters. I stand on my toes to see what he's doing as he turns away from me, but I can't get a good look. Is he going to pull a gun or something? What's happening? Suddenly, he spins around, dropping to one knee in front of me. In his large hand is a small red velvet box. He flips it open, and inside there's a giant diamond ring glittering on the black padding. I gasp, putting my hand to my mouth. I knew he was going to propose eventually because of the wedding agreement, but I didn't realize it would be like this. So genuine, like it's a real marriage. Tears rush to my eyes, and I struggle to blink them away. Stella, will you marry me? He asks, his voice deep and confident. I fan my face with my hand, trying desperately to dry my tears before they ruin my makeup. Yuri, that diamond is huge. What are you doing? It's nothing compared to the way I feel for you, he says, his eyes meeting mine with such piercing intensity that I nearly fall over. My legs are like jelly and my heart is racing at what feels like 1,000,000 beats per minute. But I know I'm not going to say no to him. The universe has thrown the most insane opportunity to change my life right in front of me, and I'd feel like a moron to turn it down. Plus, I really have fallen for Yuri, even if I won't admit it to him. I want to keep him in my life, even if it means taking longer to figure out if he's really the one, or he just wants to use me. Please, God, let it be the first one. I need him more than he knows. I swallow my hesitation as he waits for my answer. I nod first, but that's not enough to be clear. I need to be intentional about what I'm doing. This is such an important decision, and I don't want to half-ass my response. Yes, I say, clasping my hands together. Yes, I will marry you. He springs to his feet, a bright smile taking over his face like the sun popping out from behind the clouds. Suddenly, I know what I knew this entire time, but I didn't want to admit. I'm marrying him for love, not for the money. But he doesn't need to know that yet. Then take this ring and you will be my bride, Yuri says, slipping the ring out of the box and holding it to my hand. I extend my ring finger, letting him slide it on. It fits perfectly, like it was made specifically for me, and I suspect it might have been. I don't know how long Yuri was doing business today, and how long he was out ring shopping. The idea of him being so sweaty from looking at rings and finding the perfect one is nothing less than adorable. The diamond on my finger sparkles in the light, like something from another planet. The cuts in the gemstone are perfect, smooth and angled just right to get the perfect reflection of light no matter how I hold my hand. Even down on my side, it draws attention, like it's glowing in the dark. The ring had to have cost a fortune. I'm not sure what Yuri had in mind for the wedding, but I suspect it will be similarly extravagant. Money doesn't matter to him. He's rich beyond my comprehension. Now that you're my fiancé, should we be discussing finances? I ask, forcing myself to put my hand down and look at Yuri again. He's still smiling, but his thick eyebrows come together in a slight frown. You mean the $10 million? I will wire it to your bank before the wedding. I'm just curious what the 10 million really means to you. He chuckles. Curious if you should have asked for more. No, I say lightly, though it was part of my curiosity. I'd just like to know more about the man I've agreed to marry. Most married couples share finances. He narrows his eyes at me, sitting down on the bed and pulling out his phone. You want to see the numbers? I suppose that since you're part of the Bratva, you're entitled to know such things. I'm surprised by how open he's being. It almost makes me feel guilty for asking. The key word here is almost. I sit down next to him, looking at the ring on my finger again. Guilt creeps up my throat, but I shove it down. I'm doing something insane just to protect Yuri. It's not wrong to want to know what his financial situation is. There you go, he says, handing his phone to me with a smile. Scroll away. I hold his phone in my hand for a moment, surprised that he's actually given it to me. Tyler would never. He was always so paranoid and touchy about his phone, but I know why that is now. But Yuri doesn't even flinch when I close his banking app and hover my finger over his messages. That's not where the money is. I just opened it for you, he says, guiding me back to the banking app without actually touching the phone. Just close it and open the blue icon. I'm surprised by his calmness. I didn't think he had anything to hide, but this ultimately confirms it. Yuri isn't a sneaky con man or a cheater. Nothing he's said has given any indication of that, and it's only my past trauma that's causing me to take the extra precautions. More guilt threatens to shut me down, but I remind myself that I still have to protect myself. At the very least, I need proof that Yuri is capable of paying me what he has promised. I close the message and move back to the banking app. Opening it, I find a number so large I have to blink my eyes hard several times to make sure I'm not hallucinating it. Wow, I whisper. You really have that much. Some of it's in investments, he says, scrolling through a few transactions. You can see I like tech companies. Good growth there. I realize that the $500 million in his bank account isn't even all that there is. It's just what's in cash, and his investment portfolio is even bigger than what he's keeping liquid. I'm stunned. He takes his phone back from me and tucks it into his pocket with a pleasant smile. There, you've seen it with your own eyes. Nothing too crazy, but we're comfortable. Nothing too crazy? Are you kidding me? I ask, my heart rate climbing as I process what I just saw. You're filthy rich? He laughs, amused in a way that suggests he doesn't think he's that rich. It's a start. But I'd like to do some expansions into another industry once we're settled in the United States. I'm tired of drugs, and the margins aren't as good as they used to be. Wow, I say, slapping a hand against my forehead. Yuri, if I were you, I'd just retire. He struggles with what I've said for a moment, like it's not possible for him to explain why he can't retire. He thinks about it, sweat forming on his hairline before he's able to give me a response. It's just that. So much depends on me. I can't stop now. You kind of sound like you want to, I reply. I put my hand on his muscular forearm, squeezing it lightly. He shakes his head. No, that's not going to happen. I'm sorry, but I can't give this up. It was only a suggestion. Don't take it too seriously if you're not interested, I say, sensing a sensitive topic. I'd like to avoid those until we've settled down about. This is all very raw and exciting for both of us. It's better not to stir the pot more than it's already been stirred. Yuri turns his body toward me, looking me in the eye deeply. Thank you for caring, Stella. You're the first woman who ever has.
Chapter 36. Yuri. The only thing harder than surviving 3 weeks on a cruise ship when there are still idiots coming after me for the bounty is realizing that once this is over, once we're back in the United States, all intimacy with Stella will end. No more passionate kisses in the moonlight. No more romantic dinners that end with our clothes on the floor. And no more claiming Stella without protection. I'll admit that I shouldn't even be doing the third one, but it's gotten to the point where neither of us cares. It's like the more we make love, the more we crave it, and the less we think about what's going to happen once this little fantasy trip is over. Selfishly, I want her to get pregnant. I don't want this to become all about business and what we can gain from being married to each other. I want her to share this life with me, to have my children, and to be the smiling face I come home to at the end of every day. I want to wake up in the morning and make love to her. I want to hear her tell me that she loves me forever and always. So I continue to act selfishly. It's become an obsession to see how many times I can come inside her. I'm breeding her, and she seems to like it. Maybe we're both addicted to screwing up our lives and unwilling to admit it to each other. Or maybe we were meant to be together. For some reason, she's still resistant to that idea, so I don't suggest it anymore. I take all I can get and pray that things end well for us. Or that they don't end at all. With 1 week left, we're still doing well. The wedding arrangements have already been made in Florida, where we're going to be making our final stop, and the paperwork is complete from both sides. Very soon, Stella will be my wife. I can't stop thinking about it. Chekhov says I'm in love because of how obsessed with Stella I am, but I won't admit it to him. It would only make me look like a fool if she ended up pushing me away in the end. But I do think of our future together. I imagine it like I never paid her to be my wife. Ironically, she'd be in a better position financially if it weren't about the money. I'd be willing to share all my wealth with her, and she'd have unlimited access to my bank accounts and credit cards. Everything would be hers if this was for love, but since she insists on keeping it a business deal, regardless of how she obviously feels about me, she's only getting the 10 million. Now that I've shown her my bank account, she knows that 10 million is a drop in the bucket for me. I could have given her much more, and I would have, if she had asked, but she never did. The price for her hand remains the same, and the only thing I regret is having to buy it from her at all. There's a sadness in that fact that I can't shake. It causes a sorrow deep within me, the type that makes even the sweetest moments a little bitter. I want her to want me, even if I was too broke to buy her as my wife. Love is what I seek, but I've ruined it for myself. It's funny, in a way. I can have everything in the world because I'm a rich and powerful Bratva boss, but I can't truly have Stella.
Chapter 37. Stella. I've been at sea for too long for this to be seasickness. The results of my recklessness have finally come in the form of morning sickness, and I know all too well what that means. I probably wasn't pregnant from the first time. It would have been perfectly fine to continue drinking, having fun, and remembering to wrap it up before having sex with Yuri again. But I leaned into my carelessness instead of backing away from it. Once Pandora's box had been opened, there was no way to close it, and I kept riding Yuri like I was on an endless carousel. Except this ride is about to come to an end quite abruptly. I can't keep playing this dangerous game now that I know I'm probably pregnant. It's the wake-up call I thought I wouldn't get, but desperately needed. Only now, it's probably too late. In another lifetime, this would come as a blessing. A marriage and a baby at the same time. What a wonderful turn of events. A month ago, I was the victim of a cheating loser who only thought about himself. Now I'm the fiancé of a powerful mafia boss who wants to shower me with money and make love to me daily. It's too late to turn back time and forget this ever happened. I didn't think that would happen anyway, but I also didn't think I'd get this far into this lifestyle without any warning signs that I was going too deep. When I look at it from an outside perspective, how my mother would see it when I arrive back home, I see how insane this whole adventure has turned out. I got on a boat as an impulse, and a month later I'm living an entirely different life. It's not the travel that changed me, it's Yuri, and I could either blame him or come clean and admit that we're both responsible for what has happened. A baby. I can't believe I didn't do anything to prevent this. It's not that I don't want to be a mother, but there's still so much danger hanging over our heads. The last country we make port at is Colombia. At this point, Yuri has already successfully offloaded all his cargo and has informed his contacts in Colombia that there is none left for them. He refuses to leave the boat for this reason, as he assumes there's some danger from turning them down, but I can't stay like he can. I need to get a pregnancy test, and that requires leaving with the rest of the passengers as the ship comes to a slow stop. "You can't go," he says as I put my shoes on. "That's far too dangerous." I scoff. "Dangerous for you, Yuri, but I told Molly I would hang out with her before the cruise was over. This is our last chance to spend some quality time together." "And not with me?" he asks, immediately trying to manipulate me into feeling bad about going. My resolve is firm, and I need that pregnancy test to know for sure if I'm carrying his baby. He'll get the real explanation for my sudden departure when I'm back, but I don't want to tell him yet. Molly is as good of an excuse as I'm going to get. Plus, it's not entirely false. I told her I would meet up with her once we docked in Colombia, and I'm a woman of my word. I wave my hand at Yuri dismissively as he tries to approach me. "Just let me get ready. I'm not going to be out for that long. Maybe lunch, and we'll be back before the sun goes down." "You don't understand though, darling. It's dangerous out there." "For who?" I ask, turning to him suddenly. "You're the mafia boss, Yuri, not me. They don't even know who I am." "You can't be sure of that," he says, but I see the resistance in him begin to melt. He has trouble telling me no these days. I think the idea of us finally being married and him losing me romantically is finally getting to him. It's getting to me too, but I won't be the one to break first. It's just not going to happen again in my life. If he wants to change things, he's going to have to take the initiative. But that's neither here nor there currently. My current mission is to hang out with Molly for a bit, find a pregnancy test, and figure out once and for all if I'm going to be carrying Yuri's child for the next 9 months. Or 8, if the pregnancy happened earlier. A good doctor would be able to tell me that, but I'll wait until we're safely back on the shore of the United States to consult with one. And that's only if I'm pregnant. And I'm only going to find out once Yuri relaxes a little and allows me to leave the ship. I saunter over to him once I have my shoes on, grabbing his biceps. "You're always so protective," I tease. His shoulders drop a bit, but he's still frowning. "I do what I must, darling. You're not safe out there without me." "Oh, I know, but I won't be alone. I'll be with Molly," I say, keeping my voice high and innocent. "Is she trained to kill?" Always so serious. I giggle. "She's pretty tough, I reckon, but not as tough as you. The thing is, if we're together in a tourist area, there's not much that can happen. We'll be in public in broad daylight." "An easy target," he grumbles. "You really think they're going to attempt to kidnap an American woman who's eating dinner at a cafe with her friend? They won't get far if they do, that's for sure." "This isn't a joke," he growls, pulling his arm away from me. "You're going to have to keep your eyes open and practice constant situational awareness." It sounds like he's about to arrive on a yes, so I remain silent, pulling my lips in and nodding eagerly. "And you're going to have to carry a gun." "No exceptions," he says. "Oh," I reply, startled by his proposal. "Yes, it's not such a safe world out there as we'd all like to imagine," he says, pulling open both doors to his closet and looking at his collection of firearms. "Something small, but don't carry it in your purse. Carry it somewhere you can reach it." "I don't even know how to shoot," I protest. "Definitely more dangerous for me to have one than not to." "I disagree," he replies without offering any further explanation. "That's not very convincing." "It wasn't meant to be," he replies, coming out of the closet with a black pistol that's almost certainly too big for me to conceal. He thrusts it out to me, his eyes asking the biggest question of them all. Am I willing to take it and go out on my own, or am I too scared? Not like I have a choice in the matter. He might think I'm just doing this for fun, but I'm not. So I take the gun, and he's obviously surprised by this. His eyebrows shoot up on his forehead, and he studies me for a moment as I hold the gun awkwardly in my hand. "Pull the trigger to shoot it, but not while you're in here," he says. I roll my eyes. "Yes, I know that. I just don't have anywhere to put it." "In your panties, maybe," he says, smirking as his eyes wander down my pocketless dress. I laugh. "The only stick I want in there is yours, thank you very much. My purse is a safer place." "But not easy to access," he warns. "Good thing I won't be needing it," I reply as I open the latch to my polka dot purse and place the gun inside. It's so crass and bulky beside all my slender tubes of makeup, but I'd rather have it and be able to go out than be stuck in here all day. "Just be safe. Please. I can't have guys following you around for obvious reasons, but I'll have Dima and a few others nearby in case there's trouble," Yuri says, his eyes pleading for me to reconsider. I groan. "Can it be someone other than Dima?" He's surprised by my statement, folding his arms and cocking his head to the side. "Why is that?" Not to be rude, but he's a little weird," I say. "It's funny that Yuri doesn't see that Dima acts like a robot. He'd stand out in a public place more than Yuri would, and that's saying something. I'm certain he'd attract anyone who was looking for someone involved in the Bratva, and I wouldn't trust Dima not to be right next to me when that happened." Yuri rubs the stubble on his chin, thinking about all the ways Dima could be weird. I still don't see it. He's fine." I laugh. "There's no way you don't see how weird he is. The guy is like a robot. Normal people don't act like that." He considers my words for a moment, then shrugs. "I guess I won't send him if he makes you uncomfortable. Just know that I'll have 4 to 5 guys following you at all times." "Great, that makes me feel really safe," I reply, laying on the sarcasm as thick as I can. Yuri shakes his head in annoyance, but that's the end of our conversation. I pick a pair of sunglasses to wear, brush my hair into a tight ponytail, and plant a kiss on Yuri's lips. I'll be back before it gets dark. I know, he says. I'll be watching. Ominous statement, but when hasn't Yuri acted that way? He's so protective of me that it feels like he spends most of his time worrying when he should be conducting his business. I'm the biggest distraction in the world for him, and even though it makes me feel powerful, I don't want him following me to the local pharmacy and knowing I grabbed a pregnancy test. Super fast. Super secret. That's the only way I'm going to be able to pull this off. I sling my purse over my shoulder, cringing a little when I remember there's a gun in it. I hate to think what would happen if I were caught with it at a cafe in Colombia, so I can't forget it's in there. Honestly, I feel like it's more of a liability than a protective asset. But I'm not going to argue with Yuri, especially not when he's already agreed to let me get some sun on dry land. I'm thankful to be getting off the boat again. I won't be going on another cruise for a long time after this. A small bout of nausea hits me again as I join the crowd that's departing the ship, but the fresh air from outside allows it to subside. I spot Molly's bright orange hair in the mess of sweaty tourists, and I jog up to her. Don't leave without me, I say, flashing a warm smile in the sunlight. Her eyes widen and she jumps toward me for a hug. Oh, you made it! I was terribly afraid I wouldn't see you before we got back home. I pat her back, feeling the warmth of her sun-kissed skin. I wouldn't do that to you. I promised you lunch. She leans back, pointing a finger gun at me. Right? And you're paying for the drinks. I'm about to agree, but then I remember that I can't drink alcohol. I give her a guilty smile. Could we skip the booze this time? She wrinkles her nose at me, pulling her head back. Skip the booze? Are you nuts? Possibly pregnant, I admit. She gasps, but I push her along so we continue with the crowd leaving the boat. Don't make a scene, I whisper. Yuri doesn't know about it yet. Chapter 38. Stella. Yuri doesn't know? Molly asks, her eyes widening even more. No, but he knows it's a possibility. We've already talked about it, I assure her. Is he here? She asks, her head swiveling nearly 180 degrees as she looks around for him. No, but there's a good chance someone he knows will hear about it if you start yelling. Just keep your voice down and for the love of God, don't start touching my belly. She laughs, flinging her curls around. Jesus, you've had quite the cruise. I normally come back with a killer hangover and maybe a stalker or two, but you're really putting everything into this. Good for you. Not good for me, I reply with a grin. I can't drink. How will I get through lunch with you? She jabs me in the ribs with her elbow, but then gasps again. Oh my God, I didn't even mean to do that. Not going to hurt the baby. I'm not even certain I'm pregnant until I take a test, I reply, wiping the sweat that's beading on my forehead. It's scorching hot today. The sun is screaming at us with a silent but deadly ferocity. I can't wait to get in some shade and sip on a smoothie. Molly looks me over as we continue walking with the crowd. You don't look pregnant yet. I laugh at her statement. I'm not even sure if she's trying to be funny, but she sounds serious. You've clearly never been pregnant, Molly. And I hope to the gods I never am, she replies, shaking her head. I mean, kids are lovely and all, but they don't exactly fit my lifestyle. Too much poop. Is that the deal breaker? She shrugs. Part of it. I guess the other part is that my body is my income and I'm not putting that at risk. I had almost forgotten about that. In a way, I think many women feel the same way, like they have to keep their body looking a certain way or their source of income could vanish. I'd be cautious to rely on a man instead of working for that very reason, but since I have $10 million now, I have security. Whether Yuri understands it or not, he's given me freedom from him if I ever need it. As long as I'm responsible with the money I've received from him, I'm safe. I put my hand on my belly but pull it off just as quickly. I have to break that habit before it gets me in trouble. I scratch the edge of my sweaty hairline instead, giving my idle hand something to do instead. This turns out to be an equally revealing move, however, when I hear another gasp from Molly. "Is that a ring?" she asks. I put my hand out in front of me, wiggling my finger in the sunlight. The diamond casts rainbow sparkles in every direction. I'm not even sure how she didn't notice it before, but it's blatantly obvious now. I can't resist a bit of bragging. "Yuri got it for me," I say proudly, showing it to Molly. "Jesus, I'm going to go blind. Is it an engagement ring?" She grabs my hand, leaning in to study it. "Wow, if that's real, it's super expensive." "Of course it's real," I say, pulling my hand back, "and it is an engagement ring." Moving fast, Molly mutters, and I sense an undertone of bitterness in her voice. I probably shouldn't have told her. I could have lied and said it was costume jewelry, but I had to go and boast about my engagement. It was a dumb move. She probably has a bad history with men, and seeing me go from woefully single to engaged to the richest man on the cruise ship is bound to cause jealousy. I know I'd feel the same if I watched someone get engaged just after Tyler cheated on me. But at the same time, I feel like she should be happy for me. It's not like we're close friends or anything, but I thought we were at the point where we could support each other, no matter the obvious differences between us. Or I'm just looking too deep into this. I fall silent as we walk into the shade. There's a slew of restaurants right at the entrance to the city, but I'd like to get past the crowd of tourists and eat somewhere more authentic. If we move fast enough, we might be able to shake whoever Yuri sent to look after me for long enough to pop into a pharmacy and grab a pregnancy test. "I'm so hungry," Molly says from beside me as we power down another street. It's starting to get less dense here, but there's still no sign of a pharmacy. It's restaurants back to back for miles. "We'll get something in a minute." "I want to find a pharmacy first," I say, suddenly caring very little about what she wants. I'm allowed to be a little selfish when I'm in a crisis like this. "They're not going to have chips and salsa at the pharmacy," Molly says, her words punctuated by gasps for air. I spin on my heels, stopping so suddenly she almost runs into me. "I need to get a pregnancy test. I know you don't care about stuff like that, but this is important for me. Chips and salsa can wait." She scoffs. "Jesus, Stella. I didn't know some dumb guy's baby meant that much to you. Take a morning after pill and get over him. He's probably going to cheat anyway." I grit my teeth, a flood of anger and adrenaline pouring through every muscle in my body. She's still out of breath, but I feel oddly capable of sprinting the rest of the way to the pharmacy, leaving her behind. But not before I give her a piece of my mind. "Well, you're just a bitter old woman now, aren't you?" I ask, planting my hands on my hips. She recoils, her face turning as red as her hair. "Bitter? Me? Weren't you telling me about how you got cheated on? If anyone is bitter, it's you." "I'm engaged and pregnant. You're single and complaining about not being able to stuff your face with chip and salsa," I reply. I could say a lot meaner things, but I'm not that type of person. "You're ridiculous," Molly mutters, shaking her head. "You sleep with some rich creep and you think you have it made. Mark my words, Stella, this won't last for you." I lift my hand to slap her, but I resist the urge. Fighting isn't going to solve anything. It never has. So I do what I wanted to do before and turn away from her, taking off as quickly as I can. I know she won't follow me, but I want to put as much distance as I can between us in as little time as possible. "Screw you, Molly. I thought we were friends," I say to myself once she's out of earshot. Everything she said to me still floats around in my brain as I run deeper into the city, like waste bobbing down a sewer pipe. She has everything wrong about Yuri and me. I'm not doing this to spite Tyler or prove something about my value as a human being. All of this landed in my lap without me asking, like a blessing from the universe, and I'd be a fool to turn away from it. The truth becomes more obvious every day. I'm in love with Yuri, and I want to have his baby. I want to be his real wife, not get married for the money, and I want us to stay together. I've kept all of this hidden from Yuri, despite his openness, but getting the pushback from Molly makes me want to scream it to the world. I've been holding back too much in life, hiding myself for fear of getting hurt, but now is when those walls start to crumble, and I have to decide whether fleeing is my best option. or if I should stand strong and show my true self to Yuri. Vulnerable, scared, but so insanely in love. Sweat drips from my nose, falling onto the sunny sidewalk as I run uphill toward a glowing red and white sign. I can't read Spanish all that well, but I believe it's a pharmacy. Finally, after miles of restaurants and tourists' traps, I get to the real part of the city. It's still a nice area with plenty of regular-looking people and the occasional tourist taking pictures of mundane things, but it has everything a regular city would have. There's a grocery store on the corner, a flower shop just a few buildings down, and the warm smell of bread in the air from a bakery somewhere out of view. It would be nice to walk around here with Yuri, but he's too concerned that he'd attract the wrong kind of attention. He's probably right, but I do miss him dearly anyway. He's been by my side for almost the entire trip, and it doesn't feel right to go anywhere without him. It's an empty feeling, like I skipped lunch on a busy day. I want nothing more than to get back to the cruise ship and throw myself into his protective arms, but I came here on a mission. I must finish what I started before going back. The inside of the pharmacy is icy cold, such a stark contrast to the weather outside that it causes my nausea to return for a few moments. It subsides as I peruse through the aisles in search of a pregnancy test, then returns again when I see a picture of a pregnant woman above some blue and pink boxes. There's no mistaking what's in those boxes, but the prices are a little confusing. They seem drastically different or the same thing until I realize one of them has a digital display, and the other is the type that shows red lines. I grab the cheaper one with the line display. There's no mistaking that kind of reading. The other might come up in Spanish and cause even more uncertainty. I carry the test up to the register, grabbing a bottle of water on the way. With how hot it is today, I'm not going to get a single drop onto that test in the bathroom without chugging water beforehand. I didn't realize how dehydrated I was until now. All that running really drained me. I twist open the bottle immediately after paying, gulping it down as I squeeze the thin plastic to force the water out faster. It tastes like it flowed straight out of heaven. The bottle crinkles as I finish it entirely, tossing it into the trash beside the register. The man gives me an amused look, probably because I'm outing myself as an underprepared tourist, but I ignore him. I'm still on a mission. With a receipt in my hand, I take the pregnancy test back down the aisles, pretending to look for something else I forgot. In reality, I'm waiting for myself to get the urge to use the toilet. There's one in the back of the store with a sign on it that I can't read. I just hope it's open, but I don't want to test it until I actually have to go. Due to nerves, the urge hits me after just a few minutes of picking through the vitamin aisle. I shuffle back to the bathroom, turning the handle and finding it unlocked and potentially usable. I glance over my shoulder, but there's nobody watching, so I slip inside, locking the corroded metal latch behind me. I let out a deep breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding in. It's time to pull it together. I can't chicken out now. My heart slams in my chest as I sit on the toilet. I try not to think of all the bacteria that's crawling on the seat, but now that I might be pregnant, I'm paranoid about everything. I try hovering, but my thighs feel like jelly from running and I collapse onto my porcelain throne so hard that the seat shifts under me. The packaging for the pregnancy test provides me with a distraction, but that quickly turns to frustration when I realize how much plastic is around the test. These things shouldn't take a goddamn chainsaw to open. Why on earth would anyone package something this way? I'm moments from throwing it across the bathroom when I see a small tear in the plastic. I lean into it, hunching over and using all the strength left in my tired body to tear it open. The little white test falls straight into my lap, and I laugh like I've lost my mind. Maybe I have. I've considered that possibility more times than I can count since going on this cruise, but there's no denying that this is my new reality. I'm living this life whether I'm crazy or not. I hold the test in my hand for a few seconds, considering what this pregnancy will mean for my future. My mom is going to lose her mind, but she'll also be happy that I'm finally making her a grandmother. I won't tell anyone else in my family about it, though. There's nobody else that I'm close enough to. Tyler will find out, of course, but he's already old news. Who cares what he has to say about it anyway? My hand starts to tremble as I realize the moment has come. It's time to find out if I'm pregnant with Yuri's baby. I do my business, which is surprisingly easy considering that I still feel hydrated. The nervousness is helping. I feel like a tiny shivering chihuahua taking a piss on the curb for the millionth time during a walk. Time has no meaning in this tiled cage of mine. The corroded bolt on the door hasn't rattled once since I've been in here, so it can't have been that long, but there's no way for me to know. I have no phone. Just a purse with a gun, cash, and makeup inside. When I pull the pregnancy test out from beneath me, I set it down on the sink beside the toilet. I don't really want to look at it. The thought alone makes me feel like vomiting. I stand up, pacing around the bathroom and looking at the door every few seconds to make sure nobody comes in. Why would they? Do people even use the bathrooms at pharmacies, or do they remain unoccupied for days on end? In this case, I hope it's the latter. I need a few minutes to get the results, and then I'm going back to the ship. I won't be looking for Molly. I don't even want to think about her anymore. She's in a different stage of her life, and it's clear she doesn't resonate with the one I've just entered. And that's totally fair. There'd be no hard feelings if she hadn't acted so rudely toward me. My mind clings to the confrontation as a distraction from the pregnancy test, but eventually I have to turn around and address it. There's no way I can spend the rest of the day in a public bathroom when Yuri's men are probably panicking, reporting back to their big, bad boss that they're lost sight of me. God, now I kind of wish it had been Dima following me. I'd like to see him get yelled at by Yuri, just to know if he'd break his statue act. More distractions from having to look at the result of my pregnancy test. I'm a master procrastinator, but no longer. I'm going to do it. I'm going to find out what's in store for my future, even if it's difficult. I turn around, facing the bathroom sink with the same rigidity as a soldier facing battle. I march toward it, my stomach dropping as I see that there's more than one line on the display. There they are. 2 red lines. I pick up the pregnancy test, and it's as clear as day. I'm pregnant with Yuri's baby. My heart is pounding in my chest again, trying to tear through my ribs and make its escape under the bathroom door. I lean against the tile wall, but immediately move off it when I think about how dirty it must be. I'm pregnant. There's a baby growing in my belly that was put there by Yuri. I close my eyes, saying a silent prayer for the safety of my child as I put both hands over my belly. I'm viewing this as a blessing, an unexpected new beginning to my life. It's also a wake-up call to be a better woman so that my child can have someone to look up to. I haven't exactly been awful, but I've not always made the best choices. I've let things slip because of my feelings toward toxic men, but that won't happen anymore. Yuri respects me, but if he ever treats me poorly, I'll be out the door in an instant. My baby is more important than anything else. Opening my eyes, I decide it's time to leave. I toss the packaging for the test in the small trash by the sink, and then I unlatch the door, stepping out into the pharmacy again. The buzz of the drink cooler is so loud compared to the pristine silence of the bathroom. It's almost too much to bear. I hurry to the door, tucking the pregnancy test into my purse. I want to show proof to Yuri, but I'm not quite sure when to do it. Sooner is probably better, but that will certainly change the dynamic of our relationship. There's no way to keep it purely business if we're having a baby together. Getting married is one thing, but starting a family is on a different level. Besides, we haven't succeeded in pausing our intimacy. If anything, we've become more desperate for each other since agreeing not to be intimate anymore. All very confusing, but I have some time to think about it. I might actually just go get some lunch by myself before heading out to the cruise ship. That would give me a moment to fill my grumbling stomach and think about how I'm going to break the news to Yuri. I'm totally lost in my thoughts as I step back out onto the sunny streets of Colombia, so much so that I don't even notice the man standing by me with a knife in his hand. Or the big white van idling on the curb beside the pharmacy.
Chapter 39. Yuri. I knew something would happen. I want to punch myself in the face for even letting Stella leave the ship. She was supposed to stay with her friend Molly, and that didn't happen. Now, she's missing, and we have no clue who took her or why. Get every man off the ship and into the city. This is a code red situation. We're going nuclear, I growled to Chekhov over the phone. He was supposed to be watching over Stella with a few other men, but she ran off. Why she did that, we still don't know, but when they caught up with her, it was too late. Some creep in a white van snatched her right off the street in broad daylight. Never in my life have I been this angry at myself. I'm almost too mad to do anything but curse under my breath and shuffle through my closet for a rifle that will do the most damage to the person who took her. As far as Chekhov knows, there were only a few people involved in the kidnapping. There was obviously the driver of the van, and then just one guy who snatched her up. I'm not even sure if this has anything to do with me, but for the time being, I'm assuming it does. After all, the bloodthirsty Brazilian businessman who put the bounty on my head is still alive. We haven't gotten a clear hit on him yet, but that's coming. It could be as soon as today that my men reach him and end his life, but that's not going to mean much if I don't have Stella. She's the only person that matters in this mess I've created. If I don't have her, I have nothing. If anything happens to her, I'll never be able to forgive myself. I sling a rifle over my back that's loaded with armor-piercing rounds. They're the type that could travel through the side of a brick wall and still shred anyone standing on the other side. It's loud as all hell, but it'll get the job done. I'm done being covert. I didn't want to hit Colombian soil because of the bitter taste I left in my contact's mouth after calling off his portion of the cocaine shipment, but I'm throwing caution to the wind. If people have to die, then so be it, but it won't be my precious Stella. I won't let them do that to her. I haven't even had the opportunity to tell her that I love her. She should know after this. I hate that it took a kidnapping to get me to admit it, but maybe I won't seem as crazy if I do admit it after I rescue her. This is my chance to prove to her that she means more to me than business. She's my everything, and I'd lay down my life to make sure she's safe. I don't even try to hide the rifle strapped to my back as I exit my room and charge down the red carpeted hallway. This will be the last time I'm on this cruise ship. My cargo has already been sold, and all I need to do is grab Stella and leave. We'll be wed at one of my houses in Italy, and then we'll head to the United States once our immigration documents go through. Thinking about the wedding cools me down a bit. I'm still burning hot with rage and worry inside, but imagining a future with Stella takes the edge off things. I'm just scared that I'm going to lose her commitment after this is over. The danger. The risk to her precious life. She won't be able to see the Bratva lifestyle in the same way, and I don't know if I'll be able to convince her to stay. The money won't work. It has to come from the heart, and I'm just not sure she's as in love with me as I'm in love with her. My footsteps fall heavy with the weight of our uncertain future as I leave the cruise ship. The air outside is oppressively hot, but I power through it, jumping into an armored car that was meant for my trip to visit the Colombian dealer. I thought it wouldn't be useful now that the deal is off, but I was wrong and I'm not at all happy about it. My phone rings as I settle into the white leather seat beside my driver. I sling my rifle onto my lap before answering the phone. It's Chekhov again. Sir, we have a location on Stella. She's heading down 14th Street, moving south out of the city. The tracking device that's in every Bratva-issued weapon is the only thing saving Stella's ass right now. She'll be thankful I made her carry a weapon when she realizes how we were able to locate and rescue her so quickly. I figured they'd be trying to get out of the city, I grumble. Stay on the line. I'm heading down there. Don't engage with the target until I say so. We don't want to hurt Stella. We're an affirmative. We're on our way now, and we're sending a helicopter to follow the van once we have eyes on it. Perfect. Those creeps have kidnapped the wrong woman. I set down the phone beside me, turning it to speaker so I can hear Chekhov when he has updates. I turned to the driver, barking orders as I pulled back the slide on my rifle, putting a round in the chamber. We're not that far from the target, and they won't be driving as fast as we are. We should be able to catch up to them in a few minutes, provided we don't run into any trouble on the way. The smell of the engine fills the car as my driver pushes hard on the accelerator, taking us through the winding city streets at a terrifying speed. One wrong move, and we'd slam straight into the side of a brick building, but I trust my driver. He's far more qualified than anyone committing brazen kidnappings in broad daylight. It's confusing but not entirely unexpected that someone would target Stella. Not many people would know about my involvement with her, but if word got out to any of the bounty hunters, I could see why they'd want to use her to get to me. Nobody seems willing to attack me directly. They don't have the confidence to pull it off, so they keep coming after people adjacent to me. It's infuriating. At this point, I'm ready to fly to Brazil and kill the idiot who put the bounty on my head myself. If I didn't know that my men were getting close, I'd be tempted to actually do it once I got Stella back to safety. And if it does turn out to be this Colombian cocaine clown I turned down for a deal, there's a bullet in my rifle with his name on it. Maybe 3 or 4, just for good measure. They've moved over to 15th Street. Chekhov's voice crackles through the phone. Who names these roads? I growl. I'm not sure. Probably easier for tourists. And a giant pain in the ass for us. Where is 15th Street anyway? Is that parallel to 14th? Yes, sir. I sigh, looking over at my driver. His moody brown eyes are laser-focused on the street ahead. He slows a bit as we turn the corner, but quickly accelerates back to our regular speed as we enter 15th Street. We're on their tail, I say to Chekhov. Where is everyone? I don't see a soul out here. We're on them, but they've seen us. They're getting faster. This isn't good, I mutter. Pull back. Is the helicopter already following? Yes. Okay, definitely pull back. Don't give them a reason to resort to violence. They can't drive forever. They might even dump Stella if they realize they're not able to lose us, but that's also dangerous if they're moving too fast. Just slow down a bit until I get there. Affirmative. I grip my rifle hard, feeling the grooves of the rubber grip in my sweaty hands. I've never been in a situation where I cared this much about the person at risk. Most people in my Bratva are expendable, and they know that. That's part of the job, but Stella never signed up for that. Her life is precious, and I'm willing to sacrifice anything to keep her alive. I lean forward, studying the road ahead as signs and buildings whiz by so fast they blur into one long streak. My heart slams in my chest, adrenaline pumping through my body as we jump over a hill, losing contact with the street for several seconds before coming down hard. Damn it, I snarl, juggling the rifle on my lap for a moment before getting a grip on it again. My phone slips down beside the seat, but I can still hear Chekhov talking to one of our men on the other end, so I don't bother fishing it out. Suddenly the white van comes into view, along with 2 other cars following it. They're all bouncing along the pothole-filled road at a much lower speed than I am. Slow down, I bark to my driver. Get behind Chekhov a little, but let me get a line of sight on the van. I aim my rifle at the van as we slow down, trying to get a feel for the difficulty of making a shot through the back door. There aren't any windows, which makes it more difficult, but if I aim for the driver's side, there's a chance I'll be able to hit whoever is driving the van. It feels reckless, but I'm not sure if I have any other choice. I just pray Stella isn't in the way.
Chapter 40. Stella. Even with my hands bound and my mouth gagged, I know I'm not helpless. My captors are distracted by whoever is following us. Since I don't hear any sirens, I have to assume it's the men Yuri sent to watch over me. They weren't able to prevent my kidnapping, but that's partially my fault. I ran fast after my falling out with Molly, and I doubt they expected me to disappear into a shop so quickly after. But they have served a purpose in all this. They've distracted the man who had a knife on me. Now he's clambering into the front seat, fishing around for a gun and shouting things in Spanish to his driver. They're woefully unprepared for my next move. My purse, still hanging over my shoulder with a weight that feels more like guilt than opportunity, holds both pieces of my future. A positive pregnancy test. And a gun. I tilt my body to the side, pretending to roll my neck as we go over another vicious bump in the road. Every sensation is amplified by the cold metal beneath me, but I ignore the literal pain in my ass as I unhook the clasp on my purse. Even with my hands tied together, I'm able to feel around and retrieve the gun inside. I hope there's a bullet in the chamber. I really hope there is, or I'm screwed. I won't be able to pull the slide back with my hands bound so tightly. One chance. That's all I have to do this correctly, or my throat will be slit and I'll have ruined my own life and the baby growing inside me. I should be shaking from the brutal realization that these could be my last moments, rumbling along in a van in Colombia, but I'm not. I'm oddly still and calm as I raise the gun and aim it at the driver first. Crash the car. I don't give a damn as long as I stop this madness. My finger finds the trigger, and I hold my breath as I begin to squeeze. A metallic pop breaks my concentration, and blood splatters across the front windshield. I look at the gun in my hands in surprise. I didn't even feel it going off. How is he already dead? The driver falls forward as I look around for some other sign of what could have happened. And that's when I realize I need to duck down immediately, or my head could be the next thing getting blown off. There's a bullet hole in the back door of the van, right above where I was hunkered down. They're shooting at us. The van swerves as the man with the knife jumps to take over steering it. Now's my chance to get a shot off, but I wait a few seconds before trying. I don't want to be in the way if another bullet comes through the back door. Time has little meaning to me as I bounce along in the back of the van, but using my heartbeats to count, the first wait for a few thundering pumps of blood to pass before aiming the gun at my captor. He doesn't even notice me, which causes a hint of guilt in the back of my mind. It's an odd feeling, shooting someone who isn't even attacking you, but I've already sentenced one person to death. I'm ready to do it to another. I squeeze the trigger, shutting my eyes because I can't stand to witness the depravity of my own sin. It feels like I have to squeeze much harder than I expect to, but the gun eventually jumps in my hand, sending out a pop that echoes so loud in the metallic confines of the van that it feels like my head will explode with it. My knees hit hard against the floor as I crumple down, praying I actually hit my target as the car swerves. The gun falls from my hands, sliding across the sleek metal and hitting the wall as our serve turns into a spin. Centrifugal force pushes me over, and I roll in the back as the van loses control entirely, exiting the road and tumbling over into the grass. The smell of fresh soil and cut grass fills my nose, but it's far better than brick and steel. We manage to make a soft landing, but I don't trust the way my body is telling me I'm fine. It's a numb feeling, utterly realistic for what I've been through. I've heard of people getting into car accidents and walking away from them, only to collapse a few feet away from the wreckage and never get up again. As I open my eyes, I'm met with an eerie stillness in the van. There are two bodies slumped over in the front, and the broken glass windshield is splattered with crimson blood. How close was I to a similar fate? I don't even dare consider it as I throw a foot toward the back door to free myself. All I know is that I made it. I'm alive, and they're not. I hear deep voices as I slam my foot against the door, forcing it open after a few tries. Hot sunlight floods into the van, blinding me and obscuring the identity of those approaching the vehicle. Only once I hear Yuri's distinct Russian accent barking commands do I allow myself to go limp and wait to be rescued. I have no energy in my body anymore. It's as though it was all transferred to Yuri the moment that he approached me. I'd like to imagine myself as an independent woman, someone who doesn't need a man in her life to save her. And maybe it's true. But that doesn't mean I won't let him. Stella. Stella, are you all right? Tell me you're not hurt. Yuri's hands find my body, scooping me up from the wreckage as men swarm around the van, shouting things in a language I can't understand. My eyes flutter open, looking up at the most beautiful man I've ever seen. From this angle, he looks like a Greek god looking down at me, his brilliant blue eyes clouded only by the scowl he wears as he studies my face. Did they hurt you? He asks, walking me away from the van. I don't know where we're going, but as long as it's away from that awful white van, I don't care. I just want to be with Yuri. I want him to hold me and tell me that everything is going to be all right. A smile pulls up the corners of my mouth, and even though I feel too weak to respond, I want Yuri to know I wasn't shot or stabbed. I'm fine, I croak, just tired. We'll get you to a hospital. We have a helicopter landing in just a moment, Yuri says. His voice is shaking, but I can tell he's trying to sound strong and confident. I've never heard him like this, and it melts something deep within me, the last icy chunk of resistance to fully giving my heart to him. Yuri, I mumble, clutching at his shirt. Please, I need to tell you something. What is it? He asks, his breathing heavy as he begins to jog toward the sound of helicopter blades. Yuri, I love you. Jesus, Stella, I love you too. I love you more than anything, he gushes, and I see tears in his bright blue eyes. It's like a storm on a summer day, with the sun still peeking through the clouds as the rain comes down hard. It feels like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see a man as powerful and stoic as Yuri cry. It almost feels like a dream, but I know it's real. I can feel the heat of his emotions radiating from his powerful chest, the tremble of his lips as he repeats himself over and over as we approach the helicopter. I love you, Stella. God, I love you so much.
Chapter 41. Yuri. All I feel is dread as the nurses rush Stella into the emergency room. It hangs in my stomach like an iron weight, pulling my heart down into the floor. I'm not allowed to see Stella until they can confirm that she's stable. Even though she told me she wasn't hurt, they need to check her because she was in a car accident. Guilt grips my entire body as I sit down in a blue plastic chair in the waiting room, burying my head in my hands. I can't help but feel like this hospital visit could have been avoided if I'd been able to think faster. Did I have to shoot at the van? Sure, I didn't hit Stella, but they did end up crashing, which has put Stella at the risk of unseen injuries. She could be bleeding inside and dying while I sit here like an idiot in the waiting room. It's freezing cold in here, but I'm sweating like a sinner in hell. I run my hands through my damp hair, trying to coax myself out of the state of panic I'm in. Stella is fine. She was rescued, and I did the best I could with the resources I had. She's not going to die. That's a ridiculous thing to think. She's getting some of the best care in the entire country right now. Despite my positive self-talk, I don't feel much better as Chekhov rushes in and sits down beside me. I wish he would leave. Seeing him makes me feel even guiltier, because the same thing happened to him just a few weeks prior. Everyone around me is getting hurt, and I'm the only one to blame for it. Sir, I have some news, Chekhov says, unable to wait for me to start the conversation. I wave at him dismissively. I don't want to hear it right now. I think you do, he says, and I catch a hint of excitement in his voice. Why would he be excited right now? Doesn't he know that Stella is in the emergency room? I shoot a deadly look at him, clenching my jaw as I speak. What is it? He leans back, looking me over like he's seriously considering jumping up and leaving. The air in the waiting room grows still. There are a few other people in here, and they're all looking at us right now. Chekhov wipes the sweat from his forehead, forcing a nervous smile. Sir, they hit the target in Brazil. It was clean, and the target is confirmed. He looks around and lowers his voice. The target is down. A weight lifts from my tired shoulders, but I still carry the burden of Stella's current state. I'm not going to feel better until I know she's okay, and even then, I'll have to deal with the guilt of allowing her to experience so much danger. I put my hand on Chekhov's knee, nodding slightly. That's good news. Things are finally turning around. All thanks to your efforts, he assures me. I let out a cold, bitter laugh, shaking my head. That's far from the case, but I'm glad you believe it. We need to keep up morale. Come on, he says, his voice rising in volume. I'm not going to let you talk down about what you've achieved. We depend on you to steer this organization. Without you, there's no business at all. We'd be broke and directionless. I sigh, slumping down a few inches in my chair. Yeah, I guess I've had a bit to do with it. But I'm not happy with how this mission turned out. And why is that? Chekhov snaps. You managed to offload all the cargo in record time, you eliminated the bounty, and you're getting married to a very nice woman. He's obviously trying to life my spirits, but I feel like it's going to take more than words to recover the spark I once had. After everything, I wouldn't care if I lost my Bratva entirely, just as long as I had Stella. She's the only thing that matters anymore, though I won't admit it to Chekhov. He's not going to want to take orders from someone who doesn't prioritize our organization. You're doing great. Everyone agrees, Chekhov continues, trying to warm me up with another smile. And I'm certain Stella will be okay. We all saw her when you took her from the van and she didn't have a scratch. The injuries can be internal, I mumble. Respectfully, Yuri, you're most likely wrong. You'll see, he replies, patting me on the back. Just take it easy. and I'll make sure everything goes smoothly. You can focus on her when she is released. I shake my head. I don't want to put any more weight on your shoulders. You've been through enough already. He shrugs. What's a little more? I give him a doubtful look, but I see more energy in his eyes than I currently have. As my right-hand man, he knows enough about our operations to reorganize our forces and steer us back to safety. I would be able to focus on spending time with Stella, as I chose to. But should I let him take this burden? It feels selfish for me to pass it to him, but I'm so drained that it might be the safest thing to do. If I messed up again, I'd really start doubting myself, and that'd be no good for anyone. I look up at Chekhov, offering him a thin smile. I'll consider it, but I want a full report on the hit in Brazil. If I don't see blood with my own eyes, I'm not willing to accept the report. Got it, sir. I'll get that to you ASAP. Thank you, I say, feeling more tension slip off my shoulders. As long as Stella is okay, things are going to turn out fine. It was a perilous adventure, but it's finally coming to a close. Chekhov lingers in the waiting room for a few minutes, but it's obvious he has things to do to ensure business continues as usual. For one, we caused a terrible scene in a very public place. Authorities need to be paid off quickly before they decide to take me away in handcuffs. Go ahead and make sure the mess gets cleaned up. I'll remain here, I tell Chekhov as he does another nervous lap around the waiting room. Honestly, I'd rather be alone right now so that I can process my thoughts. Chekhov nods, thanks me, and then hurries out. People keep staring at me, having witnessed the entire ordeal like a soap opera, but I ignore them. I'm used to being noticed in public places. I'm about twice the size of a regular man, and I ooze power and wealth. I put my head back down in my hands, blocking out the world as time crawls by. The darkness is soothing compared to the burning Colombian sun outside. I swear I almost went blind in the hour that I was out rescuing Stella. I laugh a bit to myself at how dramatic I'm being. Since when have I cared about being a little uncomfortable? I must be getting old. Yuri, a small voice from the corner of the room says, breaking me out of my moody disposition. I jump up from the seat, nearly sprinting toward the nurse as she stands in the doorway with a clipboard. Her expression doesn't say much, but I feel like it'd be a bit more serious if anything bad had happened to Stella. Can I see her? I blurt. Is she all right? She's doing just fine. She's going to be very sore for a couple of days, but she'll most likely be released later this evening with some painkillers. I breathe out a sigh so deep and long that it knocks the wind out of me. I can barely keep up with the nurse as she leads me through the door and down a glaring white hallway. I swallow hard, trying to collect myself before I see Stella. I comb my hair to the side, trying not to look as tired and disheveled as I feel. It's like going on a date after staying up all night at a party. I do wish this party was a little less traumatic and a little more fun. Sure, Stella and I had some good moments, but I'd like to show her how much fun we can really have when we get to the United States. Money goes a long way to creating fond memories when you're not crammed on a cruise ship for 3 whole months. Sure, crab dip and tanning are nice, but so is floating down a river in West Virginia before flying out to Vegas and blowing a fortune on the roulette wheel. There are so many things I want to do with Stella, and not a single one has anything to do with the Bratva. Perhaps it is time to take a break. Chekhov can manage things while I'm away, and I can finally spend some uninterrupted quality time with Stella. The nurse leads me into Stella's room after nearly 5 minutes of walking down the same long hallway. I comb my hair to the side again, but a loose curl falls across my forehead and won't go away. I need a cut soon. I've neglected to take care of myself, and it's starting to become obvious. The nurse leaves us alone, closing the door and disappearing. I scratch my thick stubble as I walk over to Stella's bed, curious if she's awake. She's not making any noise. I'm almost afraid to see her, though it hasn't been more than an hour since I scooped her out of the wreckage. Yuri. Her soft voice is like a feather dropping as she realizes I'm in the room with her. How'd you know it was me? I ask with a smile as I come into her view. Her face is tired and pale, but she doesn't look unhealthy. She looks to be more in need of a long nap and a strong cup of coffee afterward. Mostly I'm just struck by how beautiful she is, like I'm seeing her again for the first time. A smile brings new energy to her face, and she reaches out to touch my hand. I knew it was you because of your cologne. It smells like paradise. I take her hand and laugh with her, trying to hold back tears again. She's the only person who's ever made me cry this much. It's crazy what love can do to you. It'll break you down until you're a sobbing mess, but you'll still beg for more. I squeeze her hand lightly. I'm sure I smell more like sweat than anything. She shakes her head. I stand by what I said. You smell like paradise. Thank you, darling. I'm sure I could do better, but I haven't had the opportunity to shower. They made me sit in the waiting room while they made sure you were okay. She sits up in the bed carefully. I feel good. They said it was just a little bruising. Nothing broken. I don't even need to be here. I place my free hand on her forehead, feeling her cool skin. I'm sure once the drugs they gave you wear off, you're not going to feel that way. She scoffs. No, they didn't give me anything crazy. I'm really fine. I admire her determination, but I know she's going to want some rest once they release her. It's better that she forgoes any more adventures until we're back on American soil. From there, we can start planning our future. But that's only if she still wants one with me. The nurse said they would release you later tonight, I tell her, petting her silky blonde hair. Until then, I would try to get some rest. I'm ready to go now, she says, sitting up a little further. I can't help but laugh at her eagerness. And where do you think you'll be going, my love? She shrugs. We have a wedding to plan, don't we? A spark of hope lights up in my chest, and I feel warm all over. There's a movement in my belly, something akin to nervousness, but not quite so negative. Butterflies. I haven't felt those in ages. You still want to marry me after all this? I ask, gesturing to the sterile hospital room. Of course. Are you still planning on giving me $10 million? I laugh. Of course. Then you have yourself a wife, Yuri. She smiles, but then her expression melts into something more serious. But I'm not sure if I want the 10 million, honestly. What? Why not? I ask, panic rising in my chest, all this just to be tossed aside like our relationship meant nothing. I wouldn't be able to handle it. I wouldn't accept it either. I'd kidnap her and claim her as my own, no matter how much she hated me. Yuri, I don't want you for the money. I want you for you. I breathe out a sign of relief mixed with a laugh. I was about to go nuclear, but I'm realizing now that my dreams of having a real relationship with Stella are coming true. She's the one who admitted her love to me, and it wasn't just in the heat of the moment. She must have really meant it. Darling, you can have me. However you want, whenever you want, wherever you want. I'm all yours, I say, making a cross over my heart. She looks at the ring on her finger and a smile comes across her face again. I love you, Yuri. I want you to know that. I'm sorry if I was reluctant to jump into all this with you, and if you thought I was only in it for the money. That was wrong of me. I shake my head. You can have it. You can have everything, just as long as I can have you. Don't tempt me, she replies with an impish sparkle in her eye. I'm more of a spender than a saver. I open my arms, making a wide gesture. Spend it all, my angel. I love you too much to ever say no. She wags her finger at me, her cheeks glowing pink. You're always such a charmer. I need to watch out. Or what? You'll fall in love again. Too late for that. I'm thinking more like baby number 2. I'm struck by a sudden confusion. What is she talking about? Does she already have a child I don't know about? I'd love her regardless, but I feel like that's something we should have talked about. Number 2. I ask, my throat tightening. Jesus, Yuri, you look terrified, she says with a laugh. Yes, number 2. I'm already pregnant with the first one. She places her hand on her belly over her white cotton blanket. I found out today, actually. My heart skips a beat. She's pregnant with my baby. We took so many risks that this should be the obvious result, but it's still shocking to me. I wasn't thinking about the reality of having a baby with Stella until this very moment. Everything beforehand was a mere fantasy, like it would never actually happen. I can't say I'm not excited, though. I am, and the more I process what she's just told me, the more happiness bubbles up inside of me. I'm going to be a father. That's incredible. Furthermore, it's going to be because the most beautiful woman in the universe is having my baby. It's unbelievable. I look up at the ceiling, past it toward heaven, and silently thank whoever might be out there watching over me. Even though I have sinned dearly in this lifetime, I'm still permitted to have such incredible blessings. Are you sure you're pregnant? I ask, my voice cracking as I grab Stella by the shoulders. I try not to shake her because I know she's sore, but I'm so excited I could explode. Suddenly, I have all the energy in the world. I'm certain, she says with a warm smile. I took a pregnancy test right before I was kidnapped. And then again at the hospital they did some tests and confirmed it. I'm sorry it happened like this, I say, feeling guilty again. The kidnapping could have been prevented, but we thought you were going to stay with Molly. Why did you run like that? She shrugs, a little argument. I realized I don't need any friends right now. I have more important things to focus on. But I can still be your friend, right? I ask, rubbing her shoulders. She tosses her head back and laughs. Yes, Yuri, you're my best friend. I couldn't do this without you. I feel warm all over, like I'm glowing with buoyant energy from the inside. I no longer feel the floor against my feet, nor the ache in my legs from standing. It's as though I've gone back in time 20 years, and I'm just as young as Stella is. And I suppose I have to be, if I'm to raise a child. There can be no more smoking and drinking late at night. I already exercise like a madman, but perhaps my diet could use some work. My goal is no longer to become the richest man on the planet, but instead to live for 100 years so I can witness my children grow and have children of their own. My head is already spinning with the changes I need to make. It looks as though I have a lot of thinking to do on the way back home. I place my hand gently on Stella's belly, rubbing our beautiful creation. I will do whatever it takes for you to be happy in health. Anything you need, just tell me, and I'll make sure you have it. She taps a finger against her lips. There is something I'd like from you, actually. I stand up straight, ready to serve her in whatever way I can. What is it? A smirk creeps onto her face, and her eyes are filled with laughter. I would kill for a popsicle right now, any flavor. Due to the extremely spicy nature of the next scene, it has been removed from this version. It is only available by following the link in the description or visiting bellakingbooks.com. There you will find the full audiobook with all spicy scenes included. Chapter 43. Yuri. It's all sunshine and daisies until you have to meet the mother of the woman you knocked up on a cruise ship. I'm glad we're leaving out all the little details of our perilous adventure, but something tells me it's not going to matter once she gets a good look at me. Stella seems to think her mother will love me, but I've never had anyone past the age of 50 look at me with anything but contempt. They're probably the only people with any common sense, honestly. If I wasn't part of the Bratva, I'd stay far away from any man that looked like me. But I'm glad Stella didn't. She is the sunshine I never knew I could have in my life, and I'm infinitely grateful that I get to experience life with her, even if it means meeting her mother. She really loves roses. You made the right choice with those, Stella says as we pull down the street to her house. I glance at her and let out a nervous laugh. You're the one who picked those, darling. Ah, but you're the one who bought them, she replies, holding up a finger. But the flowers don't really matter. She's going to love you, regardless. I roll my eyes before muttering a quick reply. Sure. The road down to Stella's mom's house is bumpy, like it hasn't been repaved since the 70s. I can feel every loose pit of asphalt that we roll over, and the acorns on the road pop as we move along. It feels like the neighborhood of a very modest and sweet individual, which puts me at ease a little. Hopefully she's blind too, so she doesn't realize how frightening I look. Oh, but that's a terrible thing to think. I guess I'm just a terrible person. I glance over at Stella, who's holding a dozen roses on her lap. She looks just about as content as can be, coming home to a place she knows and loves. I'm on the total opposite end of the spectrum, all strung up with nerves. I clear my throat for what feels like the 1,000th time since we started the drive. I've stopped smoking, but it hasn't helped one bit. I think the pollen in the States is going to kill me before anything else can. As we get closer, I feel Stella's delicate hand on my thigh. She's looking at the houses, and I immediately know which one belongs to her mother. She's already out in the driveway, squinting through the sun with her hand cupped over her eyes. She's short and blonde like Stella. They actually look quite similar from a distance, though I'd never dare say that to Stella. My heart rate climbs as I pull into the driveway, but Stella's smile calms me back down. She's so happy to be back home after our little adventure together, and it's contagious. I feel a glow inside of me as I park the car and unlatch my seatbelt. Stella throws the roses onto my lap and jumps out to hug her mom, giving me enough time to straighten my tie and check myself in the mirror one last time. I want to look my best today, but our visit was on such short notice. I barely had time to find a suit. Stella, of course, doesn't mind. To her, this is like any other visit to the house she grew up in, and so she's comfortable wearing a blue sundress and sandals. Everything seems normal until I climb out of the car, and Stella's mom gasps when she sees me. There it is. I knew this was coming. I comb my hair back with my fingers, trying to put on a friendly smile. All my life, I've had to seem tough and dangerous, so trying to be the opposite is a struggle. Mom, this is Yuri, my fiancé, Stella says, unable to hide the laughter in her voice at her mother's reaction to me. I lean forward, trying to make myself look smaller as I hold the flowers out to her. These are for you. Oh, how lovely, she exclaims, taking the roses and holding them to her chest. So sweet of you. I glance at Stella, who's smiling like crazy. Clearly, I'm doing something right. I hold out my hand, as is customary for me when I meet new people. I don't know if Americans shake hands as much as we do in Russia, but I figure it can't hurt. Cautiously, Stella's mom takes my hand. Hers is warm, soft, and a lot smaller than the ones I'm used to shaking. I'm as gentle as I can be without going completely limp, but I still fear I've overdone it once I let go. It's a pleasure to meet you, I say, smiling like I'm trying not to frighten a small child. She cocks her head to the side, frowning a bit as she looks me over. The silence is unbearable, but it doesn't last for long before she speaks. You are a very interesting young man. Young? I haven't been young in decades, but if she views me that way, it probably helps my case. I was a bit worried that the age gap between Stella and me would throw her off. Are your parents from Russia? She asks, her eyes wandering over me. I nod. They are, and so am I. A warm smile spreads over her face, and her blue eyes twinkle like Stella's do. She turns and waves at me to follow her. Come inside then, young man. I made apple pie. I'm sure they don't have that in Russia, or maybe they do. I'm sure what you've made is better, I assure her, looking over at Stella again for support. She nods, a smile never leaving her lovely face as we step inside. The house is warm and smells like apples and cinnamon, a far cry from the smoke and tobacco I'm used to. It's a nice change, and I instantly feel comfortable as Stella's mom makes a place on the couch in the living room for me. I'll be right back with the pie, she says, hurrying off and leaving Stella and me alone. I lace my fingers together on my lap, sitting with my legs together. The couch is small for how large I am, and my shins bump up against the coffee table. You look like you're at the principal's office, Stella whispers, leaning forward with a wild look in her eyes. But you know what? My mom didn't even blink when I told her you were my fiancé. Totally chill. Right, chill. I wouldn't consider anything about this situation chill, but Stella is having a blast. I think I'd rather be in a war zone than in her mother's living room. At least then, I wouldn't have to worry about saying the wrong thing and getting cast out of the family. Where I come from, a good first impression with the family is essential. You don't even get to decide whether you're going to marry the girl you fell in love with. That's for her father to decide. Sure, and now things work a little differently, but I still feel the pressure to look good for Stella's mom. I need her approval, especially since we're planning on announcing Stella's pregnancy today. Be sure to compliment the whipped cream, Stella whispers, leaning in again. She makes it herself. I nod, straightening up as Stella's mom returns with a plate in each hand. The smell is incredible, and I doubt I'll need to be told to compliment it. If it tastes anything like it looks, it's bound to be the best pie I've ever had. Thank you so much, I say as I take a plate and fork. Mom, why didn't you get some for yourself? Stella asks. Her mom shakes her head. No, you two go ahead and eat. I had a piece already. I don't need to be told twice. I barely ate anything on the plane, and I didn't want to stop anywhere on the way here. I simply don't enjoy fast food the way Americans do, but I do enjoy a homemade apple pie. The first bite is an explosion of flavor, and I find myself having to stop myself from scarfing it all down before Stella's mom has even taken a seat with us. The whipped cream is really good. I mean, the whole thing is, I say, stumbling over my words. I'm glad you like it. You can have as much as you like. I baked a whole pie, she replies. Stella laughs. Mom, don't make him eat all of that. He's going to be sick. He's a big man. I'm sure he could handle a couple of slices. Right, I say, pointing at her mom. Listen to her. This pie is too good not to have more. Stella's mom springs to her feet. Oh, I'll get you another piece. Just wait right here. Mom, you don't need to. Stella shakes her head, laughing through her nose before looking at me. You're going to get her all worked up. She will keep feeding you if you keep eating. And by that I mean she'll make us stay for lunch, and then also dinner. I shrug, finishing the last bite of pie on my plate. I don't mind. Stella opens her mouth to reply when the sound of a loud car engine breaks the peace in the living room. It's callously out of place in such a quiet neighborhood. And by the way Stella's smile drops from her face, I can tell it's something I should give my attention to. What's that? I ask, turning to look out the window. I can barely see the driveway from where I'm sitting, but I can hear a car idling there. My stomach drops, and everything I've ever feared coming true erupts in my mind. Could it be a bounty hunter, unaware that the bounty has vanished with the businessman who said it? Or perhaps it's the police, finally come to arrest me and deport me to Brazil to face charges for my crimes in their country. Stella seems to know more about it than I do, however. She stands up, cursing under her breath as she goes toward the window to look outside. That moron. I told him to leave me alone, she says. I jump to my feet, my heart slamming in my chest. Who is it? I ask, already reaching for the gun tucked in my pants. Don't do that, Stella warns, holding out her hand to stop me. It's Tyler. He's not going to be dangerous, but he shouldn't be here. God, I hate that idiot. Heat burns in my throat as I realize what this is about. Tyler has come to try to get Stella back, but he's about to run into me instead. And I'll break every bone in his miserable body for what he did to my precious girl. I'll deal with this, I growl, charging toward the front door. Yuri, don't. It's too late. I'm already outside, blinded by rage as I charge up to Tyler. He's standing by his car, a smug look on his face, and a bundle of roses in his hands. I find it laughable that he thinks a gesture like that would be enough to win Stella back. He's about to find out the hard way that he's lost her forever. Came to see someone. I bark, walking up to him with my fists balled tightly. He leans back, surprised by my sudden appearance. I'm here for Stella, he says, his voice shrinking as I stop mere inches in front of him. She's back from her trip, I assume. But who are you? Before I can speak, Stella's voice comes loud and clear from behind me. He's my fiancé. Now get out of here before I call the police. A nervous laugh escapes Tyler's mouth, like he thinks this is a joke, but when he looks back up at me, his laugh vanishes. His eyes grow wide, and he shakes his head. You can't be serious. Stella comes up beside me, holding out her hand to show off her engagement ring. It sparkles so bright that Tyler has to squint his eyes to look at it. His eyes grow wide again as he looks back up at us. If I see you again, Tyler, I will kill you, I say flatly. Don't try my patience. He steps back, opening the door of his car. It's obvious that he's terrified, but he's still trying to talk to Stella. Baby, come back to me. This isn't right. You're just having a fling with I don't even know who this is. Some nightclub bouncer or something. My name is Yuri, and you will leave in 5 seconds, or I will end your life. Stella squeezes my arm. Let me talk to him, just for a second, so he knows it's over. I shrug, but I keep my eyes glued to Tyler. One wrong move, and I'm going to attack him. I have no problem beating his head against the driveway for trespassing. He's already been told to leave. The pie waiting for me inside is the only thing keeping me from lurching at him right now. I don't want to ruin such a nice lunch with Stella's mother over some creep who will probably drive home crying after he gets turned down for good. All I have to do is keep an eye on him. Stella stands just in front of me, using me as her protection as she points a finger at Tyler. You have no right to come back here after what you did. I moved on, and I suggest you do the same. You haven't moved on. He lowers his voice, scared to anger me. It's just a rebound. A rebound? She asks, her voice rising in a hysterical way. A rebound doesn't end in a wedding and a baby. She places her hand on her belly. Tyler's pretty boy face scrunches up in confusion. You're pregnant. Bred by the alpha, I blurt, unable to contain myself. Not much you can do about it now, loser. Stella jabs her elbow into my stomach, but not hard enough for it to really hurt. Meanwhile, Tyler looks like his head is about to explode. I can see it all behind his eyes: fear, fury, confusion, jealousy, self-pity. He's the perfect mixture of everything that's wrong about modern men, but I'm grateful he exists. Without him, I'd have never found Stella. Tyler jumps out from behind the car door, throwing up his fists like he's a boxer. This punk is really looking to get his ass kicked. I grab Stella, pulling her behind me before charging at Tyler. I want him to throw the first punch so I can pretend it's in self-defense, but he gets too spooked to do it. Instead, he jumps back into his car, reversing out of the driveway so fast that he almost hits the mailbox on the way out. With squealing tires, he flees the confrontation, and something tells me he won't be back. It's finally truly over. What's going on out here? Stella's mom steps outside with us, carrying another plate of pie. Stella spins around on her heels, flicking her hair over her shoulder. Nothing, Mom. Just some crazy guy making noise on our street. Yuri scared him off. Oh, good. I don't like that sort of thing. Last weekend, there were a whole bunch of them revving their engines at the end of the street. I chuckle. Let me know if they come back, and I'll make sure they don't ever disturb your peace again. Stella's mom smiles at me, her kind eyes crinkling at the sides. You'd make a good father, you know that? Very protective. I like that. Stella laughs, placing her hand on her belly. Yeah, about that.
Epilogue. Stella. There's no such thing as too many blackberries, Yuri says, grabbing another off the bush in the backyard and dropping into Ivan's basket. Ivan doesn't know many words yet, but he does know blackberry and he loves them to death. He picks it out immediately, popping it into his mouth before I've even had the chance to wash it. What if some wild animal peed on it? I ask. Yuri looks up at me and grins. It'll taste a little tangy, I suppose. Ivan laughs. He always does when Yuri teases me. It's like they're in on the jokes together, even though Ivan has no idea what we're talking about. As father and son, they have an unwavering nonverbal connection. Even if they're in different rooms, they seem to know how the other is feeling. While it's fascinating to watch, I am looking forward to evening the playing board with a little girl. Amanda. She's due in 5 months, but I can feel her kicking in my belly already. Yuri was so eager to put another one in me after we had Ivan, and who am I to say no? With Yuri, I'd be willing to have a dozen children. Money is no worry, and I have all the time in the world to raise them because I don't have to work, or clean, or cook, or do anything but what I feel like doing. Today, it's picking blackberries in the garden behind our house in Florida. Tomorrow, it might be taking Ivan to the park with Yuri and getting ice cream after. The world is our playground. This one is a little purple still. Not quite ripe, Yuri says, picking another berry off the bush and dropping it into Ivan's basket. Ivan immediately uses his entire hand to grab it and shove it into his little mouth. He looks over his shoulder at me and grins. Yummy. Looks like he prefers the tangy ones, Yuri says with a laugh. Ivan laughs with him, and all I can do is roll my eyes. At the end of the day, boys will be boys, and they're pretty gross sometimes.
If you enjoyed this book, please be sure to leave a like and consider subscribing for more heart-pounding mafia romance novels. If you'd like to listen to the complete version of this book, with every scene included, follow the link in the description or head over to bellakingbooks.com. Thank you for listening.